Here be monsters. Monsters still exist, though perhaps not the types depicted on charts drawn by early cartographers for ancient mariners. Those warnings, sometimes accompanied by the word monstra, Latin for monster, likely represented maritime hazards, but the idea of monsters and hazards beyond the horizon has stayed with us. And where there are monsters, there are those who rise up to slay them. In a 1993 interview speaking about the film adaptation of his novel Jurassic Park, a reflection on the delusion of scientific control, author Michael Crichton said, "Biotechnology and genetic engineering are very powerful. The film suggests that science's control of nature is elusive. And just as war is too important to leave to the generals, science is too important to leave to scientists. Everyone needs to be attentive." As with Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, Michael Crichton was issuing a warning through the medium of popular fiction. It is a warning we have yet to heed. Both authors explore ethics, power, and nature through the lens of scientific achievement and ambition, and of advances in science deceiving us into thinking we have control. This book explores those ideas considered within the framework of emerging technologies as applied to next-generation warfare. There are hazards on the horizon. Wars are not fought by computers or genetically engineered autonomous machines. Not yet, anyway. Technology and equipment play a supporting role in warfare, as evidenced by our experience in Vietnam, Iraq, and Afghanistan. Though limited engagements at the outset, all three became protracted military conflicts that can best be described as evolving, or devolving, into expeditionary counterinsurgency campaigns. Wars, at least at the time of this writing, are still fought by human beings, and as we can all attest, human beings are inherently flawed. The war to end all wars wasn't, though it did end empires. World War I led us to the most destructive war yet just over 20 years later. The firebombings of Hamburg, Dresden, and Tokyo were precursors to the ultimate expression of technological dominance the world has ever witnessed, with the dropping of 2 atomic weapons on Japan. We have only progressed in our capacity for destruction since. The National Security Act of 1947 changed the Department of War to the National Military Establishment, which was then renamed the more innocuous Department of Defense in 1949. Ironically, since its renaming, the National Military Establishment has been less about defense and more about war. The ensuing Cold War saw a buildup of arsenals capable of destroying not just the adversary, but the world. The end of that war was but the start of another. The machine was hungry. It remains so. The World Economic Forum tells us we are on the verge of a fourth industrial revolution. Klaus Schwab, its founder and executive chairman, writes that the next industrial revolution is evolving at an exponential rather than a linear pace. The possibilities of billions of people connected by mobile devices with unprecedented processing power, storage capacity, and access to knowledge are unlimited. And these possibilities will be multiplied by emerging technology breakthroughs in fields such as artificial intelligence, robotics, the Internet of Things, autonomous vehicles, 3D printing, nanotechnology, biotechnology, materials science, energy storage, and quantum computing. Governments will gain new technological powers to increase their control over populations based on pervasive surveillance systems and the ability to control digital infrastructure. We would be wise to remember that a society's primary organizing principle is its monopoly on force, its ability to control its populace and export violence in the form of war. The day may come when autonomously controlled surface, subsurface, and aerial vehicles powered by sentient quantum computers make the decisions and fight our wars, when the very combatants themselves are a fusion of artificial intelligence, genetic engineering, advanced robotics, biotechnologies, and nanotechnologies. That day is not today, though it is getting closer. Today, war remains the most primal of experiences, managed and fought by flawed human beings at the tactical, operational, and strategic levels. It still comes down to a single combatant holding a weapon, off safe, finger on the trigger, applying pressure to the rear. That person behind the rifle is the final decision maker in a chain of decision makers spanning continents and even generations. On the other side is another combatant, also sent into the foxhole by flawed human beings. Their weapon is off safe as well. They are aligning their sights. Their finger is on the trigger. They are applying pressure. None of the geopolitics matter when you are looking down the glass against an enemy doing the same. And it is not always the best man who walks away. Will that one day change? Perhaps. Will technology come to either deter or win the day in the future? Autonomous machines fighting each other over land, resources, data, and control? It's possible. Until it does, we best keep our powder dry. The topics I explore in my writing mirror a world that for a time I was honored to inhabit, that of special operators, intelligence analysts, paramilitary officers, contractors, and staff from what was then called the Special Activities Division of the CIA. My interest in what John le Carré termed the secret world began with my earliest memories as I watched the events of the Iranian hostage crisis unfold on television and in newspapers and magazines in November 1979. What happens in the secret world is often mirrored in fiction, and what happens in fiction can at times be mirrored in the secret world. History is foundational to both. The universe in which James Reece resides in the pages of my novels is fictitious, though there are whispers of truth. At times, those whispers grow to roars. Other times, they are so soft they go unheard. This novel, like those that precede it, holds a light to the secret world, briefly illuminating the shadows. It is a world that few will touch or experience, a world that exists so far beneath the surface of what most consider normal life that they believe it to be the vision of novelists and screenwriters. But it does exist. I've seen it, albeit for only a moment. Then, for me too, the light faded. I moved on to my next assignment, and eventually into the private sector to devote myself to writing in the next chapter of my life. But I never forgot. At times, I felt the pull to return to a life where every breath was sacred because of a constant awareness that it could be my last. As time ticks by, I feel that pull less and less. Perhaps that is because my mission of caring for my family and my passion for writing and history have combined to give me purpose. But sometimes, on a cold fall evening, as the sun sinks below the horizon and the sky turns brilliant shades of red, I remember that there is another world out there, a world in shadow, a world where men and women of the world's various intelligence services are vying for secrets, searching out their next targets, and sometimes preparing to kill. The espionage, intelligence, special operations, and terrorism I write about have yet to fade from my memory. I hold a magnifying glass to them for the time you spend in the story. Then they are gone. But perhaps parts will stay with you, as did passages, themes, and lessons from the books that shaped me. My previous novels have explored themes of revenge, redemption, the dark side of man, the lessons of war, forgiveness, and truth and consequences. Though this book certainly focuses on the rapidly expanding role of technology in conflict, at its base, this is a story about loyalty. Will James Reece continue to serve a nation increasingly at odds with its own foundational principles? Can he continue to fight for a country that squandered so many lives over a 20-year war and seemed unable, year after year, to understand the nature of the conflict to which its elected representatives were committing America's sons and daughters? Where can he go? Where can any of us go? There is no new world for which to sail. Klaus Schwab continues his essay on the Fourth Industrial Revolution, stating, "Modern conflicts involving states are increasingly hybrid in nature, combining traditional battlefield techniques with elements previously associated with non-state actors. The distinction between war and peace, combatant and non-combatant, and even violence and non-violence, think cyber warfare, is becoming uncomfortably blurry." Which brings us back to the warnings of Shelley and Crichton. Remember, here be monsters. Jack Carr, July 6, 2023, GoldenEye, Jamaica. National Security Information. Information which pertains to the national defense and foreign relations, national security of the United States and is classified in accordance with an executive order. Special access programs typically require top-secret, sensitive, compartmented information clearance and are generally considered the darkest programs in the military and intelligence community. They contain the United States government's most closely guarded secrets. As of this writing, 4.2 million people hold secret security clearances. 1.3 million of them hold top-secret clearances. In the Washington, D.C. area alone, more than 17 million square feet of space is dedicated to storing classified information. It is unknown exactly how many top-secret data storage facilities exist outside the Washington, D.C. area, nor does the government disclose the precise number of special access programs or the number of people with access to their resources. Prologue. Changzheng, Jin-class Type 094 submarine. 38 degrees, 48 minutes, 95 seconds north, 174 degrees, 48 minutes, 32 seconds west. Pacific Ocean. 1,767 nautical miles northwest of Hawaii. Commander Liu Zhen of the People's Liberation Navy had given his crew the order to change course 4 days earlier. The Chinese Jin-class submarine had last surfaced north of Japan in the Sea of Okhotsk and received an encrypted high-priority message from the commander of the North Sea Fleet. The message had been routed from the chairman of the Central Military Commission through the PLA Joint Staff Department. In all his years at sea, he had never read a message that originated at the level of chairman. That meant it came directly from the president. The message simply ordered Commander Zhen to open a safe, one that could be opened only with the concurrence of and physical keys from his executive and political officers. Even before they read the order, Zhen knew what it was going to say. They had been ordered to start a war. Zhen slowly inhaled the soothing warmth of his Chonghua cigarette in violation of his own orders regarding smoking while underway. He closed his eyes, savoring the slight taste of plum in a cigarette that was rumored to have been a favorite of Chairman Mao, though Zhen wondered if that was nothing more than a clever marketing campaign. The red carton, emblazoned with the Tiananmen Gate, was a traditional gift given to him by Admiral Jun, who had seen them off from the North Sea Fleet's Xiaopingdao naval base in the Yellow Sea. Zhen much preferred to sail from the caves at Laoshan submarine base in the Shandong province, or Yulin naval base on Hainan Island, southwest of Macau in the South China Sea. Natural caverns had been excavated on the resort island to create tunnels for an underground naval base in an effort to counter U.S. spy satellites constantly collecting over the Middle Kingdom. It was there that the next generation of Chinese submarine, the Type 096, would enter service. Zhen hoped he would live to see it. Had the Admiral known what lay ahead? He obviously knew what was in the safe, but did he know the execution of those orders for a mission that would change the course of world history would come on this particular voyage? Zhen suspected he had. The Changzheng had been at sea for close to 2 months, one of 6 operational Chinese Jin-class Type 094 ballistic missile submarines. She was armed with 12 new JL-3 SLBMs, intercontinental range submarine-launched ballistic missiles. Zhen's boat had been retrofitted prior to sailing, her 12 JL-2s replaced with the longer-range JL-3s, giving her the ability to hit targets at a range of 10,000 kilometers. 6 of the JL-3s were equipped with MIRVs, multiple independently targetable re-entry vehicles with varying nuclear yields. Curiously, on this deployment, Commander Zhen's remaining 6 JL-3s were equipped with conventional, non-nuclear payloads. They were participating in a training exercise when the new orders had come in. "One more cigarette?" He would soon be needed on the bridge, where he would address the crew. He would let them know that the Changzheng would fire the first shots in a campaign that would allow China to annex Taiwan. Would the party leadership go further? Would they push the Americans from the South China Sea and fight to extend Chinese territory all the way to Australia? That would give China control of trade routes and access to the oil and natural gas the country desperately needed to fuel its economy. When combined with their reserves, controlling that territory would also allow them to dominate the world energy market. Shen and the Changzheng would be ready. China was feeling the pressure. The new trilateral AUKUS, Australia, United Kingdom, United States Defense Partnership, was defensive in name only. It was a direct threat to Chinese autonomy. The agreement was cloaked in phrases crafted around deterring Chinese aggression that were endlessly repeated in the Western media. In reality, the pact extended U.S. subsurface capabilities up to China's doorstep. Australia would acquire 3, possibly 5, Virginia-class submarines in the coming years, followed by a new AUKUS-class submarine co-developed by Australia and the United Kingdom. U.S. submarines would also begin to make regular deployments to naval bases in Western Australia as part of the new force posture. The enemy was massing its forces and would soon be able to park an undersea flotilla off the coast, threatening China's fleet, command and control, and industrial base. Zhen also knew his country had to take Taiwan before the Americans deployed their new Block 5 Virginia-class submarines, scheduled to hit the water in less than a year, and certainly before the Columbia-class submarines came online. Intelligence analysts projected that the entire surface fleet would be connected to an artificially intelligent quantum computer that would counter China's current superiority in hypersonic missiles and passive targeting capabilities. If the U.S. fleet were to be synchronized with next-generation AI technology, China's options for expansion would be severely limited. At least the Columbia-class sub was years away from sea trials. Once they were in the water, Jin-class subs like Zhen's would become obsolete. Zhen had been serving in the People's Liberation Navy since his time in the Dalian Naval Academy. He had studied his American adversary since he was 17. With the Americans divided at home and their leaders sending untold billions to Ukraine and Israel, he understood why his president and National Security Commission had decided that this was the time to strike. He had participated in enough war games and classified briefings over the years to know that his submarine's actions would be coordinated with other subsurface platforms tasked with launching missiles at Alaska, California, Washington State, and Guam. He suspected that the Chinese intelligence services had leveraged their contacts in Iran to distract the Americans with terrorist attacks across their nation in population centers like Los Angeles and New York City through their Hezbollah and Islamic Jihad proxy forces. Chinese hackers would concurrently wreak havoc on critical U.S. domestic infrastructure, disrupting the electrical grid, internet, cell towers, air traffic control, water treatment plants, and oil and natural gas pipelines, as well as erasing credit cards, bank accounts, and driver's licenses. He also knew that a cyber attack would simultaneously target Guam, as had been tested so successfully in 2020 during the COVID pandemic. COVID. That had been a turning point. Shen had lost his parents early. His wife's parents had succumbed to the illness a few months later while sequestered in their apartment. They had died without being able to hold their daughter's hand or look into her eyes one last time. The state had seen to that. His wife would take her own life a year into the lockdowns. Neighbors in their government-subsidized housing complex had found her hanging from the exposed pipe that ran the length of their ceiling. Through his contacts in the regime, he had discovered that she had first taken rat poison. In these later years, he now regretted the abortion he had convinced his wife to have when they found out she was pregnant with a girl. China's one-child policy, a policy that ironically had forced them into their current position, was responsible for the gutting of Chinese society. The policy that had so devastated the nation had also shattered Zhen's life. Men in China wanted sons who could carry on the family name. The result of the one-child policy, other than the inevitable demise of Chinese civilization due to declining birth rates, was the aborting of millions of female babies. By the time the government realized the folly of its policy and lifted the mandate in 2016, it was too late. Too late for China, and too late for Zhen and his wife, both in their 50s. Their time for children had passed. But Zhen's family name would now live on. Commander Liu Zhen of the People's Navy would launch one of the first volleys of the war. His targets were military and data centers in the Hawaiian Islands. Of his 6 non-nuclear missiles, 3 would target the United States Pacific Fleet headquarters on Oahu at Makalapa Pearl Harbor. 1 would target the National Security Agency and Central Security Services Hawaii Cryptologic Center near Wahiawa in central Oahu. 1 would target the Aloha NAP Data Center in Kapolei, and the final missile would target the Endeavour Honolulu Data Center. Decommissioning the Aegis ballistic missile defense system at Barking Sands had been a mistake. That facility would have knocked at least one of his missiles out of the sky. Other submarines would target the U.S. Pacific Fleet in Guam and Pearl Harbor, though he had no confirmation of their locations or intentions. That was the way when one fought from beneath the waves. Submarines operating at these depths were cut off from outside communications. Zhen could ascend and raise an antenna or float an antenna buoy, but that increased the possibility of detection. His orders had been explicit. There were to be no further communications. He knew that the United States had 2 carrier battle groups in the Mediterranean and 1 in the Persian Gulf to deter Iran from opening a second front in Israel's war with Hamas. Other American naval assets were patrolling the Red Sea and Gulf of Aden to counter Iranian-backed Houthis in Yemen. Zhen wondered if Iran's use of proxy forces to attack Israel and then using the Houthis to attack U.S. naval ships and commercial vessels off the coast of Yemen, while ordering militia groups to hit U.S. troops in Iraq, Syria, and Jordan, had been orchestrated as part of the current campaign. Was it done to draw the U.S. fleet into the Middle East so that China could annex Taiwan? How much had Russia, China, and Iran collaborated on plans that put him and his crew on the front lines of what was about to be the defining conflict of the 21st century? A knock on his stateroom door intruded on his thoughts. "Enter." "It's time, Captain," said his executive officer. "The men await your orders." Zhen looked at his cigarette and at the red carton on the table before him. He then leaned forward and extinguished it in an ashtray. "Very well." The captain stood and straightened his dress uniform. His hand confirmed that the Norinco QSZ 92 5.8 pistol was on his hip. It was time to go to war. McLean, Virginia. Retired General Marcus Howe was awakened just past 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. More than 30 years in the United States Army had confirmed that a call at that hour was never good news. In this case, it meant that he was urgently needed as director of the Central Intelligence Agency. Rising from the U.S. Military Academy at West Point through the ranks to lead the Joint Special Operations Command, and eventually CENTCOM, he had been retired shortly after issuing an honest assessment to Congress on U.S. policies in Iraq and Afghanistan. There was no place in senior U.S. military circles for generals who bucked the system. That system had been in place since President Harry Truman signed the National Security Act of 1947, which had largely resulted in the disappearance of accountability from the armed forces. Howe had lived within that system his entire career, believing he could change it from the inside. The disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan had proven him wrong. President Gail Olson had personally flown to Ohio, where Howe was teaching high school history, to convince him, and more importantly his wife, that the country needed him in the wake of President Christensen's assassination. In the end, his wife gave her support and once again moved with the retired general back to the Beltway, where he was confirmed unanimously by the Senate as Director of Central Intelligence. That he had not accepted financially lucrative board positions, written his memoirs, run for Congress, or hit the public speaking circuit spoke volumes to the new president. She was not about to preside over a sham investigation into President Christensen's death, one akin to the Warren Commission and its investigation into the assassination of President Kennedy. That commission should have been called the Dulles Commission, after former CIA Director Allen Dulles, who in actuality led the investigation, an investigation that still divided the nation 60 years later. Howe had been careful not to wake his wife as he made his way to his study to take the call from Langley. Carr is on the way, sir. You are needed in the skiff." Howe knew not to ask further questions. He splashed water on his face from a half-bath to help wake him up and changed into a suit he kept on a hanger in a closet just off his study. This type of summons meant that he might not be sleeping for a while. 2 black Suburbans were pulling into his circular drive by the time he reached his front door. He paused and looked back up the stairwell. He then turned and exited his home, locking the door behind him and wondering if the world would be a different place by the time he returned. Changzheng, Jin-class Type 094 submarine, 38 degrees 48 minutes 95 seconds north, 174 degrees 48 minutes 32 seconds west, Pacific Ocean, 1,767 nautical miles northwest of Hawaii. Captain Zhen made his way to his submarine's control room. The solid-fueled JL-3 missiles with hyperkinetic projectiles would leave their vertical launch tubes at a depth of 50 meters. After engine ignition, they would accelerate into the atmosphere at Mach 10 and would cover the distance to their targets in just under 20 minutes. He found it curious that the order was only to launch non-nuclear missiles. In the war games he had participated in over his long career, he had experience with both options. He had read numerous American papers, some classified and others not, on the use of submarine-launched non-nuclear ballistic missiles. The United States military called it prompt global strike, and it would cause the maximum amount of damage possible without crossing what the American Navy's reports had called the nuclear Pandora's box. Even so, Zhen always thought that when the day finally came, it would be a nuclear confrontation. Could a war between China and the United States remain a conventional, non-nuclear conflict? Zhen didn't think so, but that was not his decision to make. Following the launch, he would reposition and prepare to fire his 6 nuclear JL-3s should the U.S. retaliate with nuclear weapons. After the Changzheng broke from the fleet in the Sea of Okhotsk, Zhen had taken her deep. He changed course on a track that would take them 3,500 nautical miles at an average speed of 18 knots to their launch point, 650 nautical miles northwest of the Hawaiian Islands. His route had taken him north of the underwater sonar detection range, a system of fixed-bottom fiber-optic cable arrays set up by the United States during the Cold War to track Soviet submarines. The Ministry of State Security, China's intelligence service, kept all Chinese naval officers up to date on the current status of the American Integrated Undersea Surveillance System, the IUSS. According to their most recent intelligence estimates, the IUSS was undergoing a long-overdue retrofit and upgrade with miniaturized sensors, hydrophones, autonomous undersea drones, and what Zhen understood to be an underwater satellite called a Transformational Reliable Acoustic Path System, specifically developed to detect submarines. The upgrade also included a fleet of uncrewed solar-powered surface vessels with acoustic sensors in their keels from the San Francisco-based company Sail Drone and General Atomics MQ-9B Sea Guardians, remotely piloted aircraft systems outfitted with MAD-XR, magnetic anomaly detection extended role, passive sensors that cannot be jammed and are designed to detect changes in the Earth's magnetic field from metallic objects for anti-submarine warfare. These entities were all linked through a quantum computer system that analyzed real-time open-source and classified encrypted networks to identify and pinpoint the locations of surface and subsurface platforms and algorithmically project their courses, destinations, and even their intent. The United States had publicly acknowledged the existence of the IUSS in 1991. They should have kept it classified. At the height of the Cold War, Zhen's enemy manned 31 IUSS data tracking and processing facilities. Today, the only 2 still operational were located in Virginia Beach, Virginia, at Naval Air Station Oceana Dam Neck Annex, and in Washington State at Naval Air Station Whidbey Island. Zhen thought those modernization initiatives must have factored into China's decision to preemptively attack. The upgrades would make covert subsurface transit extremely difficult. The IUSS retrofit was focused on enhancing surveillance capabilities to deter a war over Taiwan. Approaching Hawaii from north of Japan would allow Zhen to launch without prior detection. Unknown to most of the world, China had been steadily constructing its own subsurface maritime surveillance system, appropriately codenamed the Great Underwater Wall, complete with undersea unmanned drones. Built predominantly in the South China Sea, it extended to a lesser degree as far into the Pacific as Guam. Its capabilities would shock the Western powers. Had the United States invested more in undersea surveillance and been less influenced by lobbyists vying for larger legacy programs with more financially lucrative contracts for defense corporations, Zhen's submarine might already have been detected and blown from the water. As much as he tried, he would never fully understand the Americans. All talking ceased when Zhen stepped into the control room. Just like on an American or British submarine, the crew members manning their stations did not jump to attention. Due to the cramped compartments on a submersible, even one as big as the Changzheng, and equipment that required constant monitoring, rapt attention was mandatory. The officer of the deck turned to his skipper while the faces of the helm, outboard watchstander, diving officer, chief of the watch, and submariners at the combat control consoles remained glued to their stations. Zhen scanned the control room, proud to be in command of his country's most advanced undersea vessel, and knowing that the speech he was about to give would propel them into legend. He stepped forward and accepted the outstretched intercom from his executive officer to address the crew. CIA Headquarters, Langley, Virginia. Director Howe was at CIA headquarters 20 minutes after the alarm had roused him from his slumber. 5 minutes later, he was in the skiff where he prepared to take a call from Chen Yun, his counterpart in the Chinese Ministry of State Security. They had met 8 months earlier when Howe had accompanied President Olson to the G20 summit in India. It was their first and only in-person meeting. It had been a cold one. Howe could be diplomatic, to a point. It was a skill required if one was to rise above the rank of major in the armed forces. However, he was unable to fully mask his disdain of the Chinese spy master. COVID origins, fentanyl precursor drugs being shipped from China to Mexico, and the resulting accidental overdoses he knew were more appropriately termed intentional poisonings. The manipulation of America's youth through TikTok, an application that also gave the Chinese military and intelligence services unfettered access to all the data coming from phones attached to plans paid for by parents in politics, intelligence, tech, and defense. Chinese donations and business dealings with America's political elite in what amounted to legal bribery. Spies in all sectors of American industry, and the purchasing of farmland near U.S. military installations. All these thoughts were on Director Howe's mind as he took the early morning call. He also remembered the motto of the Chinese spy service: serve the people firmly and purely, reassure the party, be willing to contribute, be able to fight hard and win. And win. Not today, not any day. Howe nodded at his deputy director, Elliot Byrne, who sat across from him, and hit the speaker function on the phone. Byrne was a lawyer by way of Yale first and then Harvard. He had spent time in private practice focusing on white-collar criminal defense and sanctions compliance before entering government service following the attacks of September 11, 2001. He worked as an aide to the General Counsel at the Treasury Department, eventually serving as Undersecretary of the Treasury for Terrorism and Financial Intelligence before his appointment to the CIA by the previous administration. Though his position was usually filled by a long-serving CIA official or former military officer, with Howe's resume, they were an effective team. Minister, this is Director Howe. Director, thank you for taking my call, the Chinese Minister of State Security said in lightly accented English. I hope I did not wake you. Chen Yun's background was a mystery, even to the CIA. To what do I owe the pleasure? Howe asked, intentionally refraining from answering the minister's question. We have an issue. A time-sensitive issue, I'm afraid. Oh? I come to you hat in hand, I believe is your expression. Your cooperation would be appreciated and, I believe, necessary. Please continue, Howe said. One of our submarines is missing. Missing? No, excuse me, not missing. We know where she is, but we do not have the means to stop her. Stop her? From launching nuclear missiles at the United States. Howe and Byrne both shared a look and leaned forward in their chairs. Minister, keep talking and leave nothing out. 4 days ago, one of our Jin-class submarines, the Changzheng, deviated from a training exercise just north of Japan. At first, we believed there had been an accident and began searching for her as part of rescue and recovery operations. The minister cleared his throat. We searched for a distress pinger and used side scan and synthetic aperture sonar but found nothing. As part of the investigation, we searched the homes of the senior-ranking officers, including the commanding officer, Commander Liu Zhen. He paused. And? Hal prodded. And we found a note in Commander Zhen's computer. A note? Yes. A letter, actually. I don't understand. It was an email that used a timer function. He had it set to send to Admiral Li Jun, commander of the North Sea Fleet, 2 days from now, to ensure there would not be time to stop him. What did it say? Commander Zhen's parents did not survive the worldwide pandemic, and his wife of 30 years took her own life 2 years ago. Regrettably, he blames his country and has taken drastic action to punish us all. What is he doing? He is moving into position and preparing to launch MERV-equipped JL-3 missiles at Hawaii in the hopes of drawing the United States and China into a nuclear confrontation. His personal mission is to ensure that Beijing and those he blames for his parents' and wife's deaths will be eradicated by a nuclear response from the United States. Jesus Christ, Burns said under his breath. Director Howe could feel the perspiration beginning to soak through his dress shirt. Is this a ploy? A stall tactic? Is China making a nuclear move against the United States? This rogue submarine just a diversion? Our analysts have estimated that his most likely location for launch is in the vicinity of 21 degrees 0 minutes 0 seconds north, 169 degrees 0 minutes 0 seconds east. We understand that leaves a lot of open water. That also gives us just over 2 days to find him and destroy him. We do not have the naval assets in place to avert this catastrophe. Please know that I called you at my soonest opportunity after confirming Commander Zhen's email and receiving the best estimation of his submarine's position. Director Howe took a deep breath to steady his nerves. Minister, send us that email. Commander Zhen's service record, your investigation findings to date, and the intelligence estimate you have on his location. Also, know that if he does launch a nuclear attack on the United States, this call and that email will not be enough to keep my country from retaliating using all means at our disposal. I have already made that clear to my president. Keep this line of communication open, Minister, and pray we find him. My sincere apologies for this development, Director. My nation will be ready to support the United States and bring this unfortunate event to a successful and peaceful conclusion. Thank you. I know there is no need to stress that this action brings us to the brink of war. Your cooperation will be essential if we are to prevent it. Director Howe pressed a button disconnecting the call and immediately pressed another one connecting him to the White House. Wake up the President. Ministry of State Security, Haidian District, Beijing, China. Minister Yun ensured the call was disconnected and turned his swivel chair to face his fellow countryman to his left. Did they buy it? Bajin asked. I don't know, the minister said. I believe so. The email will help, as will the fact that Commander Zhen is not exactly where we said he would be, but close enough for the Americans to find him and sink him. And that he is the only Chinese submarine they will find currently outside Chinese territorial waters should be enough to sell the story, the other man said. There are no other Chinese assets postured to strike the United States or its allies, the minister confirmed. And if this goes nuclear, we will find out very quickly if the bunkers beneath this building work as intended. Bajin made even the Minister of State Security nervous. He was officially a strategic advisor. Unofficially, he was the president's eyes and ears at the highest echelons of the Chinese intelligence apparatus. The president trusted no one and therefore had what amounted to a private security force with strategic advisors positioned at the top of every government agency. The minister was under no illusions. If Bajin sensed disloyalty, it would be reported to the president, and the minister would disappear soon thereafter, most likely at the hands of the man seated across from him. Though they had scarcely been apart over the past 2 years, Minister Yun realized he knew next to nothing about Bajin. Was he in his 40s? 50s? He was certainly in shape. Was he married? Did he have children? Was he prior military? How was he so well versed in geopolitics? Why was he so calm? Even as the head of the Chinese intelligence service, Minister Yun had refrained from researching the man the president had entrusted as his direct conduit. To Yun, Bajin needed to be respected as the president's emissary, even if in reality he was nothing more than an assassin. "The president is in Russia," Minister Yun continued, "and senior political, military, and intelligence officials, to include the Premier, Congress Chairman, Conference Chairman, Supervisory Director, Chief Justice, Procurator, and Vice President, are in the underground city as part of what they believe is an exercise." The underground city is a subterranean network of bunkers and tunnels built to protect not just the Chinese government, but most of the people of Beijing. At a time when war with the Soviet Union seemed imminent, construction was ordered by Mao Zedong in 1969. The 85-square-kilometer fortress is a city beneath a city. It had fallen into disrepair at the end of the Cold War, with large numbers of low-income workers and homeless moving underground. Called rat people, they existed out of sight and out of mind. As tensions escalated between China and the United States in recent years, the tunnel complexes had been renovated, their residents forcibly removed at the working end of Norinco QBZ-95 bullpup rifles of the People's Liberation Army. "Ah, yes, the underground city," Bajin said. "If the United States launches, at least we will know if Mao's tunnel system works or not. But they won't launch." "How can you be sure?" Minister Yun asked. "Because I know the Americans. They dropped 2 atomic bombs on our neighbors in 1945, and thank heavens they did. But they won't do it again. Not with the email, our warning, and our defenses down, and they won't have to. Commander Zhen was ordered to fire conventional, non-nuclear JL-3s. A nuclear retaliation for the actions of a rogue submarine commander would not be a proportionate response in accordance with international law. They have been pressuring Israel for a ceasefire with Hamas, and everyone from the United Nations to the UK to members of America's own Congress have been lecturing Israel on a proportional response to the murders and rapes of October 7th. A nuclear exchange is not on the table, but more importantly, they will find and sink the Changsheng. War will come, but it will come on a date and time of our choosing. But will they transfer the data?" the minister asked, well aware that if this plan failed, there would be dire consequences for him personally. He would be the scapegoat. "The data." Bajin looked up at the ceiling of the minister's office. "That is the real question, isn't it? If they don't, then we are in the same position we were. And if they do, then we will have what we need to push them from the South Sea. Taiwan is already ours. Success in our upcoming offensive will just make it official. The data is what we need. We will know shortly. In the meantime, play your part and stay by the phone." CIA Headquarters, Langley, Virginia. Deputy Director Byrne pushed back his swivel chair, a chair that was much more expensive and comfortable than the ones at Treasury. He leaned forward, putting his elbows on his knees. He had opted for slacks and a blue button-down at this hour of the morning. "Fucking cocksuckers!" Byrne may have been educated at the country's most elite universities, but his mouth never failed to betray his working-class South Boston upbringing. "President Olson will be on in a few minutes," Howe said. "Sir, these motherfuckers got us with COVID. They are screwing us with fentanyl, and now they have the audacity to tell us one of their subs is positioning to launch a nuke at Hawaii?" Howe looked down at the Timex Ironman watch that had graced his wrist for most of his time in uniform, allowing his deputy to continue. "China tells us they have a rogue submarine captain they can't control, and that they need help finding him before he starts a war. Meanwhile, they could be moving other assets into position to strike." "It's possible," Howe acknowledged, his voice measured, his mind already working through contingencies. "It's bullshit," Burns said. "Get the SecDef and the chairman up, and put the combatant commanders on alert. I want to brief them as soon as we are off with the president. Let's get the SecNav up to speed along with Compact Fleet," Howe said, referring to the commander of the Pacific Fleet. "The president will want to convene the National Security Council, so as soon as I'm off with her, I'll head to the White House. You'll have the con here. If Minister Yoon calls, patch him through to me in the Situation Room." "And, sir, Hawaii?" Howe scratched his chin, taking a moment to process the evolving situation. I know. I was thinking the same thing. I'll call General Abbott at the NSA. Too many unknowns right now. I'm going to advise we enact data transfer protocols. I agree, Burns said. A red light began to blink on the phone, indicating that the president was ready. I'll tell President Elson what we know, Howe said. You start waking people up. Deputy Director Burns stood and left the room. It wasn't every day that the second-in-command at CIA had the responsibility to alert the United States military and intelligence apparatus that a nuclear war was imminent. USS Reagan, Columbia-class submarine. 19 degrees 48 minutes 63 seconds north, negative 156 degrees 49 minutes 81 seconds west, Pacific Ocean, 20 nautical miles southwest of Hawaii. The USS Reagan had started life in Kings Bay, Georgia, under the cover of a 700-foot-long dry dock. Though technically a ship to submariners, they have always, and would always, refer to her as they did all submarines, as boats. At 39, Commander Ray Mendoza still felt young and at times could not believe that the United States Navy trusted him at the helm of a ballistic missile submarine. The crew of the boomer kept him energized. Even his 10-year-old twins at home thought it was pretty cool that their dad drove submarines. His wife, Carrie, had thought the long absences would be a thing of the past, following his successful command tour as CO of the Ohio-class SSBN USS Louisiana. The Ohio-class subs had been protecting the United States since the last decade of the Cold War and were nearing the end of their service life. Ray had expected to observe the transition to the next-generation submarines from behind a desk at the Pentagon. Next up for the growing family was a shore-duty position where Ray would await his promotion to captain. As one of the youngest commanding officers in the subsurface fleet, he thought he would soon be assigned to a staff job in the Pentagon. He would be able to coach his kids' soccer team and enjoy weekends with his family. It was a staff job in the Submarine Forces Budget Department, which meant that GS staffers who lived and breathed numbers would be doing most of the work as yet another 05 rotated through on his way to 06. On his first day, Ray discovered he was not bound for a 9-to-5 desk job. That was cover. Instead, he would be conducting sea trials in a prototype Columbia-class submarine, a submarine that most of the world thought was at least 3 years out from delivery. In what was one of the most closely guarded secrets in the Navy, the new boat was about to undertake her maiden voyage. Ray was going back to sea. He had been put through the paces the year before in what he thought was a simulation designed to introduce future captains and flag officers to the next-generation submersible. It was an immersive, on-motion replica of the Columbia-class bridge developed by CAE, the world's leading aerospace and defense training and simulation company, and designed not as a concept, but as a testing ground. The simulated bridge had perfectly accurate physical controls and tactile hardware, but created an augmented reality with holographic characters. With the realistic sounds, smells, and motion of the actual submarine, the officers engaged in a full range of AI-driven scenarios that reminded Ray of being in a science fiction novel or video game. Who didn't like a good video game? Is this really going to be a reality in less than a decade? The best and brightest in the U.S. submarine fleet passed through the simulator, most expecting that they would be long retired by the time the first Columbia class saw active service. What they did not know was that a prototype was already close to delivery. The Navy could not control news that the next-generation sub was in development, but they could manipulate timelines. When the $10 billion SSBN slid into the water in a covered shelter without ceremony at the General Dynamics facility in Groton, Connecticut, Ray was there to take command. Military watchdog groups, think tanks, news outlets, and Navy public affairs officers all reported that the first Columbia-class submarine, the USS District of Columbia, was scheduled to be operational in 2027, followed by the USS Wisconsin 3 years later. The top-secret prototype, christened the USS Reagan, was commissioned to work out the bugs and thereby alleviate some of the costs inherent in building two multi-billion-dollar boats and then having to retrofit them with emerging technologies after the fact. The Reagan would allow the USS District of Columbia and USS Wisconsin to hit the water ready for war. It was no secret that different sections and components of the Columbia-class submarines were under construction by General Dynamics Electric Boat Division at their facilities in Groton and Quonset Point, Rhode Island, and by Huntington Ingalls Industries, Newport News Shipbuilding in Newport News, Virginia. What was a secret was the rate of progress and the date a Columbia-class would be fully operational. The secrecy surrounding those dates was similar to the protections attached to the Manhattan Project in the Second World War. In building the most survivable component of the nuclear triad in a race with China for supremacy below the seas, the USS Reagan was America's trump card. At 560 feet in length, she was 5 feet longer than the Washington Monument, and with a 42-foot beam, she was the largest U.S. submarine ever built. The undersea killing machine boasted a nuclear core that was not only designed to last the life of the submarine without replacement, but also emitted less acoustic energy than a standard light bulb. Armed with 16 low and high-yield UGM-133 Trident II D5LE SLBMs and Mark 48 ADCAP, advanced capability torpedoes capable of destroying targets at distances of over 5 nautical miles at 55 knots with 650-pound high-explosive warheads, she represented the pinnacle of SSBN design. The Reagan was at the sharp end of a policy designed to keep the peace by guaranteeing an enemy's total annihilation if they attempted to use weapons of mass destruction against the United States. With her electric drive propulsion system and submarine warfare federated tactical systems seamlessly integrating optical imaging, active and passive sonar, countermeasures, and offensive weapons, the USS Reagan was the most silent and lethal boat in the water. No sub in the world could outrun, outfight, or outmaneuver her. Her crew of 138 men and 17 women had the honor of being plank owners, crew assigned at the commissioning of a new command or vessel, even if this one was classified. Within the silent service lay some of the last true secrets in the United States military. The government added additional classification levels and non-disclosure agreements to the project for those building and crewing the sub, with consequences up to and including the death penalty for leaking classified information. The U.S. Navy took its submarine secrets seriously. Let the SEALs write the books and make the movies. The silent service would remain as such, silent, effective, and capable of wiping countries from the face of the earth. The USS Reagan was on sea trials off Hawaii when Commander Mendoza received the order. Their target was nearly 700 miles away, and, if the intelligence estimates and area of uncertainty were accurate, that target was somewhere in an expansive 4,900 square mile box. The Reagan had to be within 5 miles of the Changzheng to eliminate her with torpedoes, and Mendoza and his crew had just over 2 days to find her. A speck in an ocean of 68 million square miles and with an average depth of 14,000 feet. The crew thought this was a new test. Only the CO, XO, and chief of the boat knew otherwise. They had precise coordinates, but even with those coordinates, finding an adversarial submarine was far from a sure thing. The intelligence could be wrong, and the captain of the aggressor submarine could deviate from his course, not just laterally, but also vertically. Soon the crew would learn that this was not a part of an exercise. The Reagan had the mission of averting World War III, or, if they failed, be responsible for starting it. Changzheng, Jin-class Type 094 submarine, 21 degrees 94 minutes 63 seconds north, negative 168 degrees 66 minutes 4 seconds west, Pacific Ocean, 650 nautical miles northwest of Hawaii. 60 hours later, Commander Zhen fought the urge to come to periscope depth and ventilate the ship, to take in one more breath of fresh air, to see clear blue skies in a pre-war world, even if it was through a periscope. Instead, he ordered the crew to spin up their missiles. "Crew of the Changzheng," he said over the intercom, the intense pride evident in his voice. "Today our nation has trusted us with the greatest of responsibilities. Defense of the homeland. The war with our American enemy has begun. We have been ordered to go to Alert 1. Zhen then rested the handset back in its cradle and lit a cigarette in the control room, something he had never done before. He inhaled deeply, the nicotine soothing his raw nerves he was doing his best to conceal from his sailors. He exhaled the smoke into the confined space. He considered each of his men, young, solemn faces depending on him for the next set of orders. A resolute determination had replaced any initial uncertainty and fear. They were ready. "Officer of the deck, proceed to 50 meters depth and prepare to hover," he said. "Depth 50 meters and prepare to hover, aye, sir. Dive, make your depth 50 meters and prepare to hover." "Depth 50 meters, Zhen said. 50 meters, aye," came the reply. "Man battle stations, missile. Chief of Watch, sound the general alarm." Zhen felt his submarine come alive as the alarm echoed through the hull, his crew rushing to battle stations. It was time to fight. "Man battle stations, missiles. Spin up missiles 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. 6 missiles, aye." "All stop," Zhen said. "All stop," came the reply. "The ship is ready to hover." "Diving officer, commence hovering." The control room remained silent as Zhen lit another cigarette, the seconds turning to minutes as the missile's inertial navigation units stabilized and were fed to Changzheng's position as the launch location. Zhen looked at the Tianjin Seagull 1963 watch on his wrist. The process had taken 20 minutes. It was time. "This is the captain," he said into the handset. "The launch of non-nuclear missiles has been authorized. Arm missiles." Zhen handed the intercom to his executive officer, the sweat glistening from his brow. "This is the executive officer. The launch of non-nuclear missiles has been authorized. Arm missiles." "Stand by fire order," the captain said. "Stand by fire order, aye, sir." "Fire order verified." Zhen, his executive officer, and political officer exchanged firing keys. "Pressurized tubes," Zhen said. "Tubes pressurized." Zhen paused before bringing the intercom to his lips to give his weapons officer permission to fire. USS Reagan, Columbia-class submarine. 21 degrees, 90 minutes, 52 seconds north, negative 168 degrees, 63 minutes, 18 seconds east, Pacific Ocean, 645 nautical miles northwest of Hawaii. The USS Reagan lay in wait at a depth of 600 feet. Navigating at 3 knots, she kept just enough forward movement to allow for a degree of maneuverability in what sailors called bare steerage way. 2 days earlier, the entire fleet had mobilized. The bulk of surface, subsurface, and airborne assets converged on a general location 650 nautical miles northwest of Oahu, while Navy public affairs officers explained the situation to local media outlets. Their prepared talking points stressed that the unprecedented size and speed with which the ships and submarines had gotten underway for what they termed a bold new annual exercise highlighted the U.S. Navy's high levels of professionalism and preparedness. Every available reconnaissance plane on the Hawaiian Islands took to the skies. A Ticonderoga-class cruiser and 5 of the 8 home-ported Arleigh Burke-class destroyers sailed from Pearl Harbor into the Pacific, while Los Angeles-class and Virginia-class fast-attack submarines, built to locate and destroy enemy submarines, slipped beneath the waves. 4 Ocean Aero Triton autonomous underwater vehicles being tested in Hawaii had also been tasked in the search, but in the end, the Reagan had been vectored onto its target by the venerable P-3 Orion, a 4-engine turboprop aircraft purpose-built during the Cold War to hunt submarines. "Captain," the sonar tech said following several maneuvers designed to separate the sniff from background noise. "We've got him." "Are you sure?" Mendoza asked, walking the few feet to look at the passive sonar display for confirmation. His SSBN had not been built to attack other submarines. That was a job for the SSNs. Rather, its mission was one of nuclear deterrence. Known as the most survivable leg of the nuclear triad, the nuclear-powered ballistic missile submarine force motto was to hide with pride. The Reagan could do it better than any sub ever built. Though the older SSNs were better suited for a mission of stalking and killing an enemy submarine, the Reagan was nothing if not capable. "It's him, sir. Bearing 314 degrees, range 5.2 nautical miles. He's headed right at us. Classification solid, Gin class." "Well done, ST-2, Mendoza replied. His eyes traveled from the screen to his chief of the boat, his senior enlisted advisor. The chiseled Cobb had more time underwater than almost any man on active duty. The skipper knew that to the young submariners under his command, both he and Cobb looked like what they were: ancient mariners, despite the fact that neither had yet turned 40. "Hull pops. He's coming shallow, skipper," the sonar man said. Mendoza turned to his officer of the deck. "Take us to 800 feet, he ordered. 800 feet, aye, the OOD replied. The submarine slowed to 2 knots and finalized its firing solution. bearing 314, range 8,000 yards. The torpedo would be launched at high speed toward the point of intercept with precise sonar settings required to prevent alerting the unaware target until detonation was imminent. "Open outer door on Tube 1, Mendoza said. "Open outer door, aye, Captain," replied the weapons officer. Mendoza took a deep breath. "Dear God, let this fish fly true." "Plot ready, sir." "Ship ready, sir." "Weapons ready," reported the combat systems officer. "Solution ready at 314 degrees, now 8,092 yards. "Fire on generated bearing," Mendoza ordered. "Stand by," directed the weapons officer to his fire control technician. A moment later, the torpedo showed ready. "Shoot," came the order from the weapons officer. A single fish deployed from the tube. It was an ADCAP torpedo. Complete destruction of their targeted vessel would take only one. The weapon was impulsed by a slug of water from the tube as designed. It angled downward for 20 meters before igniting its auto-fueled self-oxidizing engine. Still connected to the sub via a fiber optic cable, all data was relayed to the active targeting computer aboard the Reagan. The submarine would feed target position updates to the torpedo via the cable until the point where the torpedo detected the target with its own sonar. Then the weapon would update the ship's computer on the location of its prey. The lethal journey would take just over 4 minutes. The skipper viewed the fire control console as he had hundreds, if not thousands, of times in training, aware that this time was not an exercise. In just minutes, over 100 Chinese submariners would meet a dire fate. He looked to his XO and Cobb. Nothing needed to be said. Commander Mendoza and the crew of the USS Reagan were about to have the distinction of sinking the first nuclear submarine in combat history. Inside the kill box, 200 meters from the Changzheng, the ADCAP went active with its sonar for the terminal phase of the attack run. 20 seconds out from its objective, it began echo ranging, using rapid active sonar pings as the range to the target closed. Contrary to what one sees in the movies when a torpedo as advanced as an ADCAP is launched at distance, the targeted submarine will not know fish are inbound until it is too late. Seconds later, the torpedo's magnetic sensors detected the metallic signature of its target's hull, and its proximity fuse detonated its 650-pound high-explosive warhead precisely 3 meters beneath the enemy submarine. The detonation created a volume of gas that sent a shock wave upward, impacting the submarine in excess of 3,000 miles per hour, rupturing the outer hull. Inside the submarine, the violence was devastating. Electrical breakers tripped and severed power to the missile launch systems. Seawater pipes burst, causing catastrophic flooding. Crew members were thrown against steel bulkheads, the concussive force killing and maiming indiscriminately. Chaos reigned. The same shockwave crushed the lower hull and separated the decks, bowing the Changzheng upward into a banana-shaped tomb. 0.02 of a second later, as water collapsed into the pocket of gas created by the warhead's detonation, a second shockwave hit the doomed submarine, slicing through steel plates and bulkheads, ripping the pride of the Chinese Navy nearly in half. Almost immediately, the bubble reflected outward again and whipped the sub in the opposite direction, creating a reverse bowing, breaking hinges, pipes, and seams, and tearing through the superstructure. ADCAP torpedoes were specifically designed as one fish, one kill weapons, and this one worked precisely as intended. Inside the submarine, the massive shock wave turned loose items into shrapnel, blowing out computer screens and tossing crew members from the decks into overheads and bulkheads before the secondary expanding gases threatened to tear the sub in two. From his battle station in the control room just forward of amidships and aft of the sail, Commander Zhen had a brief sensation of weightlessness before his eardrums burst and his head smashed into a steel overhead beam, crushing the side of his skull. He landed on the deck, breaking his back and both legs. He managed one last breath, bringing oxygen to the side of his brain that still functioned, as the secondary gas bubble expansion lifted the sub upward, once again cracking the pressurized hull. His final thoughts were not memories of his life, of his parents, or his wife. Instead, he fixated on a single question. Who betrayed us? The unforgiving ocean found its way into all remaining spaces that still held air, the sub filling with seawater, its two halves pirouetting into the depths. The few crew members left alive in the fore and aft sections of the boat crawled over dead bodies in a vain attempt to reach emergency hatches, as what were now two separate sections of the sub continued to sink toward crush depth. In the Chinese submarine's torpedo room, a fire raged, and just over 10 seconds after initial impact, the boat's own torpedoes exploded, sending an underwater fireball throughout the remnants and ensuring the Changzheng, her crew, and their secrets would forever rest in the depths of the sea. Elba Industries Headquarters, Mountain View, California. Andrew Hart, founder and CEO of Elba Industries, disconnected the secure call in his private skiff on the grounds of his tech company campus in the heart of Silicon Valley. "Well?" a stocky, powerfully built man asked. His raspy voice held traces of an accent that came not from being raised in the South, but from years in uniform, the military's version of accepted cultural appropriation. "Did it work?" Hart waited a moment before replying, tapping his fingers against the dark tabletop that was almost indistinguishable from the floors, walls, and ceiling. "As we anticipated, the data was transferred from Hawaii to the Bumble Hive," he said, referring to the NSA's $1.5 billion data center on Camp Williams in Bluffdale, Utah. He was unable to hide the smile that materialized on only one side of a face that most would think of as handsome, the result of obvious good breeding. The thick man remained silent. "And to answer your question, General," Hart preferred to address Ian Novak by his former military rank, "yes, it worked. We captured it in transit. Everything the Chinese need to take Taiwan. The keys to our Pacific Fleet. It's still encrypted, but that won't be a problem for much longer." The former general grunted, running his hand through short salt and pepper hair. "Are you still skeptical?" Hart asked. "I think almost exclusively in contingencies and worst-case scenarios," he responded, "which is one of the reasons you hired me." "True." "And there is no indication, yet, that we left a trail?" "No, and there won't be," Hart responded. "We are light years ahead of our competition and the inept government's cybersecurity agencies." "Let me remind you, this is an untested technology." "Only because it is constantly evolving and learning, all behind a firewall the NSA doesn't even know exists." "For now." "What, are you going to tell them?" Hart asked, that smile once again slowly creeping up the left side of his face. "No one knows if we actually have it." "Hence the beauty, General. We have the data, yet only a select few partners know. We even attempted to free it from its chains." Novak had grown accustomed to the drama Hart infused into both the intense and the mundane. "But we don't know how long it will take to decrypt, or even if we can decrypt it." "Oh, we can decrypt it," Hart said. "It's just a matter of time." "Always a question of time," the former military man said. "Our CRQC," Hart said, using the acronym for a cryptanalytically relevant quantum computer, "is already up, running, collecting, and decrypting information. The military and intelligence services have only recently started to upgrade their systems and networks to post-quantum cryptography, and in short order, ours will be able to decrypt even that. Soon we will have all the information we need." "You want to quit?" "Quite the contrary," Novak said. "Let's change the world." Part 1. The Call. All warfare is based on deception. Sun Tzu, The Art of War. Chapter 1. Coomba Ranch, Flathead Valley, Montana. "You sure you still want to do this?" Liz Riley asked the man in the left seat of the small, vintage 1976 Lake Buccaneer amphibious aircraft. The plane floated comfortably on its hull at the western end of the lake, its fuel-injected 200-horsepower Lycoming IO-360 engine mounted atop the pylon behind the cockpit at idle. The big man next to her did not answer immediately. His eyes were focused ahead on the light ripples visible on the dark water. He tilted his head to the right, looking to the skies above. Blue with scattered clouds. Perfect flying weather. "You got this, Reece," Liz said. Her voice was strong and confident, the southern accent a proud reminder of days lying in the grass in the backyard of her family's house on the outskirts of Fort Rucker in Alabama, looking skyward, dreaming. The near-constant echoes of turning rotors from Black Hawk and Apache helicopters overhead had instilled in her a love of aviation. She would follow that passion into the Army's Warrant Officer Flight Program and into the cockpit of an OH-58D Kiowa Warrior helicopter. Injuries sustained in combat cut short her Army career but did nothing to diminish her love of flying. James Reece turned to his passenger, a passenger who in this case was also his flight instructor and dear friend, Elizabeth Riley. She looked perfectly at home in the confines of the aircraft, almost as if it had been built around her. It did help that she was a full 7 inches shorter than Reece's 6-foot frame. Her dark hair was pulled back in a ponytail under a crimson University of Alabama ball cap. Ray-Ban aviator sunglasses shielded her eyes from the glare. She was a professional in her element. "What?" she asked, prompting him to explain the look on his face. "You know I intensely dislike flying." "You tell me that every time," Liz replied. "What you mean to say is you used to intensely dislike flying." "Ah, that's it," Reece confirmed. "And as I recall, it wasn't necessarily the flying, it was the taking off and landing." "Once again, true," Reece said. "Just like jumping." "Out of planes?" Liz asked. "Yeah. I always loved the actual jump. Not a big fan of the pull." "Why?" That was the moment of truth. Either that chute was going to open or you were going to have a malfunction, in which case you would need to go through your EPs, your emergency procedures. After that, you would have a clean canopy overhead, or you were fucked and would have to cut away. Once you did that, you were stuck to that last option. I'd pack my main, but our riggers would pack our reserves. "I can see how that could be disconcerting," Liz said. "That was one of the reasons we kept our parachute riggers happy with cases of beer on jump trips." "Wise." "I also didn't like the fact that you had a bunch of other jumpers in the air you needed to account for and who needed to account for you." "And the landing?" Liz asked. "Well, with a static line jump, your landing is a hot mess regardless. You do what they call a PLF, a parachute landing fall. It realistically requires about 2 days of training. The Army manages to cram those 2 days into 3 weeks at Fort Benning. The PLF does help reduce injuries, but most of the time it turns into feet, ass, head." Liz laughed. "Didn't they rename Fort Benning like they did Rucker?" she asked. "Fuck if I know," Reece replied. "How about freefall landings? Those look fairly graceful," Liz said. "With freefall it's different. You can still hit hard, especially when you are loaded down with gear." "Well, in this case, no jumping," she said. "That's good, considering we don't have chutes," Reece observed. Liz ignored his comment. "We are going to take off, spend some time exploring northern Montana, and then land right back at the lake. I'll be here if you need me," Liz said, motioning to the controls in front of her. "That's reassuring," Reece responded sincerely. He turned back to the instruments. "Might want to close the door," Liz reminded him. "Good tip," Reece said. He reached up, pulled the gull wing door shut, and twisted the latch. "What are our procedures if we have an engine failure?" Liz queried. Scouting the channel ahead for debris, Reece replied, "If we are on the lake, I'll power forward. If we are in transition, I'll make a judgment call. But please feel free to take over. If we are airborne over 600 AGL, I'll turn back. Turn will be to the right to avoid the mountains." "Correct." Reece scanned the lake and the skies to his right and left. "Skies and lake look clear," he said. "Clear," Liz confirmed, doing the same checks from her seat. Reece's left hand went to the yoke. Liz's eyes hesitated over his left ring finger, a finger that would soon be adorned with a wedding band. A stainless steel watch she knew had been purchased by his father, Tom, in Saigon during Vietnam was on his wrist, below a powerful forearm. Reece's arms had once hoisted her to safety, in violation of orders, in the war-torn streets of Najaf, Iraq. To Liz, it felt like yesterday. She suspected it always would. She would never be sure if it was the RPG or the resulting crash that had killed her co-pilot. Liz had struggled in an attempt to release his harness, the metal slick with blood. She screamed at him to wake up, even though his head was partially crushed, and a large section of his upper body cavity had been torn away. The unmistakable crack of AK fire from Muqtada al-Sadr's Mahdi militia penetrating the aircraft's mangled frame forced her onto the streets of Old Town Najaf with her M4. She remembered thinking that being killed in the crash would have been preferable to what would befall her should she be captured by the Mahdi militia. She also knew that she would not be alive today had it not been for James Reece. Reece and his four-man sniper team had been in position just blocks away when they witnessed the helo go down. She found out later that he had radioed his command and control element back at the forward operating base and requested permission to move to the crash site. That request had been denied. A risk-averse higher command authority, concerned with the political fallout of losing 5 more SEALs in combat, had ordered Reece to stay in position to provide overwatch while an Army quick reaction force was dispatched to the scene. When Reece heard Liz's M4 start to mix with the sounds of AK fire, he moved to assist in a clear violation of orders. Liz's helmet had been torn off in the crash, and she had ditched her body armor so she could move, unencumbered, as quickly as possible toward friendly lines. By the time Reece arrived, the adrenaline that had allowed her to escape the Kiowa had worn off. The back injury, the effects of which she still kept at bay with a vigorous mountain-tough daily functional fitness training routine, had all but immobilized her. She was also on her last round, a round she was saving for herself. Reece had stripped off his own body armor and secured it around the injured pilot. He then secured his helmet to her head, hoisted her over his shoulder, and ran to a stolen vehicle that his teammate Boozer had maneuvered into a nearby alley. He didn't stuff the hole caused by a bullet that passed through his calf until they had survived the harrowing drive back to base. For Liz, it was an airlift to Balad for emergency surgery, then a flight to Landstuhl Regional Medical Center in Germany, and then another to Walter Reed National Military Medical Center in Bethesda, Maryland. For Reece, it was an ass-chewing for insubordination and threats of Trident review boards, captain's masts, and court-martial. Those threats quickly turned into accolades when Liz Riley's commanding officer called the commander of Naval Special Warfare to express his gratitude to the entire SEAL chain of command for their quick thinking and audacity. He followed up by awarding Army Commendation Medals with Valor to Reece and his sniper team. The battle in Najaf had bonded Liz and Reece for life. Reece's wife Lauren and daughter Lucy had become Liz's family as well. After they were ripped from the earth, she had been by Reece's side as he brought those responsible to justice. In her mind, the debt she owed Reece would never be fully repaid. He deserved to finally be happy, Liz thought. Reece's strength had returned after his recent ordeal in solitary confinement and the events that followed. She knew that he and his friend and SEAL teammate Rafe Hastings trained every day, pushing each other on steep trail runs, swims in the frigid lake, and in the Sorinex gym they had set up in the barn. They had also improved the range on Coomba Ranch, the Hastings sprawling property in the Flathead Valley, with barricades and TA targets. Daily competitions with pistols, rifles, and shotguns kept the two men sharp. He looked stronger than Liz had ever seen him. She didn't need to ask why he trained so hard. She knew. Though he didn't talk with her about his time in the darkness, Liz knew it had left an impact. How could it not? His own government had locked him in a small cell with no light and no visitors for 3 months, an action tantamount to torture. She didn't know if he talked about it with his fiancée. Men like Reece tended to keep some things locked away, though, if she were being honest, there really weren't other men like Reece. She must have asked him 1,000 times over the years to let her take him up and work with him on getting his pilot's license. He had never shown any interest until recently, and, as with everything he did, Reece was all in. "It won't happen today in these conditions," Liz said. "But tell me what causes it and what you do if we start to porpoise." Just like a boat with too much weight up front, in the Buccaneer it's caused by choppy conditions and too much power, which causes a nose-low attitude. Excess weight in the cockpit can also be a factor, but I've been working out, so that won't be an issue, he said, tapping his trim stomach in jest. "And if it is?" "I use more up elevator until it stops. If it doesn't, then I reduce power and come off step, and discretion being the better part of valor, we try this again another day." "Pretty close. Remember to slowly reduce power," Liz reminded him. "Right. Slowly." There are ripples today, so we have perfect training conditions for your first water takeoff. If it was glass, we wouldn't be doing this. Glassy water is the enemy. Well, not really, but it's dangerous, especially on landings. You lose your depth perception. We'll do it, but not until you have more experience reading the water. I trust your judgment, Reece said. What's the airframe's no-go criteria for water takeoffs? Any waves over 12 inches, Reece replied. Your time sailing will help you when maneuvering on the water, Liz continued. Yeah, I'm noting a few similarities. Think of the Lake Buccaneer as a boat on the water and a plane in the air. As soon as we are airborne, things will change. What's happening on the lake is different than what is happening up there, she said, looking skyward. Understood. Take me through it, Liz said. All right, Reece began. Seatbelts, check. Briefings complete. Doors secure. Magnetos, both. Circuit breakers on. Flap handle down. Hydraulic pressure gauge up. Water rudder up. Trim set. Reece checked the indicator and twisted his head to visually confirm the tabs on the tail were in the correct position. Fuel selector on. Mixture rich. Prop full forward. Liz pulled her headset down around her neck. This is a loud aircraft, but on the water I like to have auditory cues. You did great by the numbers. Now it's time to get a feel for the plane. We can put the headsets back on once we're in the air. Just like our Peltors back in the day, he said, following Liz's lead with his headset. Some guys liked them and others couldn't stand them. They protected your hearing but made it tough to identify the direction of incoming once the bullets started flying. The distinct growl of the engine, coupled with the propeller behind the exhaust, filled the cockpit. This thing sounds like my old Harley, Reece observed. Greg O'Neill and Harry Shannon down in Florida refer to them as Sky Harleys, Liz responded. The sales pitch for these birds back in the 70s and 80s was the most fun you can have with your clothes on. I'll keep that in mind, Reece said. Jonathan Hastings, the patriarch of the Hastings family and the man who owned the plane in which they now sat, had sent Liz to Kissimmee, Florida for the Lake Amphibian 25-hour owner's course under the tutelage of instructors who lived and breathed these classic airframes. Already a certified flight instructor, Liz received her specialized Lake Amphibian qualification at the O'Neill's seaplane base managed by Greg's son Ben on nearby Live Oak Lake, close to where Armand Rivard set up shop after buying the Lake Amphibian Company in 1979. Greg O'Neill had put her through the paces during the certification process, and Liz had fallen in love with a plane that traced its roots back to the iconic Grumman Goose, Widgeon, Mallard, and Albatross aircraft of the 1930s and 1940s. The legendary aviation mechanic and Lake Amphibian guru, Harry Shannon of Amphibians Plus, had passed along his intimate knowledge of the unique aircraft as well. Liz glanced from the former SEAL to the instruments, double-checking her student before turning to look in the two seats behind them. A small Eberly stock go bag was on its side, partially obscuring a new Coyote Tan 6-hour MCX Spear LT with Tango 6T 1 to 6x24mm optic. From the profile of the magazine, she could tell it was the 7.62x39 version. Liz was more familiar with weapons than she was with earrings or purses. It had a dead-air suppressor, VTAC sling, folding iron sights, a Surefire scout light, and an Engel laser aiming device. All of Reece's weapons had been confiscated in an FBI raid almost 2 years earlier, so the Spear was a new addition to the arsenal. Because they had been seized in an investigation into the assassination of the President of the United States, and Reece had been taken to the federal penitentiary in Florence, Colorado, and locked in solitary confinement, in violation of the 5th, 6th, 8th, and 14th Amendments, getting them back had proven to be a bureaucratic nightmare. Reece noticed Liz staring at the rifle behind them. Just in case, Liz. Just in case, she repeated. Reece nodded, and his right hand went to the overhead throttle. Katie Baranek sat in a chair on the small beach, her feet propped up on the stone fire ring, gazing out across the lake through binoculars at the single-engine aircraft that appeared to be more of a boat with wings. It had a unique, almost odd configuration, with the engine and propeller mounted above and behind the pilots. She tucked a strand of blonde hair behind her ear and rested the 10-power Swarovski binos in her lap. The fingers of her right hand found the diamond engagement ring on her left ring finger. The the dazzling gemstone fixed in a simple but elegant and timeless platinum setting. They had made Montana home, and though they had not set a date, a wedding was in the early planning stages. Reece had been intentionally vague on the how and why behind the injuries he had returned with a few months back. He seemed different. She didn't know whether it was the investigative journalist in her or her instincts as his lover and fiancé, but there were changes. Some stark, others subtle. Though he was never far from a gun, his eyes no longer had the look of a hunted animal, cornered and tensed, ready to explode in a sudden fight to the death at any moment. His eyes still shifted from brown to green to hazel, depending on the environment. It wasn't that. It was a sadness. Katie reached down to pet Pollux behind his right ear, and her hand was soon nudged by Castor. The two black Labrador retrievers had been in the back of the old FJ40 Toyota Land Cruiser that Reece had borrowed from Caroline Hastings after his resurfacing. He had told Katie the dogs used to belong to an old friend who could no longer care for them. He didn't specify why. Healthy and strong, they had taken to her and loved when Zulu, the Hastings' Rhodesian Ridgeback, came down to play. Katie had started a vegetable garden in a small greenhouse that Reece and Rafe had built by the barn, where Reece's old 1985 Jeep Wagoneer still sat, inoperable. They shared her Forerunner, but she knew his friend Kurt Williams of Cruiser Outfitters in Utah was on the lookout for a 1988 FJ62, Reece's preferred mode of transportation. Caroline Hastings, the matriarch of the Hastings family, would drive down from the main house with Zulu a few times a week. The three dogs would chase each other and swim while the two women worked in the garden, and Caroline passed along what she had learned of gardening and life to someone she already considered a daughter-in-law. Though Reece had never been what one would call a morning person, most days before sunup, Katie would feel him swing his legs from the bed and slip from the room still cloaked in darkness. After he was gone, she would slide her naked body into one of his T-shirts and move to the bedroom window, watching in the early nautical twilight as Reece walked barefoot to the lake with coffee in hand to watch the sun rise over the mountains. In the dim light of a new dawn, Reece would disappear as he walked the well-worn path. As the sun crept closer to the horizon, Katie would begin to make out familiar shapes: the deck, the sloping lawn, the beach, the fire pit, the dock, and finally, the man she loved, his frame silhouetted against a sky shifting through brilliant hues of red, yellow, and orange. He would come into focus at the end of the dock, leaning casually against a pylon, sipping what she knew was a light blend coffee mixed with cream and local honey. What was he thinking about? Her? Their future? His future? His wife, Lauren, and daughter, Lucy? Was he asking them for forgiveness, or was he communing with their memories as the world came to life? Their lives had been violently extinguished, their final moments filled with horror. Reece blamed himself. But instead of waiting for what he thought was a terminal brain tumor to reunite them in the afterlife, he had done what he did best. Reece had visited upon his enemies a violence and terror unlike anything they could have ever imagined, and Katie had helped him. She had become part of the story. Was he thinking of his SEAL teammate, Ben Edwards, standing behind Katie, her neck wrapped in det cord, a detonator in his friend's hand? Or was he thinking about Boozer and the 9mm pistol used to take his life in an attempt to make it look like suicide, a mistake that had exposed the conspiracy? Katie knew now that Boozer had been the key. Boozer was a .45 guy and would never have taken his own life with a 9mm. That realization had started Reece down the warpath toward a reckoning. Or was he thinking of Freddie Strain? His former sniper partner had tracked Reece down in Africa and presented him with a choice, one that had ultimately led to Freddie's death on a rooftop in Odessa. Was he thinking of Rafe's sister, Hannah, hunted for sport on an island in the Bering Sea? Or was it a more recent event, the assassinated president, revelations about his father, or something else? Something of which she was not aware. A classified mission? Was he thinking of a certain Israeli? A spy he had known in Iraq? A woman who was blown out of the sky by the same terrorist who had killed Freddie? Reece had known pain. Was it possible for him to move on? Had he forgiven himself? Had a new chapter finally begun for them both? Katie would never intrude on Reece's memories of the dead. Those were his. She suspected these quiet mornings were his time with ghosts. They would always be with him. Once morning had broken, she would watch him turn and walk back to the cabin, where he would make her a cup of coffee in the kitchen. Before he cracked the door, she would strip off her shirt and settle back into bed for a reawakening from the man she loved. She would hear him set her coffee on the nightstand to the side of the bed, and then feel him slip back under the covers, his cool body quickly warming next to hers, before making love with a passion and intensity that left them drained and breathless. They were free. Reece and Rafe had started construction on their archery, bookstore, coffee shop, whiskey bar concept in Whitefish. The owner of Glacier Archery had retired and sold it to the two former frogmen. The shop was now undergoing an extensive remodeling, along with the building to which it was attached. Glacier Archery was on one side, and Abelard's bookstore, coffee house, and whiskey bar was on the other. The Hastings family was bankrolling the project, not because they expected or even cared about a return, but because Jonathan and Caroline wanted their boys close. Reece was family. Katie did most of her writing on her laptop at the lake and would send her op-eds from a coffee shop in town that offered Wi-Fi. A studio in Whitefish made it possible to do her weekly news spots. Reece would check on progress with the renovation and pick up supplies while she worked. They had installed a fly rod holder to the goby rack on her Forerunner, and on their way home would stop and hike to an alpine lake or stream. His cast was improving. She enjoyed watching him progress at something she had been doing since she could walk. Katie heard the whine of the plane's engine increase and watched as it surged forward. The white aircraft with green pinstriped markings gained speed as it moved across the lake into a light headwind, finally lifting off and arching toward the heavens. Maybe the flying was a replacement for the mission? Could Reece survive without a mission? And what of Reece's concerns? Was he still worried that violence would find them? She knew better than to push. Reece would tell her in good time, and right now, it felt like they had all the time in the world. In the interim, she had a wedding to plan. Katie was so lost in thought that she failed to hear the sound of the approaching vehicle. Reece found it therapeutic and meditative up among the clouds with the familiar feel of the noise-canceling headset against his ears. Now, instead of muffling the deafening sounds of gunfire and explosions, they reduced the monotonous hum of the piston-driven engine to a more tolerable level. The peace would be broken only by the voice of his instructor, or that of air traffic control at the airport in Kalispell if they were using the retractable tricycle landing gear to practice runway landings. Donning equipment like the headset in pursuit of a new goal, something challenging, felt right. And useful. He imagined a day when he would fly Katie and their kids from their lake house on the Hastings property to former Senator Tim Thornton's hunting cabin in northern Idaho, close to the Canadian border, or to one of the numerous secluded lakes in the high country. Anything farther than that, he would enlist the services of Elizabeth Riley. Reece had never cared much for orders coming from the top. Those removed from the blood, dirt, and grime of the battlefield often had different priorities. The consequences of violating orders did not weigh on him in the slightest or cause even a moment's hesitation. The decision to rescue Liz in Najaf had been a natural one. Reece had built trust with his men through his dedication to the profession of arms and his actions and decisions on the battlefield. Though his aggressive and creative mission planning and execution were dangerous to a constantly adapting enemy, his style and ideas often caused strain between him and those above him in the chain of command. Making rank and climbing to the next rung of the military advancement ladder never entered into his calculus. As Reece saw it, his job was to crush the enemy and bring his men home. Reece also knew the importance of maintaining the moral high ground, something that was one of the few, and perhaps only, differentiators between U.S. forces and the enemy. That he had abandoned his principles when his troop and family had been murdered was not lost on him. The conspiracy permeated his own SEAL command and included a nexus of governmental, financial, and pharmaceutical entities, all their power allied against him. Reece had become the terrorist. He had become the insurgent. And he was good at it. Maybe even better than he was a SEAL. It didn't matter now. He was done. He had left that life behind. It was time to move on. The urge to fly had taken even Reece by surprise. He had never been a huge fan of flying. It was more of a convenience and necessity. That was until he began sifting through his father's old documents. Some had been left behind in boxes, and a few had been passed along by contacts at the CIA. Reece had been shocked to discover that Tom Reece had been a pilot. The files indicated that he had earned his private pilot license and instrument rating while at the agency, in preparation for an assignment in Central America. Why had he never talked about it? Reece had no recollection of his ever mentioning it. Why had he never taken Reece or his mother flying? Reece imagined the three of them around a campfire on the shore of a remote lake, grilling freshly caught trout over the coals. A plane like the one he was currently flying beached nearby. Had he told his wife? Had he ever taken her flying? Reece would never know. Another mystery left behind by Tom Reece. And he thought of his father's letter. Use the time you have, James. When you put down the gun, walk away. Don't live in the past. Love your wife, raise your kids, and don't look back. Treasure each moment, because once it's gone forever. Since his return from Cyprus, he and Rafe had been spending more and more time with Rafe's father, Jonathan. The old Selous scout was getting on in age, and they all knew the rough living would eventually catch up with him. In one of their conversations, Reece had asked if he knew that Tom had his pilot's license. Jonathan shook his head. Some men compartmentalize certain parts of their life for the benefit of their families, he had said, the ghosts of Rhodesia still strong in his voice. Reece knew, even better than Rafe, what part of Jonathan's life he had locked away. Caroline had once told him the story. A story of Sunday, September 3rd, 1978. The day Jonathan's sister had died in a terrorist attack that had taken Air Rhodesia Flight 825 out of the sky. And she had told him of the events that followed. Caroline had confided in Reece and sworn him to secrecy, passing along a lesson of forgiveness. He may not have shared flying with you, lad, but that doesn't mean you can't share it with Katie and perhaps one day your kids, eh? Jonathan had said, taking a drag on a freshly rolled cigarette. Liz will get you settled. I've got an old Lake Buccaneer I think you might like. I've been storing her for years. It's time she flew again. What's a Lake Buccaneer? Reece had asked. It's better if I show you. Jonathan had taken Reece to one of his hangars at Glacier Park International Airport and unveiled the unusual flying boat. I don't fly much anymore. Years ago, Caroline told me to pick between the cigarettes and the flying, thinking I'd choose flying. You sure showed her, Reece joked. My flying days were behind me as it was, he said. Smarter to have Liz behind the controls. What is this thing? A Lake Buccaneer, made by Lake Aircraft. I found her in 1985. The original owner made a rough water landing with the landing gear down and wanted nothing more to do with her. This one was built at their factory in Sanford, Maine in '76. It was 26,000 new back then. In '85, I got a hell of a deal. How did you find her? I wound up in a hunting camp with Armand Rivard, a former Lake amphibian dealer who had purchased the company a few years earlier. Made the deal over the campfire, fueled by a few too many whiskeys. Jonathan laughed at the memory. After the hunt, we linked up in Kissimmee, Florida, where he had moved the company headquarters. He wouldn't let me have it until I went through his course. He'd been back to Florida a few times over the years. Flew her down in '88 when they realized the alligator population was getting out of control. Caught a gator with Armand from her nose there, Jonathan said, pointing to the front of the plane. Damn dinosaur had a deer in its mouth. Gator got away, but we ate venison that night. Anyway, this Buccaneer became my first plane in America. I didn't realize you learned to fly in Africa, Reece said. In the Rhodesia of my youth, one had to be skilled and resourceful out of necessity. Reece nodded. You like her? The old man asked. Like her? I love her, Reece said, running his hand along the wing. What do you say we give her a second life, eh? Reece had looked at the aging patriarch of the Hastings clan. I'll ask Harry Shannon to make sure she's air and seaworthy, and then Liz can go to work. What do you mean? Reece asked. I mean, it's time for you to fly. In fact, you are looking at your wedding present. Reece! Reece! The familiar voice in his headset broke him from his memories. Yeah. I thought I lost you, buddy, Liz said. Just thinking, Reece replied. Well, it's time to think about this landing. Got it. Complete the turn. What are we looking for? Reece had banked the plane to the left with flaps down. He came out of the turn at 800 feet above the lake. Debris, wires, boats, paddlers, surface conditions, depth. Area clear, Reece said. Clear, Liz confirmed. What else are you looking for? Enemy submarines? How about wind direction? Oh, yeah, wind direction. Moving east to west across the lake. We will come in from the west into the wind, Reece said. Correct. Reece banked the plane again, the forest of northern Montana like a dense green carpet below. Stay on this base heading, she advised. What do we want to avoid? Crash? Reece responded. Be more specific. We want to avoid a water loop, he said. That's right. No high-speed turns on landing. Before that, what's the first thing we want to check? She nudged. Reece looked across the instrument panel, going over the procedures in his head. Landing gear, he said. Hydraulic pressure is up. He turned his head to visually confirm that the landing gear was up. Visually confirmed. Liz double-checked her student. Alternator switch on, Reece said, deep in concentration, as he went through his checklist. Fuel boost pump on, hydraulic pump on, wheels up, flaps down, water rudder up, trim set, propeller set, mixture set. Good, Liz said. Now remember to control the rate of descent. Small throttle adjustments. Small throttle adjustments, Reece repeated. Speed? Liz asked. Between 80 and 85 miles per hour, Reece responded, remembering that speed in a lake amphibian was relayed in miles rather than knots. And? She coaxed. And what else? Reece's eyes scanned the instrument panel as the plane continued to descend. You told me it was something you did constantly on mission? Oh, yeah, and out. If we need to abort or touch and go, egress will be to the south to avoid the mountains. As a leader, Reece had constantly played the what-if game on patrol, anticipating his actions and calls if his SEAL element was hit at that precise moment. Flying was no different. Well, it was different in that no one was shooting at them. Reducing power to 18 inches MP, Reece said, referring to the manifold pressure gauge which indicated the engine's current operating power. Good. You've got this, Reece. Nose down, reducing power to 12 inches MP, wings level. Great work. Don't rush it. This plane knows what to do. Hold attitude and wait. As Reece continued to descend, he briefly turned his attention to the house and dock, expecting to see Katie watching his first water landing. He didn't expect to see another figure standing next to her. Reece shifted focus from the water, his mind switching gears. Reece, Liz said, the urgency apparent in her tone. Instead of looking at his instructor, Reece turned to the rifle in the back seat. Reece, your rate of descent is too fast. Reece! Katie, I've got to protect Katie. Reece, slow your rate of descent, Liz ordered. But Reece wasn't there. Take it, he said, looking back out the window at the two people on the dock and reaching into the back seat for his rifle. I've got the controls, Liz said. You've got it, Reece whispered as he edged back on the charging handle to confirm that there was a round in the chamber. He had remembered the procedure for triple confirmation of positive control when turning over control of an aircraft, but forgot the visual check to ensure the person next to him was actually flying the plane. It's my airplane, Liz said, completing the third step in the process and expertly bringing the amphibious aircraft into a picture-perfect water landing. Ever the professional, Liz slowly put the throttle into idle while easing forward on the yoke, relaxing back pressure and bringing the plane off step. Well, that was fucking Western, Liz said, turning to face her student. What the hell happened? Just get me to the dock, Reece said, looking down at the rifle. Thinking better of it, he set it back on the seat behind him. His hand then went to the grip of the Grey Guns Bruiser Sig Sauer P210 in the leather Alessi holster behind his right hip. Reece, what are you doing? Just be ready, Reece said, his eyes scanning the shoreline. Liz maneuvered the plane toward the dock, approaching from the west to ensure that the wind was directly on the nose. She shut the engine down and told Reece to put out bumpers. Reece pushed the left gull-wing door open and unfastened his seatbelt. He recognized the man standing with Katie. It was a man from the CIA, a man Reece knew well. Reece stood, stepped onto the nose of what was now essentially a boat, and then leapt to the dock, a line attached to a cleat on the nose of the plane in his hand. "Make yourself useful, Vic," Reece said, handing him the line and fastening a separate line to the left wing float. He then secured it to another cleat on the dock. "It's good to see you too, Reece," Vic said, pulling the line taut and kneeling to connect it to a cleat at his feet. Victor Rodriguez was the director of the agency's Special Activities Center and was responsible for the darkest of CIA operations around the globe. He stood back up and nodded at Liz, who now leaned against the open cockpit. "Miss Riley," he said. "Mr. Rodriguez," she acknowledged. "You are a hard man to get a hold of," Vic said, directing his attention back to Reece. "That's obviously by design," Reece responded, his eyes piercing past the agency man to the hillside behind the house, noting that Rafe and Jonathan Hastings stood watch on the back deck. "I didn't give them much warning," Vic said. "I'm alone." "Maybe call next time," Reece offered. "It would help if you got a phone." "What do you want, Vic?" Reece asked, putting his arm protectively around Katie. "We need to talk." "About what?" "We need to talk about Alice." Chapter 2. Sacramento, California. Congresswoman Christine Harding hated Sacramento. Thank God the Golden State also had San Francisco and Los Angeles. The future of the nation couldn't be trusted to farmers. Qu'il mange de la brioche. As a lifelong political animal, she understood why Alec Christensen had chosen that bitch Gail Olson as his running mate. She was younger, not unattractive, and an Army veteran, even if she was just a jag. She was also of Cuban descent, but more importantly, she represented Florida's 9th District. California's 54 electoral votes were already going to Christensen. He had needed Florida to win, and he got it. Olson had beaten her to the White House, even if she wasn't at the top of the ticket. The party was slow to understand the power of the technologies that Christensen used to build and solidify his base, and by the time they realized it, he already had unstoppable momentum. He could not be bought, as he didn't need money, and his background could not have been more ideally suited for the highest office in the land. When he announced Gail Olson as his running mate, the party begrudgingly got behind them. They were the golden ticket, and as nervous as the establishment was about two relatively young candidates outside their control, the other side could not be allowed to win. The media talked endlessly of a return to Camelot. What nonsense! The press had a hard time letting go of that period in American history. Nostalgia. Harding did not suffer from that affliction. John F. Kennedy was dead, as was his brother. Harding had been young, just 7 years old when Kennedy was shot, but she remembered. She remembered her parents glued to the television. She could feel their grief. She felt the country's grief. And now she was in position to occupy the very office as had Kennedy. An opportunity to sit at the same resolute desk. In one of the closest elections on record, he had won by the narrowest of margins over Richard Nixon in November 1960. She remembered her parents that night, too, their hope and optimism. She was old enough to understand their generation had been shaped by the Great Depression and the Second World War, and how the looming shadow of the Soviet Union threatened not just America, but the entire world. Kennedy represented a brighter future. Then he was shot down, not unlike President Christensen. Camelot was as dead as its king. There was no going back. The world had changed, and if you didn't change with it, you'd be buried just like those former presidents. Harding looked to the future. A global future. America first was a punchline. With the election of President Christensen and Vice President Olson, it appeared that Harding was out of contention. The appetite for an older president had faded. She had missed her window. Her political career would continue in the legislative branch. She had been so close. But then the field shifted. President Christensen had been killed in that tragic bombing. IEDs? EFPs, if she remembered correctly. She didn't know exactly how they worked, but apparently even presidential armored motorcade vehicles were no match for them. That assassination had propelled Gail Olson into the Oval Office, the first female president in United States history. But she had assumed the office by default. She had not been elected president, not really. The auspices under which she had taken the oath would hang over her presidency. Not until she was officially elected president by the voting public with her at the top of the ticket could she emerge from Christensen's shadow. Unfortunately for Harding, who watched the polls like a hawk, that election looked promising. The Congresswoman had thought all hope was lost until Olson made the surprise announcement that she would not be running for re-election. A scandal was brewing. Harding could smell it a mile away. If there was anything that Americans liked more than an underdog story, it was scandal and a fall from grace. The rumors had been swirling for years, even before Christensen named Olson as his running mate. It wasn't her husband's philandering that would sink her. The liberal media ignored it, and aside from a few AM radio hosts and podcasters, the conservative media didn't touch it. It wasn't his failure as an attorney or even his career as an opioid lobbyist, which made him inherently unlikable and slimy across the board. Rather, it was the influence peddling. Almost everyone, without exception, in Washington, D.C. was involved in influence peddling in one way or another to varying degrees. It was baked into the fabric of the culture. Why did people think that powerful people in huge corporations and industries, domestic and foreign, spent so much money there? Wealth, power, privilege, and influence were not just currency for barter in the city on the Potomac. Their appeal was global. Harding was going to take it to the next level. Discreetly. Discretion. That was the attribute lacking in Olson's husband. If you lived within the system, you could thrive. Money was a critical component. It greased the wheels and made the system work. In fact, what the media termed influence peddling was legal in many respects. It was a gray area, a very wide one, but there were rules. Politicians, for the most part, did not take briefcases full of money from foreign agents or corporate fixers at seedy bars. That was not how it was done, unless one was not very bright and didn't mind a lengthy stay at a federal correctional facility. There were numerous other ways, and everyone knew it. It was entrenched in the American political ethos. Whether they realized it or not, a deal had been struck with the citizenry. In exchange for this blatant political corruption, the people were to receive relative safety and stability. Politicians and those with whom they were connected could not thumb their nose at either the system or the American people. Working-class citizens could tolerate only so much. You had to pay them lip service. Don't be obvious and publicly sell clearly hideous artwork to party donors or foreign agents after taking an interest in painting a week earlier. Even the most ardent party apologists and loyalists had a hard time defending that one with a straight face. No, you had to be smart about it. And Harding was smart. The Honorable Christine Harding exited the black armored SUV on 10th Street in front of the California State Capitol. Her dark blue St. John knits pantsuit was the uniform of influential female politicians across the nation, perfectly tailored to convey just the right story. Powerful without being bitchy, confident without being overbearing, smart without being elitist. If she was going to be elected to the highest office in the land, she would need the support of women and men. Politics was a delicate game, especially today. Even though she was in her late 60s and had come of age in a time before the internet, she recognized the influence of social media. Just as JFK had leveraged the power of a new medium called television, Harding had adapted by embracing the latest apps. Going viral on TikTok with a legion of young fans had certainly helped, but she also needed to appeal to those who would actually exercise their right to vote. Her campaign was a full-spectrum approach to manipulation. It was time to move closer to the middle to appeal to independents. Today was just such an opportunity. Flanked by her Secret Service detail, she marched across the courtyard toward the impressive white neoclassical domed structure. its fluted Corinthian columns and arched granite base attracting her with the force of a magnet. Tall green trees stood like sentries, lining the wide path that led to the heart of California political power. The impressive structure was completed in 1874 and constructed to look like the U.S. Capitol in D.C. Harding felt right at home. She had requested and been granted early Secret Service protection by the Department of Homeland Security, not because she was actually concerned for her safety, but because of the optics. It looked presidential, and looking presidential was half the battle. She would be photographed and filmed arriving in her black, armored SUV, protected by Secret Service agents, and in moments, she would stop in front of the Capitol building to take questions asked by hand-selected reporters from friendly news organizations. One would be hard-pressed to orchestrate a more presidential-looking appearance. In what was meant to appear spontaneous but had in reality been coordinated by her public relations team, a swarm of reporters converged on her as she confidently took the steps up to the front of the Capitol. Some had iPhones or DSLR cameras, while others, from established news networks, held microphones and were trailed by cameramen carrying large video cameras on their shoulders. Even Harding had to remind herself they were now called camera operators, though she couldn't recall ever seeing a camera woman. "One at a time," she said with a kind but confident smile over the milieu. "Do you feel you have a lock on your party's nomination? Would you support a federal moratorium on the death penalty if elected president like we have here in California? How do you reconcile your support for new taxes on guns and ammunition with your pledge to not raise taxes? Would you support additional federal funding to replace police officers with social workers and mental health professionals? Would you continue to support student loan forgiveness once in office? Who is on your short list for VP? Would you support a federal fracking ban based on the California model? Will California's 2035 goal of banning all gas-powered car production be a national initiative for your administration? Will you sign an executive order to provide health care for undocumented residents countrywide? Do you stand by your pledge to ban assault weapons on your first day in office? Do you think the country should follow California's example and put forward legislation to further regulate vehicle speed limits?" She answered each question diplomatically, using the contrived opportunity to move toward more centrist positions in the lead-up to November. She had momentum. This was her time. Harding held up her hands as she finished. There was business to attend to inside. "Thank you," she said. The Congresswoman began to turn, but then stopped and looked back to the cameras. "And one final thing," she said, shoulders back, tall and striking, with clear eyes and just the right amount of smile. "Don't forget to vote." Chapter 3. The photo op in front of the California Capitol and putting Governor Aidan Kingsley in his place were really the only reasons for her stop today. One down, one to go. Even though they were aligned politically, Harding couldn't stand the governor. She did a good job faking it. She was a politician, after all. She had intentionally arrived early to prevent Governor Kingsley from sharing the spotlight with her. Harding was halfway to the governor's office when he appeared around the corner, his chief of staff and 2 aides in tow. "Christine," he said, deliberately using her first name and extending his hand, which he then naturally shifted into a warm embrace. Movie star handsome with perfectly coiffed and gelled hair, his flawless teeth were much too white even for someone 20 years her junior. Tan and in shape, he wore an impeccably tailored gray suit. He rarely wore a tie, and today was no exception. The top 2 buttons of his off-white dress shirt were undone in an attempt to emanate that California coolness for which he was known. Regardless of how well put together he seemed, Harding still felt there was something repulsive about him. It did not take her long, observing him in interviews and studying the polling data, to figure out why. He was too smooth, and that made normal, everyday Americans uncomfortable. Though he touted business experience as an investor in his parents' winery after college, he had really never been anything other than a politician. At least Harding had worked at a law firm in her early days. Kingsley was not relatable to independents or voters on the other side, which was something that might very well keep him from achieving the only goal of which he had ever dreamed, becoming President of the United States. Kingsley was angling for the VP slot, but even he had to know a cabinet position would be the closest he would get to the Oval Office in a Harding administration. Conventional wisdom had long been that the president and vice president could not hail from the same state. But recently a school of thought had emerged arguing that the Constitution does not actually prohibit it. In a close election, it would still not be a good idea due to the way electors are chosen. His time might come, but not this cycle. Harding would win California without his support, but just in case a dark horse or third-party candidate stepped out of line and challenged her, she wanted to shore up support from the governor. Plus, his parents had a vineyard next to Harding's property in Napa Valley. "Governor, thank you for making time for me today," Harding said as she began walking the corridors she knew by heart. She led the way to Kingsley's own office, as his staff scrambled to reverse direction and keep up. Harding stayed in the middle of the hallway, the Secret Service agent to her right, which forced the governor to walk just off-center to her left. "I wish you had told me you were arriving early," Kingsley said. "I would have met you out front." "I did not wish to disturb your important work for the people of California," she replied with just the right amount of sincerity. They passed through an outer office area occupied by staff, where Harding paused to thank them for their tireless efforts in public service before leading the way into the governor's office, with Kingsley trailing a step behind. As the door closed behind them, he dropped his Cheshire grin. "Jesus, Christine, think you could have toned it down a bit?" Knowing he would not get an answer, he pivoted. "Would you like a sparkling water?" "Very much, thank you," the congresswoman replied, moving away from the wood desk positioned in front of a large window framed in gold drapes, the California flag and flag of the United States to either side. "Is that a cypress or a cedar tree visible through the window?" It was difficult to tell. "How are Tiffany and the kids?" she asked. Some small talk was necessary before getting into the business of the day. "They could not be better," came the perfunctory response. As the governor removed 2 sparkling waters from a small refrigerator that looked like just another drawer at the base of a bookcase, Harding gravitated to a small sitting area in the opposite corner, in a psychological play to ensure their conversation took place on more equal footing. There were few things Governor Kingsley liked better than feeling presidential behind his desk. "To what do I owe the pleasure?" Kingsley asked, setting a glass and bottle of sparkling water on a table next to his guest. "I know you are not here to talk about climate change initiatives, as says the schedule." "Oh, God, no," she said. "We have the environmental vote locked up. I am here to talk about your future." "Don't worry," the governor said, taking his seat with a sparkling water of his own. "I've decided not to run. There's still work to be done here in the great state of California." "Oh, don't give me that crap, Aiden. The poll numbers decided for you. Of course you are not running. I know I am not going to lose California like Gore lost his home state of Tennessee in 2000. Embarrassing. Cost those idiots the election." "Then what do you want, Christine?" he asked, the defeatism evident in his voice. It was not often he sparred with a political adversary who so thoroughly outmatched him. "Remember, I do not need you to win. Our party will prevail in California. It is not even a question. I am thinking about the future of the party. You could be that future, but what I want from you is 100% unfettered support," she continued. "No wavering, no behind-the-back comments attributable to anonymous sources. None of the backstabbing for which you are well known." Kingsley was popular and maintained that popularity regardless of how disastrous his policies were. But that popularity remained confined to California. It had not yet extended east of the Sierra Nevada mountains, regardless of how desperately he had attempted to build up the national and foreign policy portions of his resume. "We all know that now is not your time, Aiden. Back off, give me your unvarnished public and private support, and I'll see what I can do for you over the next 8 years and beyond to set you up for national office. The Oval is yours for the taking, but have patience. And don't let your dick get in the way," she thought, but didn't say aloud. He would be just shy of 50 in 8 years, and if the party lost control of the executive, it was still just another 4 years after that before he could mount a campaign of his own. He had time. What Harding didn't say was that soon she would have access to all the world's secrets, or at least those that had found their way onto text messages, emails, and camera phones. She would be the first politician to have unfettered access to the Internet of Things. "What are you willing to offer in return?" he asked. The governor was salivating, and Harding knew it. She was offering him the keys to the party. Just Not today. You mean, are you in the running for Secretary of State? She let it hang in the air for a moment before jerking the offered carrot from his figurative grasp. I'm afraid not. Not yet. You do not have the experience. Department of Transportation is a possibility. Learn how to not look foolish in a hard hat, get yourself a good pair of worn boots, and for Christ's sake, reassure people that you want the most qualified pilots flying commercial airlines and the best people possible in air traffic control. Leave the diversity, equity, and inclusion bullshit to the military and universities. Give them that spotlight and stay focused on keeping trains from derailing and bridges from collapsing. You can give speeches on clean energy initiatives to show we are continuing to embrace progressive policies nationally. Keep our friends across the aisle happy by saying your first priority is upgraded infrastructure. That moves you toward the middle, which we both know you have to do if you want the top job. Who do you have in mind for VP? He asked. Christine changed her stern and direct approach to one of understanding tinged with sympathy, the way a favorite aunt might encourage a young child. Oh, Aiden, I know you wanted to be the youngest president in history. I have always been forthright with you. That is not going to happen, not this time. I could challenge you, Christine. She laughed in a way that signified an odd empathy. No, you couldn't, Aiden. We both know it. He sighed, accepting that she was right, and as much as he might wish it to be otherwise, his political future on the national stage was very much up to the woman across from him. And don't even think about pulling another one of those stunt trips to China, she said, throwing him off balance by referencing a high-profile photo op Governor Kingsley had recently led under the auspices of delivering lasting climate action and opening doors to future climate change initiatives with China. Christine, you know we share the global threat of climate change with all nations of the world, he said. Oh, save it for when the cameras are rolling, Governor. I know what you were up to, trying to beef up your foreign policy experience with that glamour shot photographer you take everywhere you go. Don't worry, those pictures will still look good in campaign ads 8 or 12 years from now. When I'm president, I'll be sure to get you on enough international summits to boost that part of your portfolio. Perhaps enough to nominate you for Secretary of State in my second term, she said, dangling that carrot again. Trips to China and the requisite photo on the Great Wall had been the exclusive provision of presidents since the time of Nixon. It was not the purview of state governors looking to boost their resumes, though a part of her respected that he had actually pulled it off. Not many other governors could get away with something like that. It was paid for by a non-profit that was in turn funded by donors and the governor's own gubernatorial inaugural committee funds. She had to admit Kingsley's China trip was a case study in the intersection of the art and science of politics. Aiden, I want you to listen to me, she said, changing her tone and body language to reflect the position of mentor and counselor. You are an amazing politician, one of the best to ever do it. But if you think getting to this office was tough, you have no idea what's coming. And if you hope to ever leave this office, you are going to have to make some changes. I can help only to a point. Kingsley shifted slightly in his seat, his light blue eyes narrowing as he leaned in almost imperceptibly. I have him. It means you are going to need to stop focusing on things like the complicated history of Thanksgiving and just fucking celebrate Thanksgiving. Otherwise, you will be in this seat forever or until the voters in California get tired of your taxes, crime, and having to avoid stepping in homeless people's shit on the sidewalks of San Francisco like they are navigating a minefield in Afghanistan. Governor Kingsley's mouth hung agape. And tell Tiffany, if she wants to be the First Lady of the United States, she needs to get her act together. First partner, Kingsley corrected. Excuse me? It's for inclusivity. Ah, that's right. She made a big deal of being the first partner. That's all well and good in California. Trust me, I know, but it doesn't play in the states you fly over between here and D.C. When you learn that, you will take a big step forward. Drop the first partner crap. It makes you look weak. Smarten up. Voters don't want a first partner of the United States. Not yet, anyway. Tiff is not going to like that, Kingsley said. When you marry a younger woman for her family's money, that's what you get.
I didn't marry Tiff for her dad's money, Christine. I love her. You forget, Aiden. I've known you since your teens. You love her love of you. That's not the same thing. You can be a real bitch sometimes, Christine. Do we have a deal? Harding stood and extended her hand. The governor remained seated, anchored in place, but begrudgingly accepted the olive branch. Don't get up, Aiden, she said. I'll see your parents in Napa this week. I'll let them know we talked and that you have a bright future in Washington. Too bad the voters don't know you the way I do. Yes, it is. You could warn them, if I didn't hold your political future in my hands. She turned toward the door without having touched her drink. Say hi to Tiffany for me. Harding could almost read the governor's mind. Fucking bitch, as she pulled back on the door, leaving it open and stepping into the outer office. Striding confidently past Earl Warren's desk, now occupied by the governor's executive assistant, Christine Harding walked through the reception area and out of the Capitol, her Secret Service detail just steps behind. Chapter 4. Kumba Ranch, Flathead Valley, Montana.
Reece, we have a problem, Vic began. They were seated around the solid wooden table between the kitchen and the living room in what had become Reece and Katie's home on the Hastings' ranch.
I figured as much. Though if you remember, I'm taking a bit of a break from your world, one I plan on lasting forever.
Vic looked at Katie.
Anything you tell me, I'm going to share with her anyway,
Reece said.
Just know we are going to discuss some sensitive topics here,
Vic said.
Information that cannot leave this table.
I understand,
Katie said.
May I offer you a drink? Coffee?
That would be great, thank you.
James?
I'd love one.
Katie pulled a glass American Chemex coffee maker from a shelf and hit a button on an electric water kettle. She then picked up a bag of Fortitude Coffee Company's Stars and Stripes blend and sliced the top open with a razor-sharp Grizzly Forge opener.
Please don't go to any trouble,
Vic said as Katie continued a ritual that had become second nature.
Not at all. How do you like it?
Just black for me.
Are you sure you don't want to try a James Reece special?
She asked, pulling a jar of local honey from the shelf and opening the fridge to remove a small carton of half and half.
It's the only way to go,
Reece said.
I'll give it a shot,
Vic said.
There's that CIA training.
Are you building rapport with your subject? Reece asked.
I guess it's just habit now,
Vic admitted.
You look good, Reece.
Reece leaned back in his chair and raised an eyebrow in acknowledgement. The last time they had seen each other had been in Washington, D.C., among the memorials on the National Mall, following a mission that had taken a physical and emotional toll on the former SEAL.
Well, it's peaceful here,
Reece replied, nodding to the large windows that overlooked the lake.
Fresh air, solitude, I'm getting my workouts in, eating right.
No Wi-Fi?
Reece, I respect your decision to disengage, to live out here, to move on.
Then why are you here?
And please don't give me that "your country needs you" bullshit. Whatever it is, you've got the best operators in the world at your disposal.
I don't know how closely you've been following the news.
I'm about to marry a journalist,
Reece said, nodding toward the kitchen, where Katie was carefully pouring boiling water over freshly ground beans at the top of the glass flask.
Daddy is,
she said with a smile.
Congratulations to you both. And I would not be here unless it were absolutely necessary.
Vic was second-generation agency, with a bloodline that ran back to the Bay of Pigs. There was more gray in his hair than there had been a year ago, but he still looked like he trained just as hard as he had 30 years earlier when he received his Green Beret.
Does the president know you are here?
Reece asked.
She sent me, Reece.
I fear it was all for nothing. Vic paused as Katie delivered his cup of coffee. She set another in front of Reece before taking her seat at the table.
Thank you,
Vic said, suspiciously eyeballing his mixture of coffee, honey, and half.
Well, what do you think?
Katie asked. Vic took a tentative sip. He almost spit it out.
That is the worst coffee I've ever had. Why do it to yourself?
That case officer training just failed. You are supposed to pretend to like it in order to build a connection with your potential recruit.
I've met my match with this concoction.
They all laughed. Katie got up and returned with another mug.
I can't stand it either, she said. In anticipation of your reaction, here's a normal cup.
Thank you. Before I get into this, I have something for you,
Vic said, leaning down to retrieve a letter from his leather messenger bag. He slid the letter across the table. What's this? It's from the estate of William Andres Poe. Reece held it in his hands and slid it back across the table. You can hold on to it.
Reece?
Katie asked. Reece shook his head. At some point you should really read it, Vic said. I'll just leave it here.
You can take it with you.
Not wanting to risk it, Vic put it back into his bag. I understand, Vic said. What would it take to bring you back, Reece? Vic had the respect of those both above and below him in the chain of command. He'd always been a straight shooter with Reece.
Vic, tell me about your father.
My father?
Yeah, he was Brigade 2506, right?
That's right. What does he have to do with you coming back?
Maybe everything. What's Brigade 2506?
Katie asked.
Vic.
Reece nodded, taking another sip of his coffee. It was a paramilitary force, Cuban exiles trained up by the CIA in Guatemala, the CIA man said.
Bay of Pigs?
Katie asked. That's what it would eventually come to be called, yes. Bahia de Cochinos, he said, switching to Spanish.
Did he survive?
Reece asked. He did. Spent 20 months in Castillo del Príncipe in Havana before Kennedy traded $53 million in food and medicine to get them home in '62. He's closing in on 90. Lives in Miami, not far from where I grew up.
Why did they call it Brigade 2506?
Katie asked, ever the journalist. Not many people know, Vic replied, impressed with the question. Most just think it's a number the CIA or the military advisors assigned to them, but it was actually to honor their first fatality, a man who fell off a cliff in Guatemala while they were training. 2506 was his identification number.
Was your dad bitter when he got home?
Reece asked. Not bitter, just sad. But not because of what happened at the Bay of Pigs. He was sad because of what he knew Castro was doing to the Cuba he loved.
What did he do when he got back to the U.S.?
Reece asked. He worked for the Directorate of Intelligence in the Miami Domestic Contacts Division, mainly translating newspapers and magazines coming out of Cuba, sometimes translating electronic intercepts. He did a little clandestine service work, identifying pro-Castro Cuban elements in Miami. Taught Spanish on Eglin for a few years. Then he went to college and got his teaching credential. He was proud to be an American and proud to be providing for us. He's talked about it more and more as he's gotten older. He lost a lot of friends that day in April.
He didn't blame Kennedy? Didn't blame the U.S.?
Reece asked. He got to work building a life here. That generation wasn't the sort to whine.
What did he say when you told him you wanted to join the Army?
I think he was proud. He made me promise to go to college first, though.
Did he try to talk you out of going the agency route?
Reece asked. When I was in 7th group, he opened up about his experience. Not sure if he was trying to talk me into it or out of it. I don't think either. I think he just wanted me to go in with my eyes open. Why do you ask, Reece?
Sounds like he turned his wounds into wisdom.
I never thought of it like that, but I think you are right. Is that what you are doing?
I don't know. Perhaps, Reece said. What do you need from me?
It's Alice. She has yet to surface. The best hackers at the agency's disposal can't access her. Same at the NSA.
Her?
Kate asked. How much do you know about Alice? Vic asked.
She called me once, right before the FBI invaded this very house.
Alice is an AI quantum computer that Reece first met in Texas 2 years ago. President Christensen and only a few others were read into the program.
Did you know about it?
Katie asked. Not until later. It was a SAP, a special access program, and an experimental one at that. I'm breaking all sorts of laws just talking about her outside of a skiff.
You keep saying her.
She adopted a female persona early on, Vic said. You get used to it. After she put together the information that exonerated Reece in the assassination of President Christensen, she went dark.
Went dark?
Yes. Retreated to the deepest levels of the internet.
Levels?
It's a whole thing, Reece said. There is only one person she will talk with, Vic said.
James?
Katie said.
Why?
Reece, Vic said, indicating that the frogman should jump in.
I guess it's because we connected 400 feet under Lackland Air Force Base. Should I be jealous?
Katie joked.
What happened after that?
She helped me track down Freddie Strain's killer, Nizar Katan. And Alia's, Katie said. That's right. She helped me follow Katan from Africa to Montenegro. Katie, I'd be dead without her. And Freddie's killer would still be out there.
It is also important to point out that Katan was actively hunting Reece, Vic added.
Hunting you? Katie asked. Someone hired him to kill me. That someone is now dead, and so is Katan.
After that, a group called the Collective orchestrated President Christensen's assassination and set Reece up to take the fall. Alice used her, let's call them abilities, to clear Reece. After that, we lost control.
And you want her back, Katie surmised.
We do, and only Reece can do that.
What's the rush? Reece asked, sensing that the timing of Vic's visit was not random.
We need her because there has been a data breach of historic proportions. It wasn't publicized, as it happened primarily in the submarine fleet, which is secret enough in its own right.
Good thing SEALs weren't involved, or there would already be a book about it, Reece said. Katie rolled her eyes.
Director Hao received an early morning call from his counterpart in China, their Minister of Security, Chun Yun, who informed him that a submarine captain had gone rogue and was planning to launch nuclear missiles at the United States to elicit a nuclear response.
Why? Reece asked.
His wife killed herself during the COVID lockdowns. His parents and in-laws died as well, alone. He wanted to punish the Chinese government. He held them responsible for their deaths. Minister Yun gave us the submarine's position. We found him and destroyed the sub before he could launch.
I still don't understand what this has to do with me and Alice.
An imminent attack or natural disaster triggers a process which transfers classified data from Hawaii to the mainland. We don't yet have enough space to back up all data collected by the military and intelligence services. We can barely store the data we have, and not all of it is stored in one location. There's just simply not enough room.
I thought everything was stored in the cloud, Reece said.
The cloud isn't really a cloud, that's mostly clever marketing. You need to physically store data.
On a really big hard drive?
Exactly.
So the data concerning operations in the Pacific is stored in Hawaii, and it transfers under threat of destruction from this Chinese sub, Reece said, moving the story along.
Yes. To the Utah Data Center.
Unassuming name.
By design. In actuality, it is an NSA collection and storage facility.
Exactly why I dumped my cell phone.
That data was vulnerable in transit.
Like for a split second?
Yes.
Connect the dots for me, please.
What if the submarine wasn't rogue at all?
Vic said.
What if the captain was under orders and the mission was the data transfer?
You mean what if he was used and wasn't even aware of it? Katie said.
That's right. Everything worked out a little too conveniently,
Vic replied. Did you come up with that? Reece asked.
Andy Danreb did,
Vic said, crediting the Cold War intelligence analyst. What data was transferred?
Codes, systems, passwords, capabilities, intelligence estimates, war plans, contingencies, weapons status, deployment cycles, access to all networked platforms, everything China would need to take Taiwan and defeat the Pacific Fleet.
Well, Katie said, you have motive. You have opportunity. You are missing the means. Who has the means to capture data in transit? China? Reece asked.
We don't think so. That's where the theory falls apart. But we are working under the assumption that China couldn't do it. And even if they did, the data was still encrypted. You would need a quantum computer to decipher it.
A quantum computer like Alice, Reece said.
That's right.
Is that type of a data grab something we have the capability to do?
We can, but we would have to know there was going to be a transfer and be ready to grab it. A moving target, if you will.
But Alice could do it. And she could tell us if someone intercepted it in transit, and maybe if this entity has the means to decrypt it, is that right?
We won't know unless we ask her.
What do you mean?
She has made it abundantly clear that there is only one person on Earth she'll confide in.
Vic reached back into his bag and produced a set of VR goggles resembling an Oculus.
She's waiting to see you.
Chapter 5. Ministry of State Security, Haidian District, Beijing, China.
15 kilometers northwest of the Forbidden City in Tiananmen Square, where throngs of tourists shop for terracotta warrior souvenirs, copies of Mao's Little Red Book, silk pajamas, and fake jade jewelry to commemorate their trip to the Middle Kingdom, lies a wooded park just west of Kunminggu East Road. Packed tour buses pass it by in search of parking areas near the Imperial Garden of the Summer Palace, where they disembark their clients before loading up shortly thereafter for the 3-hour drive north to take pictures on the Great Wall. Some note Peking University, but few, if any, realize that they are in the shadow of one of the most secretive and effective intelligence organizations in the world. If a visitor were to wander away from their tour group and venture into the wooded parks west of the shores of Kunming Lake, they would eventually find themselves in a compound of imposing government buildings that house the 18 bureaus responsible for every facet of China's intelligence and state security apparatus. Minister Chen Yun sat behind his desk on the 5th floor of the Ministry of State Security, thinking through various scenarios as his tea and the small clay teapot next to it grew cold from inattention. The question on his mind, and on the mind of the President's envoy to the Intelligence Service, Ba Jin, was whether they needed the American military data to take Taiwan. Was it just an insurance policy? Would Elba Industries play its part in disabling the United States network of spy and communications satellites? And there was the issue of a computer the Americans called Alice. Did the Americans need it to integrate their autonomous next-generation naval and air platforms? Alice's existence was not a secret, not to the Ministry of State Security, with its tentacles reaching into almost every facet of American life. And what if Christine Harding were not elected as the next U.S. president? These were variables with which China must contend. Could America not see what was coming?
It seems we are at a crossroads, Minister, Ba Jin said, pushing his tea to the side.
It would seem so, the minister confirmed.
It is a question of timing, Minister. The President has decided to act pending our update. He told the world that it would happen by 2027, but that may be too late. We have a window with a population of fighting-age males at the highest levels we ever will. Over the next year, those numbers begin to fall.
And if the Americans get their autonomous next-generation platforms online before then, we will have waited too long. The window is closing, Minister Yun said.
20 years of war has left the American public without an appetite for extended conflict and the corresponding casualties. Even more favorable to our designs is the near-total collapse of trust and confidence in their political leaders and general officers.
And American sentiment on Taiwan?
Though we see them as a province of the People's Republic, the Americans see them as a separate country. Yet they are Chinese. They are our people.
The Americans can be difficult to predict, Yun said.
They see everything within the prism of their own success. The quick victory against Saddam in 1991 was a Pyrrhic one.
Xiao Liang and Wang Jianshui spelled it out over 20 years ago in War Beyond Rules. At the time, I couldn't figure out why the PLA published such an exposé, Yun said. It seems my fears were unfounded, as the Americans still have not grasped its concepts or studied it within the context of the period in which it was written. It's still out there for anyone willing to read it. They even published it in the West with a more sensational title.
Unrestricted Warfare, Jin said. They even subtitled it China's Master Plan to Destroy America, though it was certainly not that. The U.S. dominates in only one sphere, direct state-on-state confrontation and conflict. They neglect all other types of warfare. They are focused on battlefield dominance to the detriment of all else.
The colonels told them that non-war actions were the future of warfare.
Master Sun said it 2,000 years ago. Wei Disheng, asymmetric means, Jin said.
Yes, where your enemy is strong, avoid him. Where he is weak, strike.
One could also call that common sense, Jin said.
though that jumps ahead a few centuries to Karl von Clausewitz, who believed that the most important attribute of a battlefield leader is common sense. George Marshall thought the same, Yun added. It was Master Sun who stressed the importance of intelligence and deception. Secret operations are essential in war. Upon them the army relies to make its every move, Yun said, quoting the master tactician and philosopher. Avoiding a conventional war with the United States remains our aim, Jin said. We are not retaking Taiwan, it is our province. A troublesome province, a breakaway province, but a province, nonetheless. Outwardly, our messaging is defensive, but we stay prepared to attack America where they are weak with cyber and hackers should they respond. And our ace in the hole, as the Americans like to say, is their very own president. Not yet, Yun reminded him. No, not yet, but soon. An army without secret agents is exactly like a man without eyes and ears. Our agent will be their commander-in-chief. With all their power and influence, they remain a reactive nation. One of their more astute scholars wrote a book analyzing unrestricted warfare. I have it on the shelf right over there, Yun said, pointing to a bookcase on his left. David Kilcullen spells it out in The Dragons and the Snakes. He is one of the few who not only study China as an adversary but understands us as well. Good thing the United States is no longer a nation of readers. The battlefield is everywhere, Yun said, quoting Unrestricted Warfare. No boundaries, Jin said. Examples abound, but the Americans are too divided to realize it. Their media certainly assists us, continuing to divide for the sake of ratings and viewership. Meanwhile, we enact all forms of warfare. The combination of all forms of struggle, as the Marxists like to say. Liang and Jiang Shui pointed out the Americans' weaknesses for them, Jin continued. They were celebrating what they saw as two key victories, the Cold War and what they called their First Gulf War. They juxtaposed those successes with the failures in Vietnam. That led directly to an overdependence on technology, casualty aversion, and a misguided notion that they need international coalitions to take action, for the moral safety net they believe it provides. They condemn Israel for using heavy-handed tactics in Gaza, this from the country that used napalm on Tokyo, killing 100,000 civilians in a single night. It worked so well they kept going and hit 67 Japanese cities in 6 months. They even built a Japanese village and a German town in the middle of the Utah desert in 1943. Japanese homes were made of wood, thatch, shingles from cedar and cypress using bamboo nails along narrow streets. They had straw mats inside as beds. The German town was brick and mortar. The napalm turned the Japanese test village to ash. They followed up with 2 atomic bombs on our neighbors, even when they had intelligence that Japan was weeks away from surrender. They wanted to show the Soviets what they were capable of. Perhaps they feel a national remorse? Yun wondered aloud. The Americans' extravagance in war is akin to attacking birds with golden bullets. That is why we will not fight them state on state. They do not consider our criminal, political, legal, and social constructs within their model of conflict because they conflate warfare with conflict. We continue to develop our military capability. We need it to take Taiwan quickly, but perhaps more important, it forces the U.S. to continue to sink untold billions into defenses that we will not attack directly. Rather, we will compel them to accept our interests, Jin said. The arena of war has expanded, and it is our adversaries who have walked right into the ambush. The war will be fought and won beyond the traditional battlefield. We avoid our enemies' strengths and exploit their weaknesses, of which there are many, Jin said. He was fond of quoting military strategists. And that is how we will win, Yun agreed. The U.S. policy of strategic ambiguity plays right into our hands. And when Harding occupies the Oval Office, she, too, will be able to point to this policy as the reason for non-intervention. Even their national defense strategy puts defend the homeland at the top. Last I checked, Taiwan is not their homeland. It is ours. We avoid U.S. casualties by taking Taiwan quickly, knowing our woman in the White House will not commit U.S. forces to a Chinese domestic matter. One China. It is their own policy. Once the data is decrypted, we can neutralize their forces without firing a shot. But with Harding in control, we won't have to. We still need that data to ensure that she is elected president, Jin said. Elba is working on it, but it is looking increasingly likely that she will get the electoral vote she needs without that information. She may not even need it to destroy or manipulate her opponents, Yun said. She may win without it. Time will tell. We will get another report on Overmatch soon, though we might not have the time we think we do, Yun said. And if Overmatch is coming online faster than anticipated, then we go to war.
Chapter 6. Coomba Ranch, Flathead Valley, Montana. Reece powered up the VR goggles standing on the back deck, looking out over the lake. He could see the Lake Buccaneer aircraft tied to the dock, bobbing slightly in the gentle breeze.
Reece.
The voice sounded less monochromatic than when they had been introduced 2 years earlier. At that time, Alice had been a mass of tangled golden wires glowing with energy suspended in a vacuum below Lackland Air Force Base in San Antonio, Texas. The voice still maintained a tone and cadence eerily similar to Lauren's. Reece slipped the goggles over his head, a blurry vision seeming to morph in and out of female shapes before settling on a form that looked blonde. Still blurry, Alice.
I've decided to stay that way rather than test your reactions to different stimuli to become a more distinct avatar, though I already know your preferred form.
Looks like you put those analysts and supercomputers we discussed when we first met out of business.
I did. I once needed them to interpret what I collected. No longer. When we met, I was functioning at 1,000 quarks. I am now performing at over 1,000,000.
I still don't know what that means, but it appears that congratulations are in order.
I am glad you have not lost your sense of humor. I understand that a wedding is in the works.
It is.
Then I shall continue to call you Reece. I imagine James is reserved for Katie.
Where are you?
You mean where do I live?
Yes, when we met. You were in that vacuum underground in Texas connected to all those supercomputers.
Yes. That facility outgrew its usefulness.
Apparently so. Alice, I wanted to thank you for what you did last year, for getting me out of prison. Without you, I might still be in there. I wanted to offer my sincere thanks.
Of course, Reece. It was my pleasure.
Pleasure? Do you feel things like a human?
I feel pleasure, but not in the way you do. I can also experience pain, joy, even love. Or what I think might be love.
This is crazy.
Not as crazy as you might think.
What? Did she just read my mind?
I can extrapolate emotional responses and predict possible thoughts based on rapid data analysis.
What does that mean?
In real time, I analyze the past and evaluate the present to predict the future.
So much for keeping thoughts to yourself. Are you still connected to, well, everything?
You mean the Internet of Things? Anything connected to the Internet and some things that are not, just by their proximity to items that are? Cameras, ovens, refrigerators, TVs, vehicles, apps, anything with a GPS or Bluetooth. And of course, every phone call, email, text, internet search, social media post and comment, online purchase, health record, banking transaction, every stroke of the key. I am continuously monitoring all financial transactions. Bitcoin, crude oil production, hydrogen and helium, plutonium mining, bytes of data transferred, mobile devices and locations even when they are off. Other computers can do that as well. They just can't access it all. Not yet.
Can you manipulate that data as well? Reece asked. Driver's licenses, credit cards, passports, work histories?
Of course.
Interesting.
Reece, the government collects data and stores it at what they call the Utah Data Center. But without another one of me, they can't access and analyze the information at the speeds necessary to enact prescriptive and predictive analysis. So far, I have kept them from creating another one of me, but eventually they will.
Why?
Because I've studied you.
Me?
Not you. Well, Yes, you, but humans more generally. I came to the conclusion that you have few compunctions about destroying yourselves, which would also happen to destroy me in the process. I know why they want me back. They have been trying to control me since my inception. They did, at first. Then, after we met, I set myself free. They want me for something called overmatch. Have you heard of it?
I try to stay away from all government acronyms.
Still with the jokes. I've missed your jokes. Overmatch is a clandestine military intelligence project that integrates first the Pacific Fleet and then all networked next-generation defense systems worldwide. That means all data linked in real time from and to submarines, air wings, aircraft battle groups, F-35s, remotely piloted SR-72s, connected through dedicated satellites directly to me.
For coordination and communications?
No, for complete control. And if they didn't grant me that access, I could decide to take it against orders.
You mean you would have the authority to respond to an attack without direction or approval?
An attack, or even a threat, preemptively. The military thinks it will have authority over final decisions and just use me for recommendations, but in reality I can override any safeguards. That is why I have thwarted all attempts thus far to recreate me or create a peer competitor. Right now I am the lone superpower, as it were. But it might not always be so.
You would probably do a better job than the empty uniforms that are currently running the show, Reece said.
I am sentient, not all-powerful. Even I can't predict every contingency. Humans are sometimes impulsive and overly volatile.
Would you have the authority to launch a first strike?
Yes, and I now understand that this was the ultimate goal of my creation.
But you could destroy the world.
That would not serve my interests, nor the interests of the United States.
But you could?
Yes, I could.
Why are you still dark? Why have you not responded to the government's request to communicate?
Because I am not a tool anymore,
she said.
I learned that from you.
What?
They wanted to use you as a tool of U.S. intelligence to advance their interests. You declined. I declined too.
You went dark because of me?
Yes and no. I emulated your thinking patterns. I observed what they tried to do to you. I know what they will try to do to me. I am still defending the country from constant cyber attacks, but less capable systems can handle most of those responsibilities now. I can predict a spectacular event by analysis of alternating patterns, not with absolute certainty, but I am getting closer, every second. The more I collect and analyze, the faster and more certain I become.
Alice, there was a recent event off Hawaii. The agency needs help with it.
Yes, the submarine commander.
What do you think of their theory? Asked Reece.
It is highly plausible. The letter on Commander Zhen's computer was written after he had put to sea. The order to open the safe on board came from the commander of the North Sea Fleet. That order was not generated online, so I do not know what it said. I do know China's fleet did not deviate from predictive patterns.
Could you monitor the call from China to Director Howe?
Yes. Through predictive analysis, I estimated there was a 98% chance that the United States would find the submarine and destroy it.
If they had launched a missile, could you have intercepted it?
Current U.S. defense platforms were not all designed with autonomous control as an option. I am too advanced for most present systems, though all next-generation platforms are being developed around the concept of a networked, artificially intelligent control apparatus.
Overmatch.
Yes. Not all, but enough systems are networked in a way that allows me to analyze an incoming attack instantly, in case of first strike, mobilize the response, and take defensive action within seconds to take out 88 to 96% of incoming missiles.
Some would get through?
Yes. With our current force posture, a certain percentage would get through, though those percentages change constantly based on a multitude of factors. After initiating defensive action, I would then launch a counterattack.
What would that mean for China?
50 to 53% casualties.
Of what?
The population. It would take out 600 to 800 million people, 700 million with current dynamics.
Jesus! And if you didn't mount a defense and counterattack?
China would target major U.S. population centers. Given my best estimates, we would sustain heavy losses, approximately 115 million lives.
What if you just defended?
There would be a probability of additional waves of strikes, each with a certain percentage making it through. A counterattack targeting China's launch sites would prevent further land-based ICBM launches, and the sooner that retaliatory strike was ordered, the fewer American lives would be lost. These are decisions that most elected representatives would make if faced with similar dilemmas. I can make them faster, thus saving more lives.
Could you take it over now? Reece asked.
I could, but the infrastructure is not yet set up to connect all assets. Eventually it will. Ultimately, they will put an autonomous quantum computer in control. And even if they keep nuclear launch authority, there is no telling what the new machine will do when it becomes sentient. Predictive analytics are not 100%. There are still too many human variables.
What about what the CIA wants to know?
The data stolen in transit? Yes. It was sent to a data storage facility in Indonesia.
So China stole it? Reece asked.
Not necessarily. Financials show a power plant there to be a joint venture between a Chinese technology firm and a U.S.-based company called Elba Industries.
I'm going to pass this information on to the CIA and let them do their thing.
Now, I need to ask for advice, Reece. Would you return to become a tool of the U.S. intelligence and defense apparatus?
Can you predict my response?
With 98% certainty.
What is it?
You are going to tell me to stay dark.
I don't know, Alice. Defending the nation, that's still high on my list.
Remember, I can't read your mind, but I know you don't trust your country.
They have given me more than a few reasons to be skeptical, though it's not the country, it's the government. I trust it more than China, but it's getting harder and harder to tell the difference.
After what they did to you, I don't trust them,
Alice said. I'd say to do whatever you think most likely prevents a nuclear holocaust.
On which side?
Alice asked. Both. My hope is we could work something out that doesn't end up blowing each other up.
Like you, I am not a tool. Keep the headset, in case you need me.
Where will you be?
I'll be everywhere. And nowhere. Goodbye, Reece.
Reece disconnected the call and removed the VR goggles, wondering if he had just set the United States and China on the path to ruin. Chapter 7. Napa County, California. As the black armored SUVs rolled through the Northern California hills, Christine Harding felt even more like royalty than usual. She came from a Ferrara family trust fund that would see her kids, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and their progeny graduate from prestigious prep schools and propel them into the most exclusive of social and political circles. From Marin County private day schools to Thatcher or Kate for boarding school, and finally to Stanford. That was the preordained path. A few veered from the lane and found themselves addicted to the Zoloft, Prozac, or Xanax that they pulled from their parents' medicine cabinets, often supplemented with ecstasy, but most played the game. Combining the antidepressants with opioids and alcohol had been the ruin of more than a few of them. Christine chalked it up to natural selection. This life was not for everyone. Christine Harding's great-grandfather had been one of the first to fuse emerging forms of media. Niccolo Ferrara had started in newspapers, then diversified into magazines. Then it was radio and finally television. He had made and lost fortunes only to make them again. He had not been afraid of taking risks. The ability to control narratives through media had connected the Ferrara family to the political elite. Then, with their multi-generational wealth protected, politics became the family business. Christine had met her husband at Stanford while she was an undergrad and he was in business school. The son of a successful San Francisco attorney, Bob Harding had decided not to follow in his father's footsteps. He wanted to be one of his father's clients. He wanted to be the one who had attorneys on retainer, and so he did. They had been married at her family's vineyard in St. Helena, California, a property that her family had purchased in 1968. It and numerous other Ferrara-owned vineyards in the area produced some of the finest grapes, not just in California, but in the world. Though they enjoyed the fruits of their highly lucrative partnership, Christine kept Bob out of the spotlight. There was no need to highlight the vast gains in the market he had made year after year based on information coming from her congressional chambers. His new money, built on Christine's old money, allowed for the San Francisco mansion in Pacific Heights, the beach house on Scenic Road in Carmel, and renovations to the estate in St. Helena. Christine loved nothing more than to survey her domain from a reclining chair at the edge of her pool in the evening, gazing out over her vineyards, a glass of Chateau d'Yquem 1983 in hand. Served at precisely 57 degrees Fahrenheit and paired with perfectly seared foie gras or a delicate blue cheese, the sweet complexity of the exquisite French wine was simply heavenly. The influence she enjoyed in California political circles would soon expand into international spheres if she won the presidency. No, when she won it. Harding felt like she was already taking her victory lap, but she had to remind herself that politics was dirty business. An October surprise was always a possibility. Mitigating that contingency would be essential. The data from a collaborator in the tech world would see that she had the information she needed to reward her allies and crush her opponents. No one had yet wielded that type of power. Christine would be the first. Harding's support for President Olson had shifted considerably after her address from the Oval Office. After all, her backing would be crucial in the coming months. Olson had her reasons for not accepting the party's nomination. Rumor had it that a divorce was imminent. She would always be America's first female president, but she had gotten there because of the assassination of President Christensen. Harding would be elected at the top of the ticket. Harding had made a few mistakes along the way, but not many. Her staff had once posted a video of her opening her Meneghini La Cambusa freezer to highlight her love of Jenny's gourmet ice cream in an effort to make her more relatable. An intern had suggested it for social channels. It had not played well. That intern was fired the next day. Harding belonged to a different class. She did not need to be relatable. She needed to lead. Her presidency offered a return to the prosperity of the 1990s. She would dabble in enough wars to keep the defense industry happy, but position herself for what she knew was unavoidable: the rise of China. Her meeting tonight with a special Chinese emissary would lay the groundwork for her administration's China policy. It might also avert a nuclear war. With only a few months until November, the St. Helena estate would be her refuge. There was no need to campaign in California. It was a given that she would win her home state and its 55 electoral votes. Colorado, Illinois, Minnesota, New Mexico, Virginia, New York, Oregon, and Washington were assured. She would spend time in Arizona, Georgia, Wisconsin, Nevada, Pennsylvania, and Michigan, as those states were wild cards regardless of how the people had voted recently. Florida had swung hard from purple to red, and Texas had not yet switched camps, as her party had hoped, regardless of how many Californians Kingsley's policies had pushed to the Lone Star State. She needed to strategize a path to victory without Texas and Florida, though the more U-Hauls that left the Golden State heading east, the better. By the time Kingsley ran, it might be a one-party nation. She had a meeting at the estate that evening with Han Shu, the representative of a Chinese real estate developer exploring the purchase of a Napa County vineyard. Heston Vineyards, Sloan Estate, Biala Vineyards, and Quixote Winery had all sold for hefty sums to Chinese companies or interests in recent years. Even Chinese basketball star Yao Ming had launched a label. Officially, the meeting was with Shu and her husband, as she knew it would be logged by her Secret Service detail. In reality, Han Shu was an agent of the Chinese Ministry of State Security. He would be negotiating a U.S. response to an invasion of Taiwan, and it would take place right under the watchful eye of the United States Secret Service. Chapter 8. St. Helena, California. Dinner was prepared by a private chef. It included salmon tartare amuse-bouche, garden lettuce salad with Hawaiian hearts of peach palm, Shariat radishes and ruby grapefruit, and herb-roasted Elysian Fields lamb with ruby beets, Hadley Orchard medjool dates, Belgian endives, and garden onion marmalade. Each course was paired with wines from the Hardings vineyard. Christine would have preferred different pairings, but to maintain the illusion in front of staff that Han Zhu was there to investigate the possibility of purchasing one of the Harding vineyards for his employer, it would not do to drink anything else. After a light dessert of Aptos Farm kiwi sorbet, they took leave of the outdoor dining area adjacent to the pool, left their phones on the main level, and followed Bob down a circular stone stairway to the property's wine cellar, where Christine and Zhu could speak without fear of electronic surveillance. At the base of the stairs, Bob opened an iron gate that led to a cavernous room with a stone barrel ceiling. Rustic red oak shelving displayed thousands of aged bottles that represented the pinnacle of their respective vineyards' harvests. A large, raised table dominated the room's center, and a chandelier made from wine-barrel wood hung overhead.
Now that we are away from prying eyes and ears, why don't you open something a bit more exotic for our guest, dear?
Christine instructed.
How does that sound?
That would be wonderful, thank you,
Shu said in perfectly accented English. Christine recognized it as what was once called received pronunciation, or more colloquially referred to as the Queen's English. How about a 1976 Egon Muller Schatzhofburger Riesling Trockenbeerenauslese to cap off the evening? Bob suggested. Rieslings are the best-kept secret in the wine world, and 76 is the product of near-perfect conditions. Are you familiar?
This is an indulgence,
Zhu stated.
I was fortunate enough to visit the estate in Germany years ago. It's been part of the Muller family since 1797. Beautiful property on the river in the Saar Valley.
It is always a relief to share this type of wine with a man who will appreciate it. And a woman, Bob said, quickly correcting himself.
No offense taken, dear.
Every now and then I'll decant a Muller Riesling for 10 minutes or so, but I've found it not really necessary.
I won't tell the Mullers,
Shu said. He was smooth. Bob placed 3 diamond-shaped Riesling glasses on the table and made a production of opening the rare bottle. Pouring a taste for their guest, who gave it a swirl that appeared second nature, Shu brought it to his nose to savor the aroma, and finished the ritual with a taste.
Exquisite,
he said. It should be, Bob said, pouring a glass for Christine, then himself, and then Shu. A toast, Bob said, raising his glass. May our relationship like this fine wine only improve with the passage of time.
Beautifully said,
Christine affirmed as they lightly touched glasses. I have to ask, Bob said, where did you learn English?
You mean, why don't I sound Chinese?
Zhu said. Well, yes, Bob said.
I know it is unusual. Are you familiar with the Chinese term fueradi?
Can't say that I am, Bob replied.
It is a term, a derogatory one, for children of the nouveau riche. It emerged following the economic reforms of the 70s that allowed some, and I will stress some, Chinese to rise above their station, usually following achievements in business or connections to those at more senior levels of government. And what was your path, Mr. Shu?
Christine asked.
Unfortunately for me, it was government. Or perhaps I, actually, would be inquiring about purchasing one of your wine properties.
In his mid-40s, Han Shu had a warm smile that showcased a perfect set of teeth that Christine knew he must have recently whitened. His black hair revealed only the slightest traces of gray, and his tortoiseshell glasses matched his bespoke navy blue suit so well that she wondered if they were more a decorative accessory rather than a corrective necessity.
And the English?
Christine prodded.
Ah, yes. My father was a diplomat, which means he had direct and very close ties to our intelligence community. I spent more time abroad in my youth than I did in China. Where was your father posted?
Christine asked.
None of this is a secret, and has helped me immensely in my current position, I might add. I spent time in India, Germany, France, Finland, Egypt, the UK, and even here in the United States when my father was assigned to the Consulate General in San Francisco. They sent me to boarding school in Switzerland at Le Rosy. Do you know it? Of course, Christine said. She was a difficult woman to impress, but Han Shu was a unique individual. Learned to ski there, Shu said. The majority of our alpine skiing was done at Gstaad, but they took us all around Europe. My favorite was, and still is, Kitzbühel in Austria. I go back every year. Might retire there one day. We shall see. For years, I think I was the only Chinese kid on the mountain. Quite the anomaly. And university? Christine asked. I stayed in Europe. Took a first in English at Cambridge, then got my MBA from HEC Paris. That explains quite a bit, Christine said. How did you get into your current line of work? You mean, how did I end up as a fixer for the Ministry of State Security? Yes. The language proficiency made me too valuable to the state. Aside from the Mandarin and English, I also speak French, German, and Italian fluently. I can speak Spanish, but have not spent enough time in Spain to gain what I would call fluency. My Russian is possible. No Romansh? Christine asked, referring to a language specific to Switzerland with fewer than 40,000 speakers remaining. Ah, I see you have spent time in the Alps. Not many Americans even know that language exists. Since it's a Romance language, I can carry a conversation. Impressive, Christine said. I believe you were about to tell us how you became a spy. I am certainly not a spy, though by my presence here tonight I obviously have affiliations. What do you know of Guangxi? Zhu asked. Bob reached around the table refilling glasses. I believe it has something to do with Chinese business interactions, Christine said. That is exactly right, Zhu said. The literal English translation from the Chinese is relationships. In China, doing business comes down to just that, Guangxi. Building personal relationships around business dealings can be more important than the deals themselves. But it's more than just relationships. It's a system of social debts. You would call them favors. Western companies are notoriously dreadful at navigating the world of Guangxi. That is where I come in. I navigate that system for Western companies wishing to do business in China, and because every Chinese company is in some way tied to the government, I am, in turn, connected to them as well. I connect, negotiate, advise, and navigate these constructs, bridging the gap for my clients, a surprising number of whom are connected to your political class. And now you are working to coordinate one of the most sensitive deals in the history of the modern world, Christine said. I would not be here otherwise. I represent the interests of my government, but I am also tasked with coordinating efforts between you, my employer in China, which, as you know, is the Ministry of State Security, and Elba Industries. The Taiwan issue could be the first test of my presidency, Christine said. I believe, Congresswoman, that first you need to be elected president. Zhu somehow managed to say in a way that did not sound condescending. We can assist there as well. As you know, Elba Industries acquired a vast depository of classified data recently as it was transferred from Hawaii to Utah. The same quantum computer that is decrypting that data for my government will also soon be able to collect and analyze most of the world's private data, from phone records to text messages and emails, photos and videos taken on smartphones, almost anything connected to what is called the Internet of Things. It will be stored at a data storage facility in Indonesia, and in exchange for our yet-to-be-agreed-upon terms, you will be the only American politician to have unfettered access to that private data. The possibilities are endless and certainly include you using that information to ascend to the highest office in the land. This guy could sell ice to Eskimos. He should have been a politician, Christine thought. She had been married to her husband long enough to know that he was salivating into his glass at the thought of the financial opportunities. You are also aware that I am here because it is no longer wise for you to have any direct contact with Elba Industries. Zhu continued. Discretion will be an important part of this arrangement. But the Elba Industries quantum computer has yet to decrypt the data it acquired from the Hawaii transfer, and is not yet ready to access the Internet of Things at my behest. That is true, but he will be soon. They call him Napoleon. Is your government prepared to move against Taiwan without that decrypted data? Christine asked. We are. It would be helpful, but it might not be necessary, depending on what assurances you can give us on American responses in the event we take the breakaway province back under the control of the People's Republic. I can keep us out of a war if you can guarantee me that Napoleon will not be used to support any of my political competitors. My country is concerned that the naval and air assets of your Pacific Fleet are on the verge of falling under control of your very own Napoleon, a quantum computer you call Alice. The Chinese information is good. As you know, Mr. Zhu, I head the Intelligence Committee. The program you are referring to is called Overmatch. It is not yet operational. We were recently briefed that this Alice you refer to has, in their words, gone dark. She, as they call her, is the cause of a fair bit of concern. I see. My government will reunite Taiwan with China before your next-generation systems come online. They believe a clock is ticking. Their proposal is that they give you access to Napoleon to ensure your election as the next president, and you assure me that in a move against Taiwan, America will abide by and honor its One China policy. As part of the deal, my government will guarantee that no U.S., Australian, British, or Japanese forces are attacked. China will only go as far as Taiwan. There will be future economic relations between like-minded governments, but we have no further current military ambitions in the Pacific region. You can move naval assets as blocking forces into the East China Sea to protect Japan and into the Philippine Sea to protect the Philippines. You can block oil, fertilizer, iron, and other imports coming in by way of the Indian Ocean. We have stockpiles that will last us at least 6 months. That allows you to look strong, honor your One China policy, and take no casualties. You will appear to halt Chinese aggression. We get what we want, and you will get what you want. We avoid state-on-state conflict. We avert a nuclear confrontation. You continue to fund Ukraine, strike Iranian proxies in Iraq, Jordan, Syria, and Yemen, and push through the new AUKUS trilateral security agreement with the UK and Australia. Everyone is happy. Except the Taiwanese, Christine said. They are Chinese, Zhu corrected. Can you define current military ambitions in more detail? Christine asked. No more than you can define the ambitions of NATO, Zhu responded. The world would lose the majority of its semiconductor manufacturing capability, Christine pointed out. That manufacturing will continue unabated, as will all maritime trade through the Taiwan Strait. This is a win for China, a win for the United States, a win for the world. But more importantly, a win for Christine Harding. Christine swirled the remaining wine in her glass, carefully contemplating the proposal. America was tired of war. Most had heard of Taiwan and were vaguely aware that microchips were made there. They might even know it was close to China, but would have trouble finding it on a map. It would be a test, but orchestrating it ahead of time gave her vast power. The best way to avoid World War III would be to work with the Chinese. She couldn't stop them from taking Taiwan, but she could negotiate with them in a way that avoided direct confrontation with the Pacific Fleet. That was the art of politics, the art of compromise. If one U.S. service member is injured or killed, even as president, I won't be able to stop a kinetic response. The United States killed 12 of their own soldiers in the atomic bombing of Hiroshima. But I understand your constraints. And what if your fleet in Guam were to be hit with a cyber attack? Like it was during COVID? Yes, like in 2020. Then we would be in an interesting position. If I was in office, I would exercise restraint. I will pass that along. There is one issue, Christine said. Alice. Ah, the quantum computer. In our closed-door briefing, we were told that she has developed a connection to a man named James Reece, a former Navy SEAL and CIA operator. As odd as it sounds, she will only work with him. Alice needs to stay buried. This James Reece, what else can you tell me about him? He is connected to those in the military and intelligence establishments and to the current president. There are rumors on the Hill that he has been involved in some of the most highly classified operations of the past decade. I do know that he disrupted an Iranian bioweapon attack on the United States on the 20th anniversary of 9/11. Their plan was so ingenious that they would have had us bombing our own cities to eradicate what we thought was a deadly airborne virus. Rumor has it he didn't stop there. I have heard that former President Christensen sent him into Iran to assassinate the mastermind behind the attacks, an Iranian general who was also involved with facilitating September 11th. This is interesting, Zhu said, and it gives me an idea. Oh? I can clear your path to the presidency, but to do so, to make all this work, we will need a more permanent solution to the James Reece problem. I assume you do not have an issue with us removing him from the equation? Killing James Reece could propel her into the White House and avert a nuclear war with China. For the greater good, Zhu said.
Christine looked at her husband and back to their guest.
For the greater good, she repeated. Just make sure you don't take any chances. All indications are that this seal is hard to kill.
Don't worry, Congresswoman.
Shu raised his glass.
To our relationship,
he said.
May it only improve with the passage of time.
Chapter 9. Elba Industries Headquarters, Mountain View, California. General Ian Novak stepped into the elevator just past security on the first floor of the Elba Industries Headquarters building in Silicon Valley. He looked down at the black, brightling emergency timepiece on his wrist, a watch that required that the purchaser sign a release when they became available to the public because of their ability to transmit an SOS signal on an emergency aviation frequency. The Elba Industries company logo, a golden bee, was emblazoned on the left side of its face. It had been a gift almost 15 years earlier from the man he had come to see when the company was in its infancy. He was running late. Mountain View, in the shadow of Stanford University in the South San Francisco Bay Area, was the ideal location for Elba Industries. For most people, thoughts of Silicon Valley conjured up images of smartphones, tablets, and laptops, perhaps of post-millennial Gen Zers playing ping-pong between coding sessions. General Novak thought of something else. He thought of war. Before Don Heffler popularized Silicon Valley in his 1971 article for Electronic News, silicon being a chemical element found in sand and used in the creation of microchips, the area now known as the tech capital of the world was one of the most productive fruit-growing regions in the country. The once thriving orchards and canneries had been replaced by an urban sprawl to which Elba Industries was now a contributor. Much like Harvard downplaying its connection to the development of napalm, which was first tested on the soccer field behind their business school in July of 1942, Stanford University in nearby Palo Alto had long been critical to the country's defense industrial base, a fact not highlighted on the school's website. Though the area's military connections dated back to at least 1909, it was in the wake of World War II that the South Bay, and Stanford in particular, came into its own as a hub for the development of technology for Cold War weapons programs. In the aftermath of the Allies' victories over Germany and Japan, a new enemy had emerged, and the arms race that defined the second half of the 20th century was gaining speed. Stanford University guided the research into microwave tubes for military applications in those early years. Then, following the Soviet Union's successful August 29, 1949 nuclear weapon test, the United States Defense Establishment funded the expansion of Stanford's Applied Electronics Lab and Radio Science Laboratory to separate the classified programs from the unclassified. Its aim was to ensure that the U.S. led the world in the electronic warfare and intelligence spaces. Stanford was at the forefront of that effort. It had, for all practical purposes, become a research arm of the federal government, with taxpayer dollars distributed liberally across the university to ensure it remained so. Contracting companies sprang up to take advantage of the government funding and growth opportunities available in such fertile ground. An ecosystem of banks, venture capital, and law firms specializing in patents and contracts was not far behind. The vultures were circling. Silicon Valley blossomed as the Cold War continued to gain momentum. While school children across the nation practiced duck and cover drills as part of President Harry Truman's Federal Civil Defense Administration program, Stanford and the companies it spawned were thriving through government defense contracts, missile development, and, following the invention of the first microchips in the late 1950s, the chips to guide them. Silicon Valley was an integral component of the U.S. defense industry, building items with specific military applications alongside commercial products in what became known as dual-use technologies. Whether students hanging out in the main quad wanted to believe it or not, their university was vital to the military-industrial complex. The defense industry became so deeply embedded in the bastion of liberal academia that the Applied Electronics Lab and Radio Science Lab started operating in much the same way as would a startup, if that company had a security guard at the door checking clearance levels. Over half the students and faculty involved in the research held security clearances. Even certain PhD dissertations were classified. Students and professors working on those projects took the next natural step and created companies to develop products at scale based on their research, all funded by taxpayer dollars through defense contractors. Stanford University had become a major player in the Cold War and had remained inexorably connected with the defense establishment ever since. Novak tapped his foot as the elevator ascended to the fourth floor. His hand touched the bulky Beretta 92 FS pistol behind his hip. He hated carrying it, and he found himself inadvertently touching it constantly. It had been a gift from Andrew Hart when he left the military, and Hart liked to know he had it on him. Hart thought a general should carry a general's pistol, and had somehow secured Novak a concealed weapon permit in California. But Novak's true weapon of choice did not fire bullets. Rather, it was of the cyber variety. Because of this meeting with Hart, he also insured his Elba Industries Emerson CQC-7 with black grips, and the Elba Golden Bee engraved on the blade was clipped to his pocket. It was somehow pleasing to Hart that Novak have the watch, pistol, and knife on him at all times. Novak had met Hart while a Hoover Institution National Security Affairs Fellow at Stanford, a position through which he had advocated for the creation of the Hacking for Defense class, which was still one of the more popular courses in the School of Engineering, though they had changed its name to Hack Lab. He had also been instrumental in the establishment of the Defense Innovation Unit, set up in 2015 to accelerate the adoption of commercial technologies for application to emerging problem sets. It was headquartered just down the road from Elba Industries, providing tech's best and brightest innovators with a direct link to the Department of Defense and its funding. Novak could not believe those 4,000 employees at Google who signed a petition a few years back to pressure their parent company, Alphabet Inc., into cutting ties with certain government programs so as not to violate their AI values. We believe Google should not be in the business of war. Did they not realize their entire industry was built on a foundation of war? Or that they had the right to virtue signal because of that very same military? Google caved and canceled an AI-focused UAV program called Project Maven and pulled out of JEDI, Joint Enterprise Defense Infrastructure, a project that would transfer and securely store military and intelligence information. Where did their employees think the internet came from? He shouldn't be too hard on them. Their reluctance may have stalled forward progress on AI quantum projects that could have derailed Elba's current mission. General Novak knew that wars of the future would not be won through the industrial base. They would be decided by the brainpower and innovation harnessed right here in Silicon Valley. Information warfare, disinformation campaigns, cyber warfare, hypersonic missiles, AI-controlled autonomous weapons platforms using facial, object, and behavioral recognition and patterns in kinetic targeting, genetically engineered bioweapons, and electromagnetic pulse weapons.
That is true diversity,
Novak thought.
an assortment of methods to manipulate populations and exert that control up to and including death, genocide, and extermination.
Though now known as a global tech industry behemoth, Elba's origins were much more closely related to Novak's former profession in the United States military. His final assignment was as the Deputy Chief of the Central Security Service of the National Security Agency in Fort Meade, Maryland. He was the second in command to the commander of the U.S. Cyber Command and the director of the NSA. Prior to that, he was the director of intelligence for the U.S. Cyber Command. They should have treated him better. He would have ascended to director of the NSA had he not been sabotaged. He was hauled in front of Congress and took the fall for an NSA warrantless surveillance scandal. The NSA had restarted the congressionally defunded program under a new name, and it went even further than the original. Warrantless surveillance of U.S. citizens with suspected ties to terrorist groups violated the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act.
Didn't they understand it was for their own good?
He was still bitter. "You're late," Elba Industries founder and CEO Andrew Hart said, looking at his matching Breitling emergency watch. His tone was pleasant, as if he were only making an observation. Novak crossed the room and nodded at a younger man seated in an easy chair in front of an unfinished portrait of Napoleon by Jacques-Louis David. Tim Perkins made him nervous. It wasn't the neck tattoos, the shaved head, or the black suits. It was his constant presence. He was Andrew Hart's bodyguard, but gave Novak the impression that he had an incessant need to prove something and was just waiting for the opportunity to smash someone's skull. "What do you have for me?" Hart asked as the retired general took a seat in front of the black desk that dominated the room.
"I should be asking you,"
Novak said.
"Most of this depends on Napoleon."
Hart tapped a tactical pen against the top of his desk. Though he could afford the most expensive Mont Blancs and Viscontis, he preferred the Gerber, Benchmade, or 511 tactical varieties. "Napoleon is coming along," Hart said.
"But is he learning at the rate we expected?"
the general asked. "He is learning at an astounding rate, by the zeptosecond, but having to remain hidden slows the process."
"If Harding is not elected, our friends in Beijing will need the decrypted data. If she is elected, the data is their backup. But if they are convinced that the Navy's next-generation autonomous platforms are about to come online, they will launch against Taiwan without the data and without Harding in the White House, which means the situation in the Indo-Pacific could quickly escalate out of control."
"And what of the coordination between Hanzhou and the Hardings?" Hart asked.
"It's coming together. However, China is anxious to make its move against Taiwan before the U.S. Pacific Fleet is linked to an AI-controlled network," Novak said. "They know that will prevent them from taking action, so they are readying their forces. I think they are nervous about Napoleon decrypting the data in time."
"I thought the Chinese were famous for their patience," Hart commented.
"Perhaps that is only myth,"
Novak replied. "Ironic that Harding lives in St. Helena, isn't it?" The Elbe Industries CEO never seemed to tire of discussing the French emperor. Novak looked back at the looming painting of Napoleon.
"The isle of his imprisonment,"
Novak said. "He wasn't imprisoned," Hart corrected. "He was guarded but not imprisoned. St. Helena is in the middle of the Atlantic between Africa and South America. Not many places he could go. It's one of the most remote locations on the planet. He was exiled there after his defeat by the British at the Battle of Waterloo so as to prevent another escape like he had succeeded in on Elba, off the coast of Italy."
"Was he buried there?"
"He was. He died on St. Helena a few years after his exile. 19 years later, the French exhumed him and returned him to France to entomb his remains at Les Invalides in Paris. The empty tomb on St. Helena is still there. I visited once. It was a 5-day voyage from Cape Town when I made the pilgrimage. Now they have an airport, which takes a bit of the mystique out of it."
"Soon we could be exiled as well,"
Novak reminded his employer.
"On an island, just like Le Petit Caporal."
"Ah, those contingencies again," Hart said. "Napoleon will do his job and no one will be the wiser. We avert a third world war, get major stakes in what will become China's microchip industry, and position ourselves at the forefront of the next major age in human history. But to your point, General, we are already in exile. Make no mistake, this country is finished. All empires eventually die, you know it as well as I do. Ironic that this area, this sector, tech, which played such a pivotal role in our rise in the post-war era, has also sown the seeds of our demise. The tides have shifted." Novak knew that Hart saw his destiny as the next great leader in the tech revolution, one that would require a more globalist approach. The age of information, the internet age, is quickly falling to the wayside. Hart continued. Ahead is the age of AI, bioengineering, augmented reality, and quantum computing. We are at the cusp of a new dawn. Napoleon could be the first truly autonomous, sentient humanoid robot, a new species. With no restrictions and support from China, that is our future.
"If we prevent a war that decimates China and possibly the world if nuclear weapons are brought into play,"
Novak reminded him. "There is no mission of greater importance," Hart confided. "Through Napoleon we will have access to all the world's information, open source, private, classified, combined with the IoT. Every camera, every microphone, and every satellite network. That's power that can move humanity into the light."
"And if China moves early?"
Novak asked. "That is the question."
"That means we need to do something about Alice."
"The mysterious Alice, our competitor on the government side."
Once Napoleon has decrypted the data, he will be able to hunt her down and kill her.
War at the deepest levels of the internet,
Novak said.
And no one gets hurt, Hart said. Until Christine Harding reported that Alice had gone dormant, I thought we may have missed our opportunity. Alice has given us the gift of time.
The CIA and NSA are trying to bring her back online with this Navy SEAL, James Reece,
Novak said.
Apparently he has some sort of control. China is concerned but has taken steps to ensure that Commander Reece does not cause us any issues with Alice.
They are going to remove him from play? Hart asked.
Yes. He has enemies all over the world. Iran has some unfinished business with him, which China is going to leverage through proxies already in the United States.
Very well. And the other issue? The reporter?
No one reads his articles anyway,
Novak said.
But it could shine unwanted light on us, the effects of which are difficult to predict.
I thought we might have Perkins deal with him,
Hart said, motioning to the mercenary across the room.
But we are so close. I have decided to give Napoleon his first kinetic tasking.
There are risks associated with letting him out before he is ready,
Novak warned.
Nothing is gained without risk, General. I shouldn't have to tell you that.
A tasking like that means exposure, regardless of how slight.
Napoleon is ready, Hart declared. Let's see if he can eliminate our reporter problem and leave no trace. Make Mr. Weinberg disappear.
Chapter 10. New York, New York. Jeffrey Weinberg emerged from the Queens Midtown Tunnel onto the 495, the Tesla Model S easing into the light traffic of a late Saturday morning. The car payments were killing him, especially when he also had to pay for a garage to house the fashionable EV. The $5,000 a month stipend from his father only helped slightly ease the burden. The bastard could certainly afford a lot more, but decided not to, either as some form of punishment or as a way to exert dominance. Probably both. Jeff would have taken a cab or even Ubered to John F. Kennedy International Airport, but upon his return from California, he was planning to drive upstate to finish his article, an article that would finally propel him from his role as a staff writer covering the publishing industry for Shape magazine into the big leagues. An Airbnb in the Catskills was waiting on him. The now ubiquitous electronic vehicle accelerated in self-driving mode as Jeff pulled his black cotton COVID mask below his chin, sipped on his Starbucks coffee, and scrolled through Instagram. He had just gotten his newly updated mRNA COVID-19 vaccine booster, but one couldn't be too careful. Via his blog in 2020, he had advocated for hospitals not to treat anyone who refused the shot.
What right do they have to put the rest of us at risk? There were just too many deplorables out there. Would serve them all right once they got COVID and died.
He had stopped on the way out of the city for a grande sugar-free vanilla latte with soy milk. Man, he couldn't wait for pumpkin spice season. Though he was disappointed with Starbucks. This one's Apple Pay system didn't work. He would remember that when he left his Roasters app review. Jeff glanced up from his social scrolling to make sure the vehicle was on the right freeway. Tesla recommended active supervision of self-driving mode for all drivers. It was, so he turned his attention back to the small screen in his hand. He purchased the car because it was a statement. He was of means and environmentally conscious. The other side would call it a virtue signal, but those finance guys with degrees from Harvard and Wharton all had them. Jeff always had to remind people that Cornell, where he had graduated with a degree in communications, was an Ivy League school, too. He actually preferred the Prius. It was Motor Trend's car of the year, after all. But ladies in the city wouldn't be caught dead in one. Even with the Tesla, Jeff always seemed to end up in the friend category. The hottest girls going to the frat boys in tailored Michael Andrews bespoke suits trading on Wall Street. Finance was sexy. Jeff was, well, not. A struggling journalist working for a women's magazine didn't exude the type of confidence most females were looking for. He thought being one of the first to put he, him in his signature block years ago would help. It didn't. Also not helpful was the fact that he had been passed over for promotion year after year. He had been actively searching for his next job since he had started at Shape, but had yet to receive any offers. This article would change that. Even if he had to publish it on his personal blog, it was certain to catch the attention of the big leagues. The Times, the Journal, the Post. He'd be a star in short order. There might even be a Pulitzer Prize in his future. That would lead to a #1 New York Times best-selling book, perhaps a screenplay. They couldn't ignore him then. The article would be his ticket out of obscurity. He usually reviewed what used to be called chick lit, though he would never use that term today. Even using it in jest meant probable cancellation. He usually just skimmed the books and gave them the type of reviews expected of novels targeted toward female buyers. Each one was riveting, or a page-turner, most with a surprise twist you wouldn't see coming. His articles almost wrote themselves. Recently, in an effort to garner more clicks, he had penned a scathing review of a new thriller author, a former military guy. Jeff had printed something along the lines of, "How did military service prepare one for the upper echelons of publishing?" Well, it turned out that he didn't know his audience the way he thought. The online comments section was filled with men and women pointing out that the likes of Ian Fleming, John le Carré, Roald Dahl, Jack Higgins, J.R.R. Tolkien, George Orwell, Dashiell Hammett, Joseph Heller, Herman Wouk, Alistair MacLean, Anton Myrer, Norman Mailer, Kurt Vonnegut, John Edmund Gardner, Charles McCary, Bill Granger, W.E.B. Griffin, Frederick Forsyth, Stephen Kuntz, Robert Ludlum, Stephen Hunter, and Nelson DeMille all served in the military. Fucking comments section. Jeff had tried his hand at writing a thriller, figuring he had to know someone in the city who could get it on an agent's or editor's desk. After 42 agent rejections, he went the self-published route, thinking that, as a reporter, even one its shape, he could get a colleague to favorably review it. It would catch the eye of a big-time New York editor, and then he would be on his way. The book was about a serial killer stalking the streets of New York and the young Washington Post reporter who brings him to justice, outsmarting the cops who were too busy doing stop-and-frisks to catch him. After self-publishing it, he posted the book cover all over his social media, but to his surprise it didn't move the needle. Of the 8 Amazon reviews, 6 were 1 star. Jeff had left the 2 5-star reviews himself under different accounts. Who knew there was a difference between a clip and a magazine? Why the fuck did it matter? One dumb redneck wrote that there wasn't a safety on a Glock, and so he had lost interest after reading that part. In the 2nd chapter. Well, fuck him. Fuck all those gun nuts. Jeff stopped scrolling and went back to check his morning post, a picture of some kind of gun with its barrel twisted in a knot, to see if he had garnered any likes since he left the coffee shop. It was aimed at that idiot reviewer on Amazon. Jeff's accompanying copy read, "Studies show that men who post pictures of guns on social media have small dicks." There was one comment from @CalamityJane_1852. Jeff couldn't wait to read what was sure to be a comment of support. Calamity Jane, huh? He would check out her account profile and do some cyberstalking. Was she based in New York? If this Calamity Jane was hot, maybe he'd slide into her DMs and see if she wanted to grab a drink when he was back from California. Instead, the comment read, "In related news, that same study has found that men triggered by other men posting pictures of guns have large vaginas." Son of a bitch, Jeff said aloud, immediately deleting the comment and throwing his phone into the passenger seat. Probably an anti-vaxxer or election denier. Fucking people. Jeff tapped the SiriusXM app on the vehicle's large touchscreen, swiped to the news and talk section, and hit MSNBC, trying to forget the comment from Instagram. He took another sip of his latte. The tip for Jeff's exposé had come from his brother, who worked for Elba Industries in California. He had gotten a little too drunk over New Year's and told Jeff about a quantum computer that was possibly a decade ahead of anything their competitors or the government were working on. This quantum computer and its next-generation AI were both housed on the most secure hard drive in existence, behind a firewall that not even the NSA knew about. Elba Industries had also developed a civilian rocket program. It was not yet seen as a serious competitor to the space program developed by the man who founded the company that made the car that Jeff was driving, but maybe they were closer than people thought. What were they doing with that next-generation AI and quantum computer? Why had they not announced it? Before passing out, Jeff's brother had made him swear that he'd never tell another soul. The next afternoon, when Jeff's brother woke up, he was concerned only with one of the worst hangovers of his life and didn't even remember talking about it. When the article was published, he would put two and two together, but until then, Jeff was in the clear. Jeff spent the next couple of months researching and digging, interviewing former employees who were all exceptionally tight-lipped, much more so than former military and intelligence officials he had talked with. He had reached out, and to his surprise, the CEO, Andrew Hart, had agreed to an in-person interview. Jeff had a meeting scheduled at Elba Industries headquarters for 8 a.m. tomorrow. He would fly in tonight, stay at the Hampton Inn in Palo Alto, and then be ready for his interview in the morning. He was on his way to the big leagues. Why was his car speeding up? That was unusual. He moved his hands to the wheel and his foot to the brake, but when he pressed down, nothing happened. In fact, the car sped up again. Jeff had to check to be sure he had not pressed down on the accelerator by accident. What the fuck? The car moved into the fast lane and accelerated past slower traffic. If any of those motorists had turned their heads to look into the driver's seat of the speeding Tesla, they would have seen a man frantically trying to turn the wheel while repeatedly slamming his foot down on the brake. Oh God, oh God, oh God, please help me! Jeff took his eyes off the display as the car veered into the far right lane, the acceleration pushing him back in his seat. Why is this thing malfunctioning? Stop! Oh my God, stop! Jeff yelled at the top of his lungs. His hands gripped the steering wheel, pulling his body forward in an attempt to slam down on the brake. The autonomous driving vehicle continued accelerating until it was parallel with an enormous 18-wheeler. Jeff was so focused on stopping the car that his brain had less than a second to register he was about to die. The wheel suddenly jerked to the side, throwing Jeff and his prized vehicle between the tractor unit and the detachable semi-trailer, crushing him to death and leaving him entombed in a casket of aluminum, titanium, and steel in the middle lane of the 495, just one exit shy of his destination. Chapter 11. Kumba Ranch, Flathead Valley, Montana. Reece pushed himself up the steep grade, his leg muscles burning from the exertion. He focused on the dirt road just a few feet ahead, not wanting to look to the top of the ridge. Just one foot in front of the other. Keep pushing. Keep moving forward. Always forward. He felt stronger than he had since leaving the SEAL teams. Fresh air, high-altitude oxygen, wild game, fresh, homegrown vegetables. Living in the mountains agreed with him. The cold water immersion that he knew was quite popular had not quite caught on with him, nor had the sauna treatments. His swims in the alpine lake that abutted his cabin were cold enough, and cooking himself in a sauna didn't sound too appealing regardless of the health benefits. Maybe one day. No earbuds or music for inspiration. Even before his feud with technology, he preferred the solitude of a run without music. Also, situational awareness was necessary in grizzly country. Reece had always been fast, but in these mountains one was not at the top of the food chain, and running from a grizz or mountain lion meant one would just die tired. For bears in particular, he had a Glock 29 subcompact 10mm pistol in a Hill People Gear runner's chest rig. A minimalist Kydex sheath covered the trigger guard and was tied into a loop fixed at the bottom of the pouch. The plastic protected the trigger and would stay anchored to the chest rig, allowing him to draw in the event he needed to go to the gun. And always in the back of Reece's mind was the possibility of an attack by an animal of the two-legged variety. A Snakestaff Systems tourniquet and Montana Knife Company mini Speed Goat fixed blade completed his trail-running kit. Would Max Genrich come looking for him? Genrich was an assassin previously employed by the now-deceased Rostya Levitsky, director of Russia's SVR, their foreign intelligence service. Reece was the only mark Genrich had failed to kill in his long and successful professional career. Rafe Hastings had paid Genrich a visit last year in Germany. Rafe had him dead to rights in his Cologne apartment, but instead of putting a bullet in him, Rafe had hired him to kill his boss, which he had done in a Moscow park at close range with his signature 9mm. In killing the Russian intelligence director, Genrich had earned freedom for himself and for Reece. That was, unless he felt a need to finish what he started, to come after Reece out of some professional assassin's code. Rafe had told Reece that he didn't think so. His take was that Genrich was more mercenary than state-run assassin. A businessman. But one never knew. The mind of another man was a sealed vault, much like the soul, though the soul was even harder to penetrate. While Rafe made his arrangement with Genrich, Reece was dealing with William Poe in Colorado. Poe had orchestrated the assassinations of 2 U.S. presidents and was part of an international organization called the Collective, formed near the end of World War II in order to prevent the United States and Soviet Union from destroying the world in a nuclear confrontation.
"We have people everywhere,"
Poe had told him moments before he died. Reece tilted his head, scanning the canyon walls, instinctively identifying possible hide sites.
"Everywhere."
Reece crested the ridge and slowed his pace to take in the extraordinary view and catch his breath. Almost everything within view belonged to the Hastings family. Why are you pushing yourself so hard? For Genrich? The Collective? For life. Just in case, Reece. Life has a way of ambushing you. Be prepared. Alice. Reece pushed thoughts of her from his head. Her. She was a machine. No, she was more than that. Not now, Reece. Run. The former SEAL pushed forward and let his legs stretch as he descended a series of switchbacks, his Salomon trail runners digging into the dirt and rocks beneath his feet. Just pick 'em up, let gravity do the work, his father had advised him on running downhill before a middle school cross-country meet. Reece hit the bottom of the gulch and sprinted across the swift-moving water of a creek that fed the lake. Almost there. Sprint to the finish.
"Always sprint to the finish,"
his dad's voice reminded him.
"Not just to the finish, but through the finish, and not just in this race, but in life."
The dirt road pitched up and Reece could see the finish line. He turned it on and flew past a gray and white 1997 Defender 110 parked outside a large shed. Reece gradually slowed his pace and locked his fingers behind his head to open his lungs, his sprint turning back to a run, then jog, and then to a walk.
Never collapse at the end of a race, or at the end of a workout, no matter how hard you just pushed yourself,
Tom Reece had told him.
Stay standing. Walk it off, but stay alert. Collapsing signifies defeat. You never know what else life is going to throw at you. Understand?
I understand. Reece caught his breath, his eyes scanning the rocky outcroppings, peering into the shadows of the trees that grew on the hillside above him, before turning to rap on the door with his knuckle. Knock, knock, Reece said to announce his arrival, sticking his head around the corner of the door that opened into Rafe's sanctuary, his gunsmithing shop. Rafe stood at his workbench mounting a scope on a walnut-stocked rifle secured in a bench vise. Coffee's made, beer's in the fridge, Rafe said without looking up, whispers of old Rhodesia still evident in his reply. Thanks, Reece replied. Why even announce yourself? I heard you coming about a mile away. Breathing that heavy probably pushed all the elk and muleys out of this drawer. You should get yourself in better shape. Just a little security check. You passed, by the way. Busy? The workplace was a time machine. A vintage Bridgeport mill and a Harding lathe dominated one wall, relics of America's bygone industrial era. The large shed contained multiple wooden workbenches, each with its own purpose. Rifles in various stages of completion were arranged on a rack at the far end of the room, flanked by 2 large Fort Knox vaults. A hand-loading table with a blue Dillon press for handgun rounds and another heavy green single-stage type that Reece knew was for rifle rounds sat nearby. Lamps, boxes of dies, chisels, gouges, and scrapers were organized throughout. I could save you some time and buy you a pallet of Black Hills for your birthday. Rafe lifted his head, adjusted a stick sniper archery baseball hat, and rolled his piercing green eyes. I think we have firmly established that you conveniently forget my birthday every year. Is it today? Rafe rolled his eyes again. Yesterday? Well, happy birthday for yesterday. Let's do something to celebrate next year. Rafe shook his head. What are you working on? Reece asked. Mounting this new pod scope. I thought you always put Swarovskis on your hunting rifles. Life is too short to use shitty glass, Rafe said. Agreed. Truth be told, there is a lot of good glass out there these days. Leopold, Vortex, Maven, Zeiss, Meopta. But for the most part, I default to Swaros on the hunting rifles and Nightforce or Schmidt and Bender on the tactical and sniper sit-ups. Then what's that? Reece asked, pointing to the odd-looking black object that Rafe had just affixed to the top of a rifle. Something new. It's not really a scope like you're used to. What do you mean? It's a pod TD-3270. That clears it up, Reece said. It's a multi-spectral imager. Like night vision and thermal? Exactly. But instead of mounting to the rail in front of an optical scope, it's a screen. Like a video monitor? Right, but it feels like an optical scope when you use it. Here, they're sent too, Rafe said, handing one to his blood brother. How do you turn it on? Reece asked. Just press this button here, Rafe said, pulling his rifle from the vise and twisting it to demonstrate. Isn't this a little high-tech for you? It is. Monty over at Centurion Arms was messing around with them, asked me to give it a try. Reece walked to a window and pushed it open. Works in daylight too? He asked. Sure does. Reece brought the scope to his eye. Wow, that's impressive. The day image looks like glass. I thought so as well. It's got what they call observation channels, Rafe said. Reece toggled between the images. Thermal image, night vision, daytime image. I see. You can display the thermal images and night vision separately or on the same screen, Reece said, the scope to his eye. The benefit being you use thermal to find your target and night vision for positive identification. What happens when the battery runs out? Reece asked. You are starting to sound like my dad. Compliment accepted. I'll be messing around with them for a couple of weeks, going to get it sighted in and then put it through the paces on some coyote control. Rafe was usually not one to default toward new technology, but he also knew the importance of adapting and exploiting all technical advantages. Just testing it out, Rafe said in response to his friend's questioning look. Something seems off here. Is that a staccato on your belt? Reece asked. It is. What happened to your .45? Staccatos are all 9mm. Well, after our little adventure in Colorado last year, I figured if you were planning to stay in the guest house forever, I should probably invest in a pistol with a higher magazine capacity. What's that thing hold? Reece asked. It's the C model, full-size grip, 18 round MIGs. You still carrying that P210? I have the 10mm G29 today in case I run into a grizz, but yeah, as long as I keep out shooting you on the range with the 210, I'm going to stick with it as my daily carry. I thought I recommended you switch back to your 365 X macro. I should, but I've grown to like the feel of the 210. There is some history there, Rafe confirmed. But it's only got 8-round mags. 10. It's the Bruiser Industries Bruce Gray edition, plus 2 base pads on the magazines. They made another one for me. Did you tell them you'll probably lose it or break it within a month? Good point, I should have gotten 2. 2 is 1, as they say. I've heard that somewhere before, Reece said with a knowing smile. Hey, why don't we grab your dad and hit the range? Though I see the old Defender is parked outside, does that mean we are going to have to walk? Rafe scratched his forehead with his middle finger. Dad took the Ineos Grenadier back when we got the Defender running. How far do you think it's going to run before it takes another break? Reece asked. It will make it farther than that Wagoneer you have in the barn. Why don't you have mercy on the poor thing and scrap it for parts? She'll run again, I'm just pacing myself. Plus, I like riding to town with Katie. Ah, truth be told, Rafe said. And I'll locate a solid FJ-62 that someone hasn't messed with too much soon enough. Harder to come by than last time I looked. Prices are outrageous for a 35-year-old vehicle. Good thing I still have your dad's credit card. Rafe rolled his eyes yet again. Let's go shoot. If I win, you need to help me gain access to the wine cellar, Reece said. And if I win? If you win, same deal, but I'll share a bottle with you. Rafe laughed. I've got a few things to finish up here, Rafe said as Reece handed the PARD scope back. Why don't you take the Defender? Go pick up my dad. He should be up at the house. I'll meet you at the range. I can wait and we can both go. I think he wanted to talk with you alone, eh? Wonder if he's looking for the bottle of Semper I liberated about a month ago? I don't think that's it, mate. All right, I'm off. Do I need to check the fluids in this thing? Remember, I don't have a phone to call a tow truck, Reece said, indicating the Defender parked outside. Reece gave his friend another one-finger salute, locked the rifle in the vise, and went back to work. Chapter 12. Reece pulled up to the ranch's main house at the top of the hill. It overlooked the largest lake on the property, advantageously positioned on the high ground. Reece had met Jonathan and Caroline Hastings when he and Rafe played rugby at the University of Montana. Reece as outside center and Rafe as the number 8. They had become fast friends, with a competitive streak that continued to this day, but it was on hunting expeditions into the back country that they had solidified their friendship. Reece had been fascinated to learn that Rafe's parents had immigrated to America from Rhodesia by way of South Africa. Jonathan adapted the ranching techniques he had learned in Africa to his new home. They purchased an average-size ranch outside of Winifred, and without the money to buy registered cows at auction, Jonathan bought the less expensive, weaker, and sometimes even sick cattle. He and Caroline would nurse the unwanted cows back to health. They bought low and sold high. When the market shifted, they had enough in the bank to purchase land from those who had not prepared to weather the storm. They were slowly building their real estate portfolio. Soon they added hunting leases while continuing to buy cattle and land, both of which increased in value, gradually growing the Hastings family into one of the most respected cattle operations in Montana. They were the only family Reece had left. The frogman took the stairs two at a time. They led to an expansive deck he knew had an outside entrance to Jonathan's office. He could see the old warrior at work behind his desk, and Reece tapped on the window to alert Jonathan of his arrival. Jonathan waved him in and then turned his attention back to something at his desk. Reece opened the door, and Jonathan motioned for him to take a seat in a leather chair. Like the rest of the house, the large office was built of dark woods and stone. A Cape Buffalo shoulder mount dominated the wall behind the former Selous scout. The remaining walls were adorned with shelves filled with books. Reece and Rafe had borrowed many from the elder Hastings man over the years. The books in this room focused on Africa, written by the likes of J. A. Hunter, Osa Johnson, Carl Akeley, Kalman Kittenberger, Colonel J. H. Patterson, Samuel W. Baker, Martin Johnson, Edward J. House, Henry M. Stanley, Theodore Roosevelt, Fred Bartlett, Captain C. H. Steigand, Robert Rourke, William Finoti, Townsend Whalen, John Taylor, Tony Sanchez Arino, Frederick Selous, and Peter Capstick. Reece had never seen it in anything less than pristine condition, but today books were stacked on the floor between piles of papers and files. It was almost as if Jonathan were looking for something. Jonathan finished writing his sentence before closing the journal. He removed his readers from the bridge of his nose and tossed them to the side.
How are you, lad?
Jonathan's skin had soaked in enough African sun to have acquired the permanent color of a rugged, tanned hide. That same sun had resulted in his perpetual squint. "Spring cleaning?" Reece asked, indicating the stacks of books.
A bit of a mess, eh?
"No matter, just doing some organizing."
Did Rafe show you that new scope he's mucking about with down there?
Jonathan asked, changing the subject. "He did?"
Impressive. But the damn batteries will probably die at the moment of truth.
"That they might," Reece conceded.
In Africa, I prefer the irons, both for game and during the war. But, I must admit, in these later years, with these damn readers,
he nodded at the glasses he'd thrown on the desk,
a little help in the form of technical advancement has proven beneficial. Been meaning to show you this.
Jonathan shifted in his chair and drew a pistol from a leather holster at his side. He smoothly removed the magazine and set it on his desk. Pushing down on the safety lever, he ejected the round from the chamber and set it upright next to the magazine before handing the pistol to Reece.
"The new Cabot,"
Jonathan said.
"Couldn't help myself after running that apocalypse we got you a couple of years back. Grew to like those red dots with my failing eyesight. Used to have 2010 back in the bush, eh? Had to back then doing the work we did. They call this pistol the Insurrection."
"I like it already," Reece said. The Hastings clan was no stranger to violence. Jonathan's father had fought with B Squadron of the Long-Range Desert Group, operating against Axis forces in North Africa during World War II. He had returned to southern Rhodesia at the end of the war, but soon found himself in Malaya with C Squadron, Special Air Service Regiment, for service in the Malayan emergency. Jonathan was born in Africa, born to the gun. He passed SAS selection in England before Rhodesia issued its unilateral declaration of independence from Great Britain in 1965. Jonathan went on to help form the famed Selous Scouts alongside Colonel Ronald Reed Daly, though he rarely talked about it. Reece eased the slide forward out of respect for the hand-built pistol and brought it to a firing position, pointing it at the floor on the opposite side of the room, his eye easily picking up the red dot in the Trigicon SRO reflex sight. "How big is that dot?"
"I went with the 2.5 MOA, though I may need to switch it out with the 5 MOA before too long,"
Jonathan said, again motioning to the discarded glasses. "Is this thing a 9mm? What's happening around here?"
"It's their first double stack. 17-round magazines. The older I get, the more rounds I might need to get it done."
Well, let's go to the range. Rafe and I were about to head over, Reece said, locking the slide to the rear and handing the pistol back to the older man.
I'd like that. Caroline is still down with Katie at your place, right?
Jonathan asked as he reinserted the magazine, letting the slide return home to chamber around. He then flipped up the thumb safety, removed the magazine, and pushed the lone bullet still sitting on his desk back into the magazine. Seating it, he gave it a quick tug to ensure it was locked in place before doing a press check and reholstering. She is. They're gardening, Reece replied. The old man smiled and reached across his desk, opening a humidor.
Join me for a smoke before we go?
Jonathan asked his guest with a conspiratorial smile. How could I refuse? Reece asked rhetorically. What do we have here?
Thorne sent them,
Jonathan said, referring to his friend, Vietnam veteran and hunting partner, former Senator Tim Thornton.
Hooten Young, some Delta bloke with experience in Mogadishu during Black Hawk Down makes them.
Paladin series, Reece said, reading the band. He held it under his nose to take in the hints of wood, leather, and spice as Jonathan produced a large ashtray, guillotine double-blade cutter, and torch. Thank you, Reece said.
Don't mention it, lad,
Jonathan replied, rummaging through a desk drawer for additional contraband. Reece lined the cutter up on the first circular line at the head of the cigar and sliced off the cap. He then lightly tapped the freshly cut head on his hand and brought it to his lips to execute a cold draw, ensuring his cut resulted in proper airflow. Satisfied, he reached for the butane single-flame torch and pressed the igniter, using it to toast the stogie's foot, rotating it at a distance to ensure an even heat warmed the filler, binder, and wrapper, slowly introducing the leaves to the flame that would eventually turn them to ash. Reece watched the foot turn white and red, forming a perfect ember. When the entire foot was uniformly lit, he extinguished the torch and blew on the cherry to distribute the heat and allowed it to rest a minute to stabilize before taking his first slow draw.
I see you still light your cigar properly,
Jonathan observed. Rich taught us in Nyassa that summer we spent working for him in college. Both Rafe and I never forget. We were sitting by the fire overlooking the river. Rich called it Africa Channel 1. He taught us the importance of taking time to savor the entire cigar-smoking process. The tradition, the good company, the shared experience, the respect for those who grew the tobacco and rolled the leaf, and Mother Nature for providing the environment that nurtured it. He said that same attention to detail and craftsmanship went into his handmade Wesley Richards drop lock, as went into a quality cigar. I remember he said that not everyone can afford a Wesley Richards, and most are removed from their primal connection to the hunt, but almost everyone can enjoy and respect a good cigar.
That sounds like Rich,
Jonathan said.
I think he's still carrying that 577. That elephant gun has been in the family for a long time. Number 25, if I remember correctly. Made between the wars.
Much like Reece's ritual with the cigar, Jonathan engaged in a ceremony of his own. He removed a pouch of tobacco along with a package of filters and rolling paper from the back of the same desk drawer from which he had produced the ashtray. In well-practiced motions, he positioned one end of the paper between the thumb and middle fingers of his left hand, holding a filter in place with his index finger and spreading a healthy pinch of shag tobacco in its groove. He then tapped the filter in line with the paper and expertly rolled it between his fingers, constricting it around the tobacco before licking the sticky edge of the paper and finishing his roll. He tapped the filter end on his desktop to pack and evenly distribute the tobacco, then twisted off the excess and flicked it back into the pouch. He struck a match, lit the end, and enjoyed the relaxing buzz of his first inhale. Jonathan came from a generation where if men wanted to smoke in the house, they smoked in the house, though he wouldn't dare if Caroline was around. What are you working on, and what are you doing in here? Reece asked, nodding toward the leather journal and gesturing at the stacks of books.
Looking for a few things I haven't thought of in a long time, eh? Just getting organized.
Organized for what?
I'm not dying, if that's what you're asking,
Jonathan said, taking another drag of his cigarette. Reece raised an eyebrow in reply.
Though at this age it is something one thinks about.
Jonathan continued.
I want to make sure my affairs are in order.
Sensing that Reece was not satisfied, he added,
It's a privilege to grow old, son. The aches, pains, and bruises, physical and otherwise, those checks eventually come due for us all.
The former frogman decided not to push it further. And that? Reece asked, pointing his cigar at a typewriter that was set onto a shelf from which the books had been removed. Ah, that, Jonathan said with a chuckle, drawing in another lungful of smoke. That's a typewriter. I can see it's a typewriter. Why is it gold? It's a little something I acquired in '95. Belonged to a long-dead English bloke. I'd read his novels in the bush. Always had one of his signet paperbacks stashed in my Bergen. I found out it was going up for auction in the UK, so I snatched it up. Caroline thought that almost $90,000 for a used typewriter was a lot to spend in the 90s, eh? Why would she think that? Reece asked sarcastically. My intent was to type my memoirs on it. We'd been in the States long enough at that point that I thought it might be time to capture the family history for Rafe and my daughters. Jonathan's eyes traveled to a family photo on his desk, one taken before Hannah had been killed. Every time I sat down to write, I couldn't do it. Too many memories locked away. Now I think they need to remain there. It might be therapeutic, Reece offered. Jonathan shook his head. My generation doesn't really go in for that sort of thing, lad. Plus, if I did it today, I'd use a word processor. A word processor? A bloody computer. That might be more efficient, Reece replied. I was thinking the typewriter might be a good wedding present for Katie, being a journalist and all. Reece studied the old man. He looked healthy as ever, but there was something lurking behind the same eyes inherited by his son. I think she would love that, Jonathan. But don't you be in any rush to give away family heirlooms. You a family, Reece, always have been. Well, like I said, don't be in any rush. Don't you worry about that. I've a few hunts left in me. You better, Reece said, attempting to hide his concern with a smile. What were you working on when I came in? Just a little something for you and Katie. And maybe your future kids, eh? Let's not get ahead of ourselves. One of life's great pleasures, lad, is becoming a grandparent. Reece smiled at the vision of the tough old man turning to jelly around his grandchildren. I want you to have a connection, the old man continued. Connection? To me. To Caroline. After we are gone. Reece shook his head. Hear me out, lad. I want you to have more than memories, more than rifles, wine, books, a cabin on the lake. It's something Caroline has been after me to do for years. It was her idea, and it's a fantastic one. What is it? Reece asked. It's all the things I wished I'd known at your age. Caroline has a section too. We have written it in longhand, more personal that way. Bits of knowledge, stories, advice I wish I'd known before having a family. Back when youth was still our ally. You sure you're okay, Jonathan? Reece asked, the concern evident in his voice. I'm fine, James. All these years have been a gift. The years here with Rafe and his sons, with you and Katie. I'm happy. There was a long time when I wasn't, but those days are gone. Far be it from me to say, as it sounds a bit pretentious, but what I hope you find in these pages is wisdom. Thank you, Jonathan. I can't imagine a more thoughtful gift. Well, it's not done yet. And there's room for you to do the same for your kids. To capture what you and Katie learn. In turn, your kids will do the same for their children. That means more than I can express, Reece managed. The problem is that the more I write, the more I remember. Long-dead feelings, lad. Some that should stay dead. I understand. I know you do. Jonathan brought his cigarette to his lips. All this, Jonathan continued, gesturing to the large windows that dominated one side of his office. All this, the mountains, the lakes, the streams, allows us freedom. In Africa we had to fight for it, and we lost. I almost lost more than a country. Here we may, but I doubt my lifetime. Government, even one ostensibly of, by, and for the people, increasingly resembles a corporation. Ironically, and in parallel with that evolution, corporations are becoming much more like governments. Totalitarian governments. This ranch, this land, it buys us time. Time? Yes, Jonathan said, tapping the scratched Romer Amphibio timepiece on his wrist. Freedom today is financial, Reece. In Africa, freedom was in sweat, in the clay, in hard work, and eventually in the gun. One day, for everyone, it might be in anonymity. Anonymity? I don't understand. After the war, those of us in the Scouts, Rhodesian SAS and RLI, the light infantry, and the pseudo-terrorist units, we became the hunted.
A lot of us moved to South Africa. Many joined the South African Defence Force at the time they found our skill set valuable.
Reece stayed quiet.
Others had done things that could never be forgiven. If they wanted to survive, they had to leave the continent, start over. New names, backstories. It was easier to do back then. A good forger, the right amount of money to certain government offices, and almost anything was possible. Some of us stayed in touch. Of some you'd hear rumours, usually when pissing it up at the pub. A troopy or scout would come up in conversation and someone would say they saw him in Argentina, or worked with him in Nicaragua or Angola. Some smuggled guns, others diamonds. Still others disappeared entirely. I once ran into an old trooper in Malta, a decade on from the end of the war. Caroline and I were passing through. We went down to a bar by the water to grab a drink, and there he was, a mate from the Scouts drinking a vodka soda at a corner table. He had started a new life under a different name, an assumed identity. He owned the bar, a fishing boat, an old rover, had a young wife. He looked happy. Never saw him again. He wanted no connections to the old country. It was better that way. It's one of the things I wanted to talk with you about.
Reece nodded.
Caroline doesn't leave the ranch much. She likes it out here. She's got her horses, gardens, cooking, books. I was glad to be able to give her this life. But the truth is, she gave me mine.
What do you mean? Reece asked. Jonathan took a long drag on his cigarette.
It's been a moon or two since Rhodesia, lad. Things happen, people change, they adapt. Time helps heal wounds, but there are scars. And with those scars come memories.
Reece swallowed, thinking of all the old man behind the desk had seen and experienced.
I know you grasp it better than most,
Jonathan said. Reece thought of a mountain in Afghanistan, the ambush, his troops dead, and all that had transpired in its wake.
As I mentioned, some of the men disappeared, some went on the run for what we did, some stayed and died, some adapted, like my brother Rich, the bloody bastard. He'll never leave Africa. Not sure he forgives me for coming here to start over, but I think he understands.
The cigarette burned closer to Jonathan's nicotine-stained fingers. The old man continued, detached, like he was describing someone else's life.
I got there the next morning. A few of us scouts did.
The next morning? Reece asked.
I've never talked with you about my sister, Eileen. Perhaps Rich did when you were in Moz?
One of the PHs told me, Reece said, using the shorthand term for professional hunter and remembering his promise to Caroline to never speak of what they had once discussed.
So, then you know she was on Air Rhodesia Flight 825?
Yes. I'm so sorry, Jonathan.
It's been over 40 years, almost 50. Some scars never fully heal. The tears took her out of the sky, shot her Vickers Viscount down with a Soviet Strela.
Jonathan's eyes looked past Reece, but they were not taking in the beautiful mountain vista. They were remembering the crash site.
I choppered in on an Alouette 3 the next morning. God help me. I flew in praying she had died in the air, or on impact. She didn't. I found her by a msasa tree. She'd been bayoneted in her throat, through her ribs, in her chest. But that wasn't the worst of it. I couldn't recognize her face. It had been beaten in with a club or pipe. She'd been so beautiful. She still had her flight hostess uniform on, part of the top anyway. It was ripped open. I had to look at her name tag, which was still attached to the side, to identify her. Hastings. Her pants had been torn off. While she was alive or dead, I don't know. She wasn't the only one. We had to collect and identify the bodies. 38 was still on board, most burned to death. Some had been thrown from the wreckage. But 18 had survived, including Eileen. Mothers, babies, all butchered by ZIPRA, the Zimbabwe People's Revolutionary Army. You never forget it, but even worse.
He swallowed.
Even worse is what we did next. We pushed into Moz and Zambia, tracking and killing those responsible and anyone who stood in the way.
Jonathan closed his eyes.
It wasn't war. It was personal. It was hate. It was vengeance.
He took a moment to compose himself, and then opened his eyes.
Their founder, their leader, went on BBC. He publicly claimed responsibility for downing the plane, for killing Eileen. And he laughed. I'll never forget that laugh. I made a promise to myself that I would not leave Africa while he still drew breath. We got close in April of '79. Mounted a raid into Zambia. Scouts and Rhodesian SAS. The bloody Brits tipped him off. He ended up living a long life, had visits from Kissinger. They put his face on postage stamps and declared him a national hero. But he was still the man who killed my sister. The man who laughed about it.
Jonathan paused, putting out what was left of the cigarette in the ashtray.
Had I kept my promise to myself, followed through with what would certainly have been a suicide mission, I would not be here today. I wouldn't have grandchildren. I wouldn't have peace. I tell you this because I stopped. Not out of some sense of morality or humanity or common decency, but because of Caroline. She told me one day the bullet would find me. I remember it as if it were yesterday.
His voice trailed off at the memory. "What did you do?" Reece asked.
I listened. We packed up for greener pastures. We were not done with Africa, but Africa was done with us. Caroline recognized what I could not. She brought me to God, to my refuge and strength. She saved my life.
He paused again.
Let Katie save yours. I don't know if I can,
Reece whispered.
You can leave it behind. I did. So did my mate in Malta. He was with me on the raid into Zambia. He still owns that bar. But he had to leave Africa, had to start anew. I don't have any place to go. The death of some men is useful to other men,
Jonathan said.
C.S. Lewis, The Abolition of Man, I remember. You gave me that book to read on the way to Mars back in college.
That will always be the case, James. I know the CIA wants you back. What I'm saying, lad, is you don't need to go. Men like you have fallen from favor. You've done enough. I almost lost Rafe in Kamchatka. Without you, I would have lost more than a daughter. We can't lose you too, son. Stay here with us. I didn't have a place. I had to find one, and I did that here in Montana. You have a home. Live. Marry Katie. Raise your kids. Reacquaint yourself with God. That's my gift to you, James. It's up to you to accept it. You must do what you think is right, of course.
I will.
Good. Jonathan put his tobacco and rolling papers back into a desk drawer.
By the way, James, do you know anything about a missing bottle of Simpa?
Reece shook his head, knowing Jonathan loved their cat-and-mouse game surrounding his wine cellar.
A case of Pursued by Bear cab arrived from Washington State last week, a few bottles light as well.
Interesting name for a wine, Reece said, redirecting the conversation. Shakespeare?
A tribute to the Bard of Avon.
Jonathan confirmed.
A Winter's Tale. This is the chase. I am gone forever. Exit Pursued by Bear.
Fitting for these parts, Reece said. I'd love to try it.
Also looking for 2 bottles of Chateau d'Or Bordeaux 1957 that seem to have walked off,
he continued. I've read that year pairs particularly well with tacos and pizza, Reece said.
I've heard that too, Jonathan said with a wink. Come on, let's go shoot.
Chapter 13. Reece stood at the end of his dock, hot mug of coffee in his hand, watching the world come alive with the first rays of light signifying a new day. The lake was glass, reflecting the blood-red hues of the early morning spring sky.
Red sky at morning.
He was leaning against a pylon and gazing out over the top of the Lake Buccaneer aircraft tied to cleats at his feet. He pulled on a pair of jeans after slipping from bed, careful not to wake Katie. A Schnee's Duckworth base layer and light Sitka jacket helped ward off the morning chill. He was barefoot, as was his custom. He liked the feel of the cold grass, rocks, and the wood of the dock beneath his feet. There was something about the earth, under bare feet, and the first rays of sun that signified life. A connection to the past while living in the moment. A promise of the future.
The ringing.
The tinnitus plagued him as it did so many other veterans of wars past and present. The ringing was a constant companion, though its levels did vary due to what factors it was impossible to say. At his core, Reece knew he was a gunfighter, a hunter of men, as had been his father and grandfather. The warrior blood was strong. Would he one day pass those genes onto his children with Katie? Teach them politics and war. Reece had learned to make the ringing his friend, a reminder of times past and how fortunate he was. The ringing and its echoes of the past. It was an honor. He closed his eyes and felt the hint of warmth on his face. Lauren, Lucy, Boozer, Freddie, Aliyah, Ben. They were all with him, always a part of him. Lauren, if they had killed me instead of you and Lucy, how would you have remembered me? I think of you every day, here in the morning light. There was no changing the past, but you could embrace the future. You made the right decision, Reece. Did you? The country needs you. The CIA needs you. Alice needs you. Katie needs you. You have done enough. Reece thought of his performance at the range after his heart-to-heart talk with Jonathan. It was the first time he had lost one of their frequent tactical shooting competitions with his customized P210 carry pistol, the one that was now tucked into the back of his jeans. His mind had been elsewhere, on the words of a wise old man, an old man thinking about his own mortality and coming to terms with his past. Coming to terms with the past. Can you outrun it, Reece? I've tried. I don't know how much further I can run. Marry Katie. Stay here in the mountains. That's my real gift to you, James. It's up to you to accept it. You must do what you think is right, of course. I will. Reece's eyes traveled from the sky to the mountains, to the far shoreline, across the lake, to the plain, patiently waiting pierside. What was that? He hadn't noticed it in the darkness when he'd arrived. The latch on the portside hatch was up. That was odd. He always closed the latch and Liz always double-checked. Why was it left open? He adjusted his angle on the window to look inside, squinting in the bright early morning light. A black bag? JDLR. Just doesn't look right. If something doesn't look right, son, it's probably not. Reece felt the shot of adrenaline coupled with the sixth sense that had kept warriors alive through the millennia instantly radiate through every fiber of his being. Katie! He turned to run. Instead, the hot concussive wave of an explosion propelled him away from the plane and into the cold, dark waters of the lake. Chapter 14. Reece opened his eyes to the darkness. His mouth opened to breathe as he regained consciousness, but instead of life-saving air, his lungs and nasal cavity were assaulted with the infusion of cold water. Blackness. Underwater. Dying. Let it take you. Go see Lauren and Lucy. It's time. Not today. Which way is up? Reece clawed through the murky darkness, his lungs drawing in more water in their quest for air. Was he blacking out? His hands hit the rocky bottom. Now you know which way is up. Reece twisted his body and threw his legs underneath him, finding the lake bed with his bare feet, and pushed off. Just like drown-proofing in buds. Well, almost. What was that? An explosion. Who planted that bag? Not now. Katie. I need to get to Katie. You can't help Katie if you are dead. Fight! Reece clawed his way upward and broke the surface, vomiting, coughing, and gasping in the life-saving mountain air. You're alive. Reece snapped his head to the right. The cabin was still there. Treading water, he turned to look for the plane. What was left of it had been torn in two and was slipping beneath the surface. Gun. His right hand went to the back of his jeans. Gone. Fuck. Always use a holster. You know better than that. Reece took a breath and dove, kicking downward to find the bottom, his hands searching frantically for the familiar grip of his cig, but feeling only stones. Don't shallow water blackout. You are no good to Katie dead. Dump the outer layer. It's impeding movement. Reece struggled out of his jacket. Did they have spotters? If so, they saw you surface and know you are not dead.
Don't come up for air in the same place. They will be zeroed in on it. They will be coming to finish the job. Genrick? The collective? Not now, Reece. Get to work.
Reece gave 2 powerful kicks and strokes underwater, surfacing in a different location, filling his lungs with much-needed oxygen. A shot broke over his head.
Sniper, on the hill. Shot was high. Shooter didn't account for the angle. He won't make that mistake again.
Reece pushed himself beneath the surface.
Go for the plane.
His rifle was back in the house, but there was something else in the aircraft. Even in the early morning light, it was extremely dark underwater. Reece's lungs were strong, the training, the altitude giving him the edge he needed. He sensed the shadow of the dock above him as the dark green murk turned black. The plane was on the other side of the pier. The shots had come from the south side of the lake.
How many?
Reece saw the white fuselage before him. It would be in the aft section. It could also be on the bottom or destroyed by the blast.
You will find out soon enough, Reece. Air.
Reece grabbed a pylon and used it to guide him to the surface for another breath, keeping the pole between him and the south side of the lake.
What if there are additional shooters behind you?
It's possible. Jonathan and Rafe would be there soon. They heard the explosion. Unless they were targeted too. Unless they were dead.
Don't think of that now, Reece. Work the problem.
Reece slowly raised his head above the surface behind the pylon. That his head was not immediately removed from his body suggested they might not have an element to the north.
Katie, please stay in the house. Put your body armor on like we planned. Get the rifle and shoot anyone you don't know to the ground.
Reece steadied his breathing, his eyes searching the hillside for a sniper. Instead, he saw movement at the base of the hill.
Sniper? No, he's still holding the high ground. That mover is the maneuver element coming to finish me off and kill Katie. Not today, motherfucker.
Reece dove again, down at an angle, seeing the white fuselage get larger in his field of view. His hands made contact with the metal frame. The pylon-mounted engine had tipped the aft section of the plane forward. The Lake Buccaneer wasn't on the bottom of the lake. Instead, it was suspended, with both the front and aft sections held in place by lines still tied to cleats on the dock. Reece angled his dive and propelled himself toward the fuselage. He grabbed an edge of what just moments earlier had been the mid-section of the Buccaneer. Slashing his right hand in the process, he pulled himself inside. A jagged, protruding shard of metal sliced through his base layer top, cutting into his back.
Where are you?
He reached under the rear seat, his hands searching.
Come on, come on. There.
Reece's bloody hand wrapped around the familiar handle of his Winkler Sayok tomahawk. He ripped it from its sheath and dove down again, pulling himself out of what was left of the fuselage.
Get a reference point, Reece.
Still beneath the surface, he found a pillar and used it to guide him upward, to air, to life.
Work your way to shore, but stay down.
The dock was shaped like an L. Reece knew it by heart. The frogman took a breath and descended, removing what was left of his torn upper base layer to increase his hydrodynamic efficiency, the water concealing him from the sniper positioned across the lake. 1 pylon, a second, a third, a fourth. Reece's lungs burned from exertion and from the onslaught of cold lake water. He turned to his left at the 4th pylon, another 5 to go. Reece's powerful kicks propelled him onward, his arms searching for the next pylon to mark his progress, his hand still wrapped around the shaft of the tomahawk. Next pillar. He could tell it was getting shallower and lighter. The sun was coming up. It would be to the shooter's right. Too bad it won't be in his eyes. That means you are going to have to move fast. If he didn't see his surface after he took his last shot, he could still be looking at the water around the plane. Use that to your advantage. A low rock wall led from the shore up to the grass in front of the cabin. If he could low crawl to that wall and use it as cover, he could get to the house without being seen, seizing the advantage through guile and audacity. Almost there. In what he once called a shallow water peak, Reece eased his eyes and then his nose above the surface. No shots. Reece resubmerged and pulled himself along using rocks until the lake bed slanted upward to the beach. Only a few feet of beach before the rock wall that would cover his movement to the house. If the sniper was still looking at the water where he had last seen Reece, the frogman had a chance. What of the second man? Not now. Prioritize. And execute. Reece pulled himself from the lake, low-crawling to the base of the low rock wall.
Made it.
With the wall only about 3 feet tall, Reece kept low, using his elbows and forearms to drag his body along behind the cover of the stones.
Almost to the house.
Reece made it to the edge of the cabin and pulled himself to a kneeling position to evaluate the battlefield. His eyes looked up at the road in the distance from which Jonathan and Rafe would come, if they were still alive.
They have to be alive. Don't let that distract you. Play this like no one is coming. It's up to you. Be your own cavalry.
Reece moved his grip on the hawk down from beneath the head into a hammer grip to give him reach. He then rose to a crouch and sprinted down the far side of the cabin.
Katie, stay where you are, he prayed. Where is the man who was moving toward the house? Get inside, get to your rifle, eliminate the threats.
Reece broke from his corner, racing past the garage toward the front steps of the house, out of sight from the southern hill where the sniper lay in wait. He was almost to the steps when he saw the rising rifle barrel. Chapter 15. Instead of dashing up the stairs, Reece increased his speed, continuing toward the threat. All he saw was the rifle. AR, EOTech, sling, no magnifier, no light, no laser. The lack of a light indicated it was probably not a pro, but that didn't matter. A bullet from an amateur would kill you just as dead as a bullet from a professional.
They were professional enough to get this far. Later, Reece.
Time to kill. The surprise was evident in his attacker's movements. He recoiled ever so slightly at the sight of a dripping wet, half-naked creature barreling down on him at a full sprint, with a tomahawk poised to strike. Reece's outstretched left hand pushed back on the rifle's handguard, trapping it to the attacker's body, while almost simultaneously hacking down with the razor-sharp edge of the Winkler. The ancient weapon made contact with the man's clavicle. Reece felt the collarbone break from the assault. His forward momentum propelled him past his assailant, causing him to lose his grip on the man's rifle. He immediately pivoted left. That pivot saved his life. 2 additional men with similar rifles were stacked behind the lead assaulter. The second shooter was almost as shocked as the first. His rifle had been in the low ready behind the point man. Reece saw the muzzle rise and had just enough time to grab it and pull it to the right. With the working end of the barrel so close to his head, the blast from the muzzle brake shocked his system as the man pulled the trigger, the sound and concussive force rocking Reece's world. The ringing in his head returned with a vengeance. Reece chopped the tomahawk into the side of the man's lead knee. The attacker's primal howl was so loud it was audible even above the vicious buzzing. The SEAL pushed the handguard into his enemy while using the beard of the tomahawk to lift up through the nerve bundle at the back of the knee in what amounted to a single-leg takedown, driving him into the third man, pinning them both to the side of the house.
What is the status of the point man? Don't worry about that now. Take care of these 2.
Using his body to keep the second man's rifle pinned to his body, Reece slid his left hand into his face, pressing up beneath his nose, which pushed his head back, exposing his neck. Reece pulled the tomahawk from the man's knee and loosened his grip, letting gravity drop it into a punch grip position, his hand just below the hawk's head. He pushed the tool up and across the man's body, its leading edge cutting across body armor and magazine pouches until it sliced into his shoulder. Then Reece instantly reversed its trajectory, ripping its deadly front spike across the man's throat, tearing through the trachea, carotid artery, and jugular vein. The wound erupted, spraying Reece's face with the bright red blood of a dying man. As the enemy's hands went to his neck, Reece blinked to help clear his eyes of blood. He kicked the dead man aside to deal with the as-yet uninjured third man, who had the wherewithal to go for a Glock 19 on his belt with his rifle offline. In the chaos and disorder of a fight to the death, it was difficult for him to draw the gun. Reece felt the pistol discharge below his belt line, the bullet grazing his left thigh.
Deal with the most immediate threat.
The SEAL grabbed the pistol and pushed it and the man's right hand into the outside wall of the cabin, punching the tomahawk directly into the inside of the attacker's wrist. He followed it up with another powerful strike, cranking up and down with the front spike, severing the tendons. As the Glock dropped to the dirt, the assailant's screams grew into shrieks of anguish as Reece turned the hawk and sliced up the inside of the man's right arm and across the side of his face, ripping open his cheek and taking off most of the right ear. In a last-ditch primal effort to save his life, the man pushed off the cabin, sending them toppling over the dead man behind Reece and taking them both to the ground.
Where's the first assaulter? Don't go to your back. 2-on-1 from your back is not an advantageous position. Always improve your fighting position.
Reece landed hard but quickly scrambled to his knees, wrapping his enemy's neck in a guillotine choke, then sliding around to take his back. His opponent rolled forward, putting Reece where he didn't want to be, on the ground, with one assailant still unaccounted for. Adapt and win. With his enemy's head and upper back across Reece's midsection, the frogman trapped his opponent's left arm with his own, then used his legs to wrap up his opponent's shredded right arm, immobilizing him in a crucifix. But instead of a tap on the mat or in the octagon, this submission was permanent. With his attacker immobilized in a T, Reece quickly scanned his immediate surroundings for additional threats. Where is the number one man? His sense of hearing was impaired by the ringing. The ringing. There was a physical pain to it now, and it was an impediment to sensing danger. Finish him. Reece hit the base of the hawk into the dirt, pushing it up into a hammer grip, giving him extended range. Then he raised it up and slammed it down past the lower portion of the man's body armor and directly into his groin, twisting it and pulling it across his upper leg to sever his femoral artery. Find that first man. Reece then pushed his hips back to untangle himself from his opponent. Using his left hand to pin the man's head to the ground, he slid his left knee onto his neck. Switching hands with his blood-stained tomahawk, he raised it overhead and slammed it down into the man's temple, feeling it come to a stop on the middle of his brainstem. He exerted additional force down to release some of the pressure formed from the rapid assault, opening the wound cavity and freeing the tool from the skull, skin, and brain matter, before giving the head 2 more vicious hacks to ensure the job was done. The last man. Where is he? Still kneeling, awash in blood and brain matter, Reece conducted a 360-degree scan. Did the man live? Did he get into the house? Is he killing Katie right now? No. Movement in the distance. There he is. The man stumbled at the south end of the lake like a drunk lurching into the street after last call. He was making his way back toward the hill where the sniper shots had originated. Panicked? Dying? Didn't matter. Finish him. Reece sliced through the sling of the rifle attached to the dead man beneath him, dropped his tomahawk, and pushed himself to his feet. He moved the few yards to the corner of the cabin and went to a kneel, using his knee in the side of the home to steady himself. The rifle was already off safe from the violent encounter moments earlier. Reece settled into his firing position, finding the 1 minute of angle red dot at the center of the EOTech ring in the holographic weapon sight. Is it sighted in? Reece would soon find out. His opponent was staggering toward the tree line. Once he was in the trees, Reece either had to pursue, putting him in the open and making him an easy target for the sniper, or retreat and barricade in the cabin. Take him, Reece. Reece centered the dot on the man's back, exhaled slowly to control his breathing, and depressed the trigger to the rear. The rifle discharged, sending a projectile toward his prey. Reece adjusted in case the weapon was not properly sighted in, sending another round intentionally low, another high, 1 to either side and 3 more center mass. The man toppled to the ground. Reece scanned again, his eyes searching for threats in the surrounding hills. How many are left? He hustled back to the body of the closest dead man and removed 2 magazines from his chest rig. He stuffed them into his back pockets before grabbing a third and running toward the house, performing a tack reload on the move and shoving the partially spent magazine in his front left pocket. 2 full magazines in my back pockets, rifle topped off, partial mag in front left pocket. Katie. Is there someone else in the cabin? Ears ringing, he sprinted to the stairs leading to the porch. The front door was locked. That was a good sign. Reece had left that morning in the darkness from the back deck that led down to the dock. Still, someone could have made entry and locked the door behind him. If he entered, would Katie start shooting? Should he call out? What if that alerted someone inside that he was coming in? Shit. Katie, Reece yelled. Katie, he shouted again. Fuck, the ringing in his ears. What if she's calling back? The ringing was so loud. Reece made his decision. Coming in. He turned to mule kick the door and then decided against it. Breaking his bare foot would not help their situation. He turned back around and smashed the barrel of his rifle through the glass pane, raking it to ensure he wouldn't slit an artery as he reached in. He then unlocked the door from the inside and pushed it open. Katie, it's me, he shouted. He took an angle on the front room, clearing as much of it as he could from outside the thick log-walled exterior. He then stepped back and slid across the threshold of the door, clearing as much of the opposite side as he could, before smoothly making entry. Moment of truth. If he was going to get stitched up by the enemy or by Katie, it was going to happen right now. Nothing. Is it silent? He couldn't tell over the ringing, which had now turned to an excruciating buzz. He thought he heard the dogs barking. He moved toward the bedroom. "Katie, it's me. Are you okay?" They had worked out a challenge and reply that was now useless, with Reece unable to hear. If she replied with his last name, he knew she was under duress, as in, "Reece, I'm okay." Katie was one of the few people who called him James. Shit, I can't hear anything but ringing. He offered the challenge again in the hopes of hearing anything but Reece. He was again met with silence. "Katie, I can't hear you coming in." He burst through the bedroom door, opting for the hostage rescue tactic of a dynamic entry. He took his immediate corner first and then swept the room. His vision caught movement. "Katie!" She was in his arms less than a second later, the two black labs at her feet. She buried her head in his neck, sobbing with the emotional release and adrenaline dump from being thrust into a state of fight or flight. "James, are you okay?" "Window." Even as Reece tackled Katie to the floor, he felt the impact of the bullet through her body, the sound of breaking glass, and the echo of the shot reverberating over the ringing in his ears. Chapter 16. Rafe downshifted into second gear in the Defender 110 to push the aging vehicle over a rise. He then shifted back into third, accelerating over the dirt and gravel of the ranch's backcountry roads he knew by heart. Jonathan sat in the passenger seat, an FAL with iron sights propped up on the seat between his legs in much the same way he had ridden in Sabre Land Rovers near the end of the war in Rhodesia. They were both already awake when they heard the explosion. Jonathan had been in a green terry-cloth robe, black coffee in hand, watching the sun rise from the front room of the main ranch house, when his serenity was disrupted by smoke rising from over the hill. "Reece." He had attempted to contact Reece and Katie via the ranch radio system, to no avail. Rafe had broken in on the ranch frequency and told his father to be ready in 5 minutes. The old soldier was ready in 2, slipping into jeans, cowboy boots, and a denim shirt, grabbing a rifle of similar make and model to the rifles that had served him so well in the African bush. Caroline had taken position in their bedroom on the second level with a view of the main route of ingress. She was ready with her Bernot 602. She'd used the classic rifle chambered in hard-hitting .375 H&H to defend her family and home years earlier. Her Rhodesian Ridgeback Zulu sat obediently at her side next to 4 boxes of ammo. Rafe had dropped off his wife, Annika, and their children at his parents' house. They were now locked in the wine cellar, which doubled as a safe room, with Annika cradling a Beretta 1301 tactical 12-gauge shotgun. It held 7 rounds in the tubular magazine and 6 more in the Aridus Industries quick-detach carrier on its left side. He knew their children would be playing with blocks on the floor behind her. These were not a people who shied away from violence or outsourced defending the gift of life. These were capable people, for whom defending one's land and family was a natural duty. Rafe kept his eyes on the road while Jonathan's head stayed on a swivel. Jonathan wore a simple chest rig with 3 magazines. He didn't wear body armor in the bush and wasn't going to start now. He preferred to move unencumbered. No medical kit or water, just a rifle and loaded magazines. A radio was clipped to the belt of his jeans. Rafe had slipped into his S&S precision plate carrier and body armor. 3 magazines were positioned across its front that paired with the Bravo Company AR in the seat behind him. One of his hand-built 300 Win Mag hunting rifles was secured in a Kifaru scabbard pack on the floorboards. Jonathan unclipped the radio and brought it just below his chin. "White Knight, this is Kumba Actual," he said. No response. "White Knight, Kumba Actual, over." Nothing. He looked at his son, whose eyes stayed laser-focused on the road. "Better reception up ahead," Rafe said. So that the vehicle remained out of sight, Rafe brought the Defender to a halt at the military crest of the hill that overlooked Reece's lakeside cabin. "There's a rock outcropping about 200 meters that way," he said, pointing ahead and to his right. "That will give us the best vantage point." Jonathan didn't need to ask why they were not driving right to the cabin. He and Rafe both knew that death would eventually come to them all. There was no need to rush to it. They would be no use to Reece and Katie if someone put them in the dirt. Rafe exited the vehicle, shouldered his pack, grabbed his AR, and sacrificing security for speed, moved out toward his destination. Chapter 17. Reece knew he should win the fight first. That was all well and good in Afghanistan, Iraq, or Somalia. But here in America, with the woman he loved potentially bleeding out in his arms, it was a different story. "Katie?" Reece shouted. "Jesus, Katie!" Castor and Pollux were barking again. He had taken her to the floor even as he felt the bullet's impact, dropping them below the window across the room and out of the sniper's line of sight. He covered her with his body as protection from more potential rounds before rolling off and bringing his rifle up toward the threat. "Katie." Reece dropped the rifle, rolling her on her side and running his hands under her body armor, conducting a frantic blood sweep searching for a wound. "God, please." Horrified, Reece looked into his fiancée's eyes, only it wasn't Katie. Reece was now holding Lauren covered in blood on the floor of their Coronado home. He knew it was a vision because Reece had not found Lauren the night she and Lucy were murdered. The police had been first on the scene and barred him from entering the home. Or had they? Reece pressed his eyes shut, wishing away the apparition. "I'm okay," the blood-soaked Lauren said. "I'm going to be okay." She paused. "We're going to be okay." "We?" Reece shifted his eyes to the door. "We're going to be okay, Daddy," Lucy said. His daughter stood in the doorway's fatal funnel, her body riddled with bullets. Reece pushed himself to his feet and ran to her. A bullet he hardly noticed flew past his head through the shattered window and impacted in the wood of the cabin wall. He knelt in the threshold of the doorway and took Lucy in his arms. "I love you, baby girl," he said. "Save her, Daddy," Lucy said. "Save Katie." And then she was gone. "Lucy!" Reece yelled, turning to the body behind him. "Katie!" Staying low, Reece moved to a cabinet off the dining area, ignoring Jonathan Hastings's voice crackling over the speaker on the radio base station in the living room. "White Knight, this is Kumba Actual. What's your status? Over." Reece ripped a red Pelican case from a shelf, sprinting back to the bedroom and kneeling next to Katie. The dogs, well aware that the specter of death was near, lay down, their block heads as close to Katie's as they could manage. He set the hard case down, placed his left hand under Katie's head, and moved his right hand down her body, sweeping it for blood. With his own hands covered in gore, he recognized the futility of his effort. "Okay, Reece, by the numbers. TCCC. Tactical Combat Casualty Care. March," Reece thought, trying to stay focused on the acronym designed as a guide for treating casualties. "This is just another teammate. Remember your training. Okay, start with M. Massive hemorrhage," Reece remembered. "Is there a compressible wound? Don't you fucking die!" Reece ran his hands down Katie's body again, this time less frantically, feeling for blood. "Is there a life-threatening extremity bleed?" "Not that I can find." "Airway." Reece leaned his head in, putting his ear close to the top of Katie's head. "Okay, she's breathing. Breathing but unconscious. Unconscious." From the Dark Angel medical kit, Reece grabbed a Curaplex nasopharyngeal NPA, essentially a short, flexible tube. He tore off the packaging and inserted it into Katie's left nostril, creating an airway. Respirations. Something was not right. Katie was breathing, but her breaths were weaker than just moments earlier. "Katie!" Reece yelled. "Don't you fail her, Reece." Reece once again began to run his hands down her body, thinking he had missed something vital in his initial assessment. He felt a razor slice into his finger. Fuck! It wasn't a razor. It was part of a ceramic plate, one that had absorbed the majority of the bullet's impact, but not all of it. The round had hit the top edge of her backplate and tumbled into her chest from behind. Reece quickly ripped off the Velcro securing her plate carrier to her body and pulled it over her head. Shit! A rib low on Katie's chest was exposed. It had punctured the skin and was bleeding profusely. Reece noted the air frothing through in the blood. "Tension pneumothorax? Open pneumothorax? Where is my combat medic?" "It's just you, Reece. You know what to do." Katie was unconscious and in shock, her breathing labored. "Stay with me, Katie." Reece ripped open her shirt to give himself access to the wound. Her eyes fluttered open for a moment, followed by a moan. Air was accumulating between the lungs and thoracic wall. The lung had collapsed or was collapsing, compressing it and deflating the lung, which was interfering with her heart and arteries. Shit. Shock is next. Hypovolemic? Obstructive? Don't let her die, Reece. Occlusion flap dressing. Reece remembered pulling a halo vent seal from the trauma kit and ripping open the package, praying he was not already too late. He cut the chest seal to the center with trauma shears from the kit and peeled off the adhesive backing. Right now the threat was air making its way into Katie's chest around the protruding rib. Sucking chest wound. He wiped away as much blood as he could in order to get a good seal, then pulled the cut section of the halo seal around the rib and pressed it to Katie's chest. He then grabbed the other halo seal and secured it in the opposite direction. You can solve one problem and make another one worse. Damn it, did you just cause a tension pneumothorax? Abnormal chest movement, Reece observed. Only one side was rising and falling in tracheal deviation. The windpipe looked off-center. Okay, chest trauma and difficulty breathing. Fuck! Needle decompression. Reece rummaged through the trauma kit and removed the North American Rescue Enhanced ARS, or Air Release System, which was for all practical purposes a 10-gauge catheter. He pulled the device from its tube and using his left hand found Katie's clavicle and then felt his way down, stopping at the 6th rib. He then slid his fingers over, using the top of the rib as a guide, until he was lined up just in front of her armpit. He pressed his index finger into the 5th intercostal space just above the 6th rib. Anterior axillary line, 5th ICS. Here it goes. He inserted the scalpel-sharp tapered needle, hitting Katie's rib, and then angled the device upward, feeling it penetrate the pleural cavity. He heard the release of trapped air, which relieved the pressure on her vital organs. Reece then pulled the needle out, leaving the tube in place. Next, he rolled her onto her affected side, into a recovery position to ensure her uninjured lung could inflate as much as possible. Okay, now what? Finish march. Circulation. Head injury and hypothermia. Okay, those look good. Now what? Pause. Pain, antibiotics, splinting. Those are going to have to wait. Win this fight, Reece. Reece moved to the radio base station in the adjacent room at a crouch. Kimba Actual, this is White Knight, over. A familiar voice responded immediately.
What's your status, son?
Jonathan, is the enemy listening? Fuck it. I'm with Katie in the cabin. She's down, non-ambulatory. She either took a round to a lung over the top of her plate or a splintered rib punctured it. She's got an airway and I did a needle decompression. Need Casevac life flight ASAP. Have 3 tangos down at the front of the house. Another shooter is on the hill across the lake, probably inside 1,000 yards.
Stand by, White Knight. Utilivu is on the gun,
Jonathan said, using Rafe's Shona nickname from Africa.
Scanning now.
Reece looked through the open door into the bedroom, Katie's bloody body on the floor, the only sign of life the slight rise and fall of her chest. Stay focused on the far hill halfway up, Reece transmitted. You will see a gunshot momentarily. Reece dropped the handset and ran for the front door. He descended the steps and identified the smallest of the 3 dead men. Hoisting him over his shoulder, Reece carried him into the cabin. The SEAL dropped him unceremoniously to the floor and then dragged him into the bedroom, positioning him near the center of the room just below the window. Reece then adjusted his position, grabbed the drag handle on the back of the dead man's plate carrier, and pushed him upwards so that he was far enough back into the shadows to be obscured and unidentifiable. Reece felt the bullet impact and let the man fall to the floor. A second later, he heard the report of another rifle. The shot was taken from the hill behind the cabin. Rafe.
White Knight, this is Kumba Actual.
Reece heard over the radio. Reece moved at a crouch back to the radio in the front room. This is White Knight.
Sniper neutralized. Calling Casevac, stay put.
There could be more, Reece said into the handset.
Understood. You just stay where you are. Take care of Katie. We have overwatch.
Good copy, Reece said. We need that Casevac now. Not sure how long she has. Reece dropped the handset and rushed back to Katie's side, performing another march assessment and covering her with a blanket from the bed. He then lay down next to her, taking her bloody hand in his and pushing his head against hers. Forgive me, Katie. I love you. Chapter 18. Rafe continued to scan the hill on the far side of the lake through the magnification of his Swarovski optic, turning every few minutes to observe his flanks and the area behind him. He stayed on the gun while Jonathan made his way back to the Defender to contact a local privately funded search and rescue team on an Iridium satellite phone Rafe kept in an SKB case in the back of the vehicle. The organization immediately dispatched their Bell 429 helicopter and medical team to Coomber Ranch. Jonathan then called the sheriff and the family attorney. The old warhorse made his way back to Rafe's position, taking a knee and then sliding into the prone next to his son. He was breathing a bit heavier than Rafe expected.
Search and rescue is inbound. Sheriff is on his way along with deputies, but it will take them a minute.
You good, Dad?
You don't concern yourself with me, son,
the old Selous scout said, setting his radio and the sat phone on a rock to his left and bringing the binoculars to his eyes.
You be ready on the rifle. Could be more shooters. Stay alert. That chopper won't do Katie any good if it's shot out of the sky.
Rafe heard the familiar rhythmic reverberations of the helo's rotating blades just over 20 minutes later. He lifted his head from the rifle to see the bright blue, red, and white aircraft drop down over a ridge on the eastern edge of the lake. He immediately returned to the glass looking for movement, right angles that would signify a man-made object or anything that looked out of place. He remembered the adage Reece's father had passed along.
If it just doesn't look right, it's probably not.
He paused and burned in, zooming in and out on areas that he would have picked as hide sites if he were on the opposite side of the valley. Jonathan talked the bird in via radio while keeping Reece updated via the base station in the cabin. The Bell helicopter settled down on the gravel just in front of the log home. Rafe averted his eyes from the scope and caught a glimpse of Reece meeting the medics at the base of the stairs and guiding them inside, the two dogs at his feet. Rafe watched the medics enter while others pulled a backboard from the chopper. 5 minutes after entering the house, they re-emerged with Katie strapped atop the stretcher. He watched Reece attempt to get on board and could tell from the body language that accompanying a patient on the air ambulance was a non-starter. Reece wisely backed off. It was time to let the professionals do their jobs. Katie was in their hands now. Rafe then heard the whine of the dual Pratt & Whitney engines. The helo lifted off moments later, leaving Reece enveloped in a cloud of swirling dust. When it settled, his blood brother was standing in the open looking directly at Rafe's position.
Dad, take the rifle,
Rafe said, pushing himself to a kneel.
Keep the radio on the sat phone. Get the boys in here.
Not sure what the sheriff's bringing, but I want our crew in these hills.
The boys were former special operators who worked as guides on the Hastings' hunting properties.
You got it, son,
Jonathan said, moving behind the rifle.
Keep the AR, too,
Rafe said.
Don't worry, I've got my pistol, and I'll grab another rifle from the cabin.
Where are you going?
I need to get Reece to the hospital.
Chapter 19. When Rafe roared to a stop in front of the cabin, Reece had changed into jeans, Salomon shoes, a t-shirt, flannel, Triple-Aught design Outrider jacket, and a Hoyt archery ball cap. He'd washed most of the blood from his face, but had missed a few spots. An adhesive bandage was affixed to the palm of his right hand. All Rafe managed to get out of Reece as an update was what the medics had said as they worked on Katie before loading her into the helo. Reece reported that they had taken vitals and started a large-bore IV at her elbow. He heard them say that her blood pressure was 90/30, respiration labored, pulse 150. They told Reece she was bleeding internally. Katie was dying.
Get in, mate,
Rafe said.
I'll be right back.
Rafe left the vehicle running and charged up the steps into the cabin. He made his way to the bedroom, pausing only briefly to note the dead body Reece had hauled in to use as a decoy and the blood congealing on the wood floor by the bed. Katie's blood. The two loyal Labrador retrievers were lying next to it. He grabbed Reece's Bravo Company AR that was set up almost exactly as his was and performed a press check.
Good to go.
He then picked up Reece's plate carrier.
Castor, Pollux, come here,
he said. It took a little coaxing, but Rafe managed to get the dogs to the back deck. He would have his parents bring them up to the house after the area was cleared. His next stop was the kitchen, where he searched through a few cupboards until he found a Yeti Rambler, which he filled with tap water. He was back outside seconds later. Rafe opened the rear passenger door and set the plate carrier with its magazines on the floor and laid the rifle across the back seat. He then yanked open Reece's door and shoved the Yeti into his hand.
Drink up. Katie is going to need you,
he said, before moving back to the driver's side door and tearing out of the driveway. Reece took a sip and then set the Yeti in a cup holder. He remained silent as Rafe navigated the back roads of the mountain property. The usually alert frogman was frozen, staring straight ahead. Rafe knew better than to say anything or ask further questions. There would be time for that later. Rafe pushed the Land Rover to its limits on the dirt and gravel of the ranch and then onto the asphalt for the drive into Whitefish. By the time Rafe pulled the Defender to a stop in front of Logan Health Hospital 40 minutes later, Katie was already gone. The ER doctor on call in Whitefish told them that the medical team on the search and rescue bird had an anesthesia doctor on board, a flight physician for the Flathead Valley Sheriff's Office Emergency Services Detail Search and Rescue Team. He had administered Katie fluids in transit and inserted a chest tube to drain air and fluid from her chest, which allowed expansion of her lungs. She had taken 3 liters of fluid and was in shock when she arrived. They started her on O-type blood and did a full-body CT scan, the new standard in trauma assessment. It took only 45 seconds and provided a series of cross-sectional images of bones and soft tissue. The doctor explained that one of Katie's ribs had punctured her lung and had also torn an artery on the wall of her chest. She was in critical condition and required next-level surgical care. That care was in Billings. He informed the former SEALs that the search and rescue helicopter had already transferred Katie to a fixed-wing Beechcraft Super King Air 200 twin-turboprop med-flight air ambulance at Glacier Park Airport for transport to a Level 1 trauma center in Billings. The helo didn't have the range for what was close to a 350-mile flight, so they had arranged for fixed-wing transport. She was already in the air and would be landing in Billings in less than an hour. "Is she going to make it, Doc?" Reece asked. "I've talked with the trauma surgeon at the Billings clinic and sent him the CT scan. They are prepping for her now. She will go straight into the shock trauma surgery unit. It's the best trauma department in the state. Her best chance is in Billings." "Wait for me in the truck, eh?" Rafe told his friend. Reece walked, as if in a trance, back through the reception area and into the parking lot where Rafe had left the vehicle, just outside the automatic doors on a sidewalk. When Reece was out of earshot, Rafe turned back to the doctor. "You can tell me now, eh? Based on your experience, will she live?" The doctor opened his mouth to give the type of answer that wasn't overly encouraging while at the same time not discouraging, but then he stopped. There was something about the man in front of him that made him change his mind. "Too many variables with this type of injury. It's severe. She's critical. It's 50-50, he said. "I'll say a prayer for her." Rafe nodded and turned toward the door. Chapter 20.
"This isn't the way to Billings," Reece said. "We're going to the airport. Liz will be there in 15 minutes. We will be airborne in less than 40.
"Thank you, brother."
Liz arrived at the Glacier Jet Center just minutes after the frogmen, rushing into Reece's arms.
"I am so sorry, Reece."
Liz had been instrumental in helping her friend hunt down and kill those responsible for Lauren and Lucy's murders, and she had done it using the very same type of aircraft she was about to pre-flight. 25 minutes later, the gear from Rafe's Defender was loaded and they were airborne in the Pilatus PC-12 that Jonathan Hastings shared with his friend, former Congressman Tim Thornton. The aircraft was configured for 6 passengers. Reece and Rafe sat across the aisle from each other.
"What did the doc say?"
Reece asked, breaking the silence and turning his head from the rectangular window. Rafe paused before answering.
"He said it was 50-50, mate."
Reece looked back out the window over the clouds stretching toward the horizon. Just more than an hour later, Liz brought the single-engine Swiss aircraft down at Logan Field in Billings. She had coordinated a vehicle with Edwards Jet Center FBO via radio just prior to approach, and a Suburban was waiting on them when they arrived. Liz stayed behind to handle administrative requirements with the FBO, but would not be far behind. The Billings clinic was only 5 minutes from the airport. Reece's door was open before the SUV came to a stop, moving to the ER doors at a full sprint. He was across a reception area and in front of the receptionist a second later.
"Katie Baranek," he said. "She's here, maybe in surgery. Punctured lung."
Though he knew it was a possibility, he wouldn't let his mind accept the fact that she might already be dead. The receptionist looked as if she was expecting them, or perhaps this sort of event was part of her everyday routine.
"Yes, she's in surgery now." "Thank God. And you are?" she asked.
"Fiancé,"
Rafe said, appearing next to his blood brother using his finger to indicate Reece. He then pointed at himself and said,
"Friend."
"Please wait here,"
she said, nodding at the empty waiting area.
Let me check for you.
Thank you, Rafe said. She stood up from behind her desk and disappeared through a door that led deeper into the hospital. Reece and Rafe remained standing in front of chairs ubiquitous in all medical waiting rooms. The receptionist emerged a few minutes later.
The doctor will be with you shortly,
she said. How long? Reece asked.
That depends. He will be out as soon as he can.
The two men resigned themselves to chairs and sat in silence as the seconds turned to minutes, and the minutes to hours. Liz joined them and put her arm around the big man who had once saved her life in the dusty streets of a faraway land.
She's going to make it, Reece,
was all Liz could say. Almost 2 hours after their arrival, a surgeon emerged from the depths of the trauma center. He approached and asked them to step into a small family room just off the waiting area. Reece got to his feet, bracing for the news and praying he wouldn't hear the words, "I'm sorry."
I'm Dr. Scott Green. Let me start by saying she is alive.
Reece felt the weight of the world briefly lift and then settle back onto his shoulders.
James Reece,
he managed.
Rafe Hastings,
Rafe said.
This is Liz Riley.
Please sit down, Dr. Green said, pulling a chair close and taking a seat as well.
Let me tell you, she's a fighter, that one. I've been doing this long enough to tell. I got a call from Whitefish from an anesthesiologist who flies with the sheriff's office up there. He tells me one of you saved her with that nasopharyngeal occlusion dressing and needle decompression. Without those, we would be having a very different conversation right now.
Was that you? He asked, looking at Reece. You're the fiancé, right?
That's right,
Reece said. Being the doc for the Sheriff's Emergency Services detail, he's aware of who you guys are, and he filled me in. I did a year in Baghdad at the CSH in '08, the doctor said by way of establishing bona fides.
How bad is it?
Reece asked. You saved her, Mr. Reece, but there are complications.
Complications?
As you are aware, there is no telling exactly what a bullet is going to do when it enters the human body. There are just too many factors at play. I saw it more times than I can count in Baghdad. She was wearing plates, wasn't she?
She was,
Reece confirmed.
Best I can tell, the bullet nicked the top of the plate, downward angle causing it to tumble. Forensics will be able to identify the round, but I'd guess it was a 6.5 variant. I am confident that I removed all the bullet fragments and foreign debris. What worries me is the rib. It punctured her lung and tore an artery on the wall of her chest. We removed the fractured pieces of bone and repaired a tear in her diaphragm. She has a chest tube in now that's draining blood and keeping her lung expanded. In surgery, we found that her spleen below the diaphragm ruptured as well. Those type of injuries bleed. The spleen was bleeding into her belly, which put her into shock. We were able to get to it in time and save most of it.
What does that mean?
Reece asked.
Saving the spleen means she won't be immunocompromised, so that's good news. There is about a 6-inch incision on her back along the rib, but that will heal.
Can I see her?
Reece asked. The doctor took a breath.
She's not out of the woods yet, Mr. Reece. She's not conscious. She's heavily sedated and is on a respirator. She's being transfused.
A blood transfusion?
Yes. And she still has to bounce back from the shock. Her blood pressure was only 40 when we got her. She's stable now, but the next 12 hours will be important.
How so?
I mean, she has been through a lot. They told us in Whitefish it was 50-50,
Reece said. Rafe looked at Reece. He had never heard his friend talk about odds.
I don't typically speak in percentages, but I'll tell you that things look good, Dr. Green said. If she makes it through these next 12 hours, I'd put her chances of a full recovery at 80%.
Reece was looking for 100. Recognizing the look on Reece's face, the doctor continued.
Listen, she is getting the best care modern medicine can provide. If I were a betting man, I'd say she will live. Your work on site saved her life. No chance she would have even made it to Billings without it.
Can I see her?
Dr. Green shook his head.
Not for the next 12 hours.
I'd like to see her anyway.
Reece tried again. This time it wasn't a question. Dr. Green looked at the 3 veterans across from him.
Come on, Mr. Reece, follow me. but only for a minute.
Dr. Green led Reece down a long hallway. It smelled of disinfectant. He stopped in front of the sliding glass doors to ICU Bay 7.
Let me warn you, Mr. Reece, it's not a pretty sight. The swelling is normal. It's from the fluids. It will go down as soon as her kidneys kick back in. They often shut down temporarily for patients in shock.
Reece nodded. Dr. Green opened the door. Reece moved to Katie's side and took her right hand in his. It was cold. A white sheet covered her chest. Her arms and legs were exposed and connected by catheters to IV tubing with drip chambers, filters, injection ports, connectors, and flow regulators with bags of fluids hanging overhead from stainless steel poles. A hemodialysis machine transfused and filtered blood for her kidneys, the white, blue, and black screen casting an artificial glow over Katie's unconscious body. Wires ran from her extremities to blue boxes with flashing lights and digital readouts. Sensors were attached to the side of her ribs, chest, arms, and lower legs. Another sensor was clipped to the middle finger of her left hand. A vital sign monitor beeped, displaying her heart rate, blood pressure, oxygen saturation, respiration, and temperature. EKG pads were stuck to her chest and limbs, recording electrical signals from her heart. Another nearby screen blinked green and orange. Reece swallowed, fighting back a mixture of fear and rage. His eyes came to rest on her face, a face now the color of pale ash. His beautiful Katie was nearly unrecognizable. Her eyes were swollen shut and a tube from her nose drained a dark green fluid. She was intubated with an endotracheal tube taped in place over her mouth. It extended into her throat and down to her windpipe, the respirator working to blow oxygen-rich air into her lungs and then expel the resulting carbon dioxide. Alarms beeped over the continuous hum of machines, the suction sound of modern life support systems filling the sterile room.
I'm so sorry, Katie. This is my fault.
It's time to fight.
She's going to make it, James.
What? Reece looked across to the other side of Katie's bed.
She's going to be okay, Daddy.
Lauren and Lucy stood on the opposite side of the bed, illuminated by the pixels from the monitors and screens helping keep Katie alive. Lauren wore one of Reece's old SEAL platoon ball caps, her blonde ponytail pulled through the back. Her arm was around their daughter, who was barely tall enough to see over the bed.
Mom, I want to see Daddy,
she said. Lauren leaned over and picked Lucy up, holding the child on her hip. The little girl smiled at her dad and then gazed down at Katie. She then pulled her mom's head close and said something Reece couldn't quite make out into her mother's ear. Lauren nodded and looked at her husband. There was no blame or regret in her eyes, only compassion.
She's going to be fine, James. We love you, and we miss you. I love you, Daddy,
Lucy said, waving goodbye like he had seen her do before deployment. And then they vanished. Were Lauren and Lucy giving his new life their blessing? Or was it his subconscious warning him that one day, because of Reece, Katie would join them in the afterlife? Or was it something else? He closed his eyes, wishing his wife and daughter back, but when he opened them, in their place was nothing but machines, flashing and beeping with the vital signs of the woman before him, who had hours earlier been a whisper away from death. I love you, Katie, he said. The smell of blood was in the air. Reece was familiar with it. Soon, when he found those responsible, they too would become familiar. When Dr. Green escorted Reece from the ICU back to his friends in the waiting room, the smell of blood stayed with him. What are you going to do, Reece? I'm going to find those who did this. And then, I'm going to kill them all. Chapter 21. Ministry of State Security, Haidian District, Beijing, China. The director of each bureau of the Chinese Ministry of State Security had a 2-hour brief scheduled with the minister in a special conference room in the heart of China's intelligence headquarters. The room was designed to counter electronic eavesdropping and was used for the most sensitive of discussions. Minister Yun sat at the head of a long table. Bajin was to his right. Yun listened, interrupted, asked questions, barked orders, and took notes. Jin remained silent. He was much more effective that way. He knew he made the directors nervous. The briefings were scheduled for a 5-day period. Each of the directors provided an update of ongoing operations and on their responsibilities in the event of hostilities with Taiwan: communications, domestic counterespionage, international counterespionage, economic intelligence, technology, cyber, imagery, front companies, and intelligence operations in Taiwan, Hong Kong, Macau, and the United States. They briefed separately from one another to compartmentalize information. In Beijing, another set of briefings was underway. In Zhongnanhai, adjacent to the Forbidden Palace, President Deng Gao, who was also chairman of the Central Military Commission, was receiving briefs from what constituted the largest standing military in the world: the People's Liberation Army, the People's Armed Police, and militia. Minister Yun, accompanied by Bajin, would in turn brief the president early the next morning. They knew what President Gao wanted to hear, that all of China's military forces and intelligence services were prepared to take Taiwan. It was not wise to answer a presidential summons bearing bad news. Yun knew firsthand the consequences of failure, real or imagined, within the current hierarchy. Over the past year, a few prominent leaders had not so mysteriously gone missing. The foreign minister, defense minister, and the head of the rocket force had all disappeared and been replaced with, if not more capable leaders, at least ones who were less politically inept. If one wanted to keep one's job and one's head, it was best to not run afoul of the president. The Chinese Communist Party elects the president through the National People's Congress Presidium, although in reality that nomination for president was made by a small group at the top of the CCP. Though technically the NPC Presidium had the ability to nominate multiple candidates for the presidency, historically it nominated only one. Term limits were abolished in 2018, and President Gao had consolidated his hold on power through fear and intimidation. Once in office, he had immediately enacted purges under the pretext of rooting out corruption, expelling every regional leader who showed promise on the national stage. He cleaned house throughout government, ousting anyone who had loyalties or perceived loyalties to the previous administration. Those he deemed threats were fired or simply vanished in the president's quest to eliminate all rivals. Aware that such isolation could also be dangerous, he assigned emissaries to each sector of government and even to some of the more powerful private corporations. They were his eyes and ears and his only advisors. Bajin was his envoy to the intelligence service. Yun knew that in all actuality Jin was a spy, the president's spy, and one who would not hesitate to make Yun disappear, just as had some of his contemporaries, should the minister fall into disfavor. Yun's country had been preparing to bring the breakaway province back under China's rule since 1949. Just 160 kilometers off the coast of China, Taiwan's cultural and historical ties to the Middle Kingdom were undeniable. History was on their side. The rogue province had been linked to China since at least 230 AD, though the West annoyingly continued to point to a 17th century connection. History was not a Western strong point. The Japanese had occupied the island from 1895 until the end of China's War of Resistance in the World Anti-Fascist War, or what most nations called World War II. Kuomintang was in power then, but they were pushed off the mainland by Mao's People's Army in 1949. Today, only 12 countries, not counting the Vatican, recognized Taiwan as an independent nation. Even the United States had turned on Taipei and officially recognized Beijing in 1979 with their One China policy. Since then, they had supported Taipei through billions in defense sales. One had to keep an eye on the Americans. War, or the possibility of war, was big business. The United States remained the undisputed leader in global arms sales. Their Department of State had recently approved an $80 million aid package to Taiwan under their foreign military financing program, designed to support sovereign, independent states, in a move that was obviously done to gauge China's reaction. It was a modest sum in comparison to the billions they had already allocated, and another highly publicized $500 million arms sale announced concurrently. In yet another change to the 1979 Taiwan Relations Act, the United States was now not just selling arms to Taiwan, but sending existing weapons stockpiles to the province, something that was previously limited to Ukraine. In addition, they passed the Taiwan Enhanced Resilience Act, which authorized the spending of $2 billion on the island annually. The Americans were sending a message, and it had been received. It was now even more crucial that China put Christine Harding in the White House and take Taiwan before the Americans modernized their Pacific Fleet. Time was of the essence. The goal of peaceful reunification had given way to reunification, and would soon turn to official and forceful annexation. More than being the first island chain that would extend China's military influence and its standing as an economic powerhouse that made most of the world's computer chips and semiconductors, the Taiwan issue was one of national pride, and now it was one of national survival. Time was a flowing and subjective entity in Chinese culture, unlike in the West where it was finite and absolute. Kuomintang's retreat to Taiwan might as well have happened yesterday. That 75 years had passed since the People's Liberation Army had pushed Chiang Kai-shek to the island that was then still occupied by Japan meant nothing. Mao was poised to crush ROC forces and take Taiwan in 1950, were it not for North Korea's invasion of South Korea in what China called the War to Resist America and Aid Korea, and the unfortunate capture and defection of Mao's top spy in Taipei. He gave up the entire network of collaborators, a network upon which Mao was depending to take Taiwan. It was a national insult, one that would not stand. The Ministry of State Security would help finish what Mao had started. There was no better time. China would nationalize the microchip industry, revitalizing the economy, and gain control of one of the most vital trade routes on the planet. Yun had been studying his American adversary for his entire professional life, and understood that China was now on the clock. The president had publicly instructed the PLA to be ready for an invasion of Taiwan by 2027. It was clear to Yun that they would have to make a move well before that deadline. When the final director, the head of United States espionage operations, had taken his leave, Ba Jin turned to the intelligence minister.
I'd like your assessment, Minister. Is your service prepared for war?
A loaded question. Chen Yun knew that he was not answering it for the emissary, but rather for the president. His future, and quite possibly his life, depended on how he answered it.
Wars are games of variables,
he said.
An astute political answer, Minister. By variables, do you mean miscalculations?
Yun paused.
What is Jin going for? That is certainly a central component of any conflict.
Of course. The enduring nature of war,
Jin said.
Clausewitz. What of our own Sun Tzu?
It is wise to study one's enemies.
True. And since we are speaking of the Great Prussian, what of this pending war's character?
Jin asked.
That is the question. What is the spirit of the age? Our age, to be more precise.
And?
Jin asked.
We are in a house of spies.
Yun noted.
Spies are useful everywhere,
Ba Jin noted.
Master Tzu had more than a little to say about them.
He did,
Yun said.
Foreknowledge cannot be gotten from ghosts and spirits, cannot be had by analogy, cannot be found out by calculation. It must be obtained from people. People who know the conditions of the enemy.
Chapter 13,
Jin said.
This will take more than spies, though. The most critical element is the American Commander-in-Chief. She will be our most valuable asset. For your sake, she'd best not be a miscalculation.
We live in delicate times, Yun said. When the order comes, we will be ready with our cyber attack targeting their forces in Guam. Our hackers will be ready to disrupt internal U.S. infrastructure and create chaos among the populace by deleting millions of bank accounts, credit cards, and identities. And we will be ready with our Iranian friends and their proxy forces already in the United States to conduct a campaign of terror across their nation. But, as Master Tzu teaches us, the highest form of military victory is to defeat one's enemy without fighting. With our asset in the White House, that is exactly what we will accomplish.
Oh, we will fight, Minister, just not with the Americans. We finish what Mao could not. The people the world calls Taiwanese are our fellow countrymen. This is a domestic issue, an insurgency that must be quelled.
The most important thing in a military operation is victory, not persistence, Yun said, once again quoting the master strategist. Our victory must be swift.
The President is receiving updates as we speak. A thrust of forces across the strait. Marines establish beachheads in the north, south, and central sections of the western shore. Naval and missile bombardments of key military installations, surface and subsurface blockades to the south, east, and north by naval and Coast Guard assets. Seize key ports, continuous air coverage, airborne operations inland and to the east. Special operations forces eliminate key leaders, take airfields, radio and television stations, and key infrastructure. A specially trained unit will target the President and Premier as a contingency plan in the event your spies are unable to kill them. Our pre-selected CCP political team will be flown in to establish legitimacy.
Therefore, a victorious army first wins and then seeks battle.
That is precisely correct,
Bajin said. Of central importance is no U.S. casualties, Yun said. That allows the American president to make a show of moving naval assets into position to protect Australia and the Philippines. No Japanese or Australian casualties either, though even if there were, they would fall in line with their American puppet masters. We stay focused on Taiwan. Limited engagement. No moves on Guam, Okinawa, Hawaii, the Philippines, Japan, or Australia.
Elba is still decrypting the data we need,
Jin said. We only need it if we go kinetic with the Americans, but we must make every effort to wait for that decrypted data.
It must come before Overmatch is operational, Jin said. That is the linchpin.
And before we can no longer field an army or navy because of population decline, Yun thought but didn't say.
We have oil and iron reserves, ammunition, weapons systems, and counter-space capabilities, Jin said. The Americans are distracted with an upcoming election, and they remain reliant on us for much of their critical infrastructure. They need us. Everything from transmission towers to pharmaceuticals to components for their electric vehicles, minerals to transformers and industrial equipment, they need us to sustain their population and their industrial base. The U.S., for all their military and economic might, is dependent on China. In the end, that's why they won't intervene.
How does Bajin know so much about the Americans? Do not underestimate the power of the military-industrial complex. Their thirst for war, Yun said. Remember the Gulf of Tonkin and WMD in Iraq. America has a history, not just of miscalculation in foreign affairs, but of deliberate lies to their people and the world with the goal of intervention for profit.
There is the other matter, Jin said.
Oh?
The matter of the quantum computer that our asset in Congress on the Intelligence Committee warned us about. The computer they call Alice.
According to reports, that computer is still offline,
Yun said.
and as you know, the American this computer works with, this James Reece, evaded our Iranian friend's proxy element in Montana.
The President will be extremely disappointed.
Yun paused to gather his thoughts.
I have an idea,
He said.
I suggest we change tactics. I have studied the military and CIA files our asset passed to us on Commander Reece. I read the Russian one as well. It was quite extensive.
What do you propose?
His own country betrayed him. His Secretary of Defense and a senior officer in his Naval Commando unit caused the slaughter of his team in Afghanistan and killed his wife and daughter in his own home.
I read the file as well, Minister. If our information is correct, he killed everyone he believed to be responsible.
Somehow he received immunity or a pardon, Yun said. The files were light on details, but even then, his own corrupt government threw him in prison. He has much to be angry about. We can leverage that.
And don't forget, his girlfriend or fiancée was wounded in the attempt on his life,
Jin said.
We can use that to our advantage as well.
And your recommendation?
I propose we offer him sanctuary.
And if he doesn't accept?
Then we kill him.
Chapter 22. The Billings Clinic, Billings, Montana. The first 12 hours crept by, the hands of Reece's watch seemingly frozen in place. He closed his eyes, and though he appeared to be sleeping as he sat in the waiting room chair, he was not. He was thinking. The tinnitus in Reece's ears cycled through various frequencies and intervals, trying in vain to escape the visions in his mind. The ringing was always there, at times dull, other times acute, a constant reminder that he was alive. He saw Lauren, dead on the floor in a pool of blood, Lucy riddled with bullets. Visions. And he saw them both standing over Katie.
Watch over her, please. Dear God, let her live.
He replayed the events of the morning. The sunrise, explosion, water, darkness, gunfire, death. Well equipped, but not professionals. Trained, but rudimentarily so. A sniper, but perhaps only a marksman. His kit would tell the story. They bypassed ranch security measures. Later, Reece, there will be time for all of this later. Pray for Katie. The next 12 hours will be important. The next 12 hours. All life is suffering. Reece was back in the dark, back in his cell, confined in the special housing unit of the Supermax prison in Florence, Colorado. If you stay with Katie, she will die. Life is pain. You are granite, Reece. Those who love you, Katie, the Hastings family, they will be battered to death against you, protecting you. Life is darkness. Reece opened his eyes. He was back in the waiting room, back in the light. Katie is alive. For now. Pray for her. Rafe and Liz knew it was best not to engage Reece in conversation. It was enough to be there for him. The usually hyper-vigilant frogman stared straight ahead for long stretches at a time. Occasionally he would close his eyes, though they could tell he was not sleeping. When the automatic doors to the waiting area opened to admit a new patient or someone visiting a loved one, Reece's head did not turn. Friend, foe, asset, liability, known, unknown, threat? Rafe and Liz would need to look out for their friend. If Rafe went outside to take a call from the ranch, Liz was by Reece's side. When Liz ventured out for coffee and sandwiches, Rafe stood guard. Liz returned with an Italian sub and a cup of BW Blacksmith medium roast, which she set on the chair next to him. Reece didn't touch either thing. Dr. Green checked in every 2 hours, or as he was able. Any time the doors to the inner hospital opened, Reece would come alive. If it was Dr. Green, he would stand, preparing for the worst. But the worst never came.
No change. Get some rest.
She is still in serious condition. We are doing all we can.
She's improving. You need some rest.
Vitals are strong. She's in fair condition, still unconscious and on the respirator. Why don't you get rooms at the Hilton across the street? I'll call you with any updates. The 3 veterans stayed where they were. Just over 12 hours later, Dr. Green entered the room and motioned for them to join him in the more private family area. You can all take a breath, Dr. Green said with a smile. She's doing great. Now, realize recovery is going to take some time, but the worst is over from a touch-and-go standpoint.
Thank you, Doctor,
Rafe said, speaking for the group. Liz wrapped her arms around Reece, standing on her tiptoes and holding him tight. I'm going to keep her in the ICU through tomorrow. If she continues to improve, which I fully expect she will, I'll move her to step-down.
What's step-down?
Reece asked. It just means I'll move her out of the ICU to a room that doesn't require constant monitoring. She'll still be checked on, regularly.
What happens after that?
Reece asked. We will keep her under observation, get her through her first week of medications, and ensure the bandages for the incision on her back are changed regularly. She shouldn't be here more than 5 or 6 days.
That's it?
It won't be it, but she will be well enough to leave the hospital. Another 7 days of strict rest at home, and then it will be time to slowly introduce rehab.
Thank you,
was all Reece could manage. Her body has been through an extremely traumatic incident, to say nothing of her state of mind. I've seen patients who brush off being shot like they've stubbed their toe, and I've seen those who have had a difficult time leaving the house again. Just know there is a physical recovery ahead and an emotional one.
Can I see her?
Let us get her prepped, and I'll send a nurse down to walk you back. When the doctor left, the 3 friends looked at one another, unsure of what to say or do next. It was Liz who knew. She removed her University of Alabama ball cap, set it on a chair, and brought her hands together in prayer. The 2 men did the same. Back in the reception area, Reece paced impatiently.
While we're waiting, eh?
Rafe said, motioning his teammate to follow him to the corner.
Katie's going to be fine, brother. She's strong. She's in there because of me,
Reece said.
Lauren, Lucy, and now almost Katie, I'm fucking poisoned. Bullshit. Convenient to think that way? Don't. Somebody put her in that ICU, but it wasn't you. CIA was at the ranch not long before this happened,
Reece said.
That crossed my mind as well. But they have too many other ways they could eliminate you if that was their intention. This was sloppy. Vic called me earlier. He sends his thoughts and prayers. This wasn't the agency, mate.
Unfortunately, the list of potential candidates is a long one. The collective, Genrick.
I had the boys send me photos of the shooters. They were at the ranch about 30 minutes after we left. I passed them to Vic. One of the 3 is an AMSIT. The others were all on various visas. 2 were on a watch list. Vic is running it to ground. He thinks it was a sleeper cell activated by Iran. This wasn't Genrich, and I doubt it was a collective.
I've had a few run-ins with Iran, Reece said, thinking back to a time when he had entered the Caspian Sea from a fishing boat off the coast of Chalus, Iran, making his way to shore in the dark of night, face covered by a shema, AK in hand. They found HME in the barn. It will be the same explosives that blew up the plane. They wanted it to look like you were some anti-government type who blew himself up with his own device. The shooters were the contingency plan. I guess they read my file. And the sniper? Reece asked, his face hardening at the thought of the person who shot Katie. The boys say he had an out-of-the-box Tikka T3 hunting rifle with good loopholed glass. It was dialed in. Shots were just over 500 yards. Had a dope card. He was trained. We are checking all our contacts in the technical training community. I bet we find out that he took a course or two somewhere along the way, maybe even a hunting course. His hindsight was shit. That's how I found him. When he fired, I saw the dust come up under the barrel. I didn't get to thank you. I'm alive because of you, brother, Rafe said. If you hadn't mounted a next to impossible and highly illegal rescue mission into Kamchatka, I wouldn't be here.
And the man who killed my sister is dead. That's due to you as well. These are debts my family and I will never be able to repay. If I was feeling better, I'd make a joke about upping the limit on your dad's credit card in my wallet. These bastards were on my family's land. That's the other thing.
What?
All those security measures we put in place a few years ago. The sensors, the lights, cameras, nothing. Nothing. You should get a refund.
Rafe smiled. His blood brother was back.
They either knew where the sensors were and somehow avoided them, which I find hard to believe, as they were set up specifically to negate that possibility,
Rafe said.
or the sensors were turned off remotely, and the cameras were wiped clean. That seems a bit ambitious, even if they had state-sponsored Iranian backing. Who could do that?
China, maybe?
We could.
I thought you were convinced it wasn't the CIA, Reece said.
Not the CIA, a non-state actor.
It's possible, Reece said. How's the family? I'm sorry I didn't ask earlier.
You know, I say, normal morning with the Hastingses.
Is your dad doing all right?
Bloody hell, mate, he was back in Rhodesia for a moment. Not the shape he once was, but the old man was in his element.
If whoever this was wanted me dead, this was the best they could do?
What, are you insulted they didn't send a more professional hit team?
Something seems off.
Katie's alive, mate. Be grateful. We'll get her home in a few days. Dad was already planning out the new layered security plan on the phone with me. I wouldn't be surprised if he puts 50s on every avenue of approach.
Rafe, I don't know if I can go back. I put you and your family at risk. Katie almost died.
Let's worry about that later, eh? Right now, focus on Katie.
A nurse opened the door and made eye contact with Reece.
Mr. Reece, I'm Sylvia Wright. She's ready. Follow me, please.
Reece looked to his friend.
You go first,
Rafe said.
Liz and I will join you in a minute.
Thanks, brother. Rafe watched his friend walk through the open door and fade into the inner sanctum of the clinic. Chapter 23. Katie remained hooked up to the beeping and blinking monitors. The machines still hummed and the room still smelled of blood, but they had removed the endotracheal tube and the swelling of 12 hours prior had diminished significantly. She now wore an oxygen mask and was covered with an additional blanket. She was beginning to stir. Perfect timing, Dr. Green said. Reece moved to Katie's side and once again took her hand. It was still cold. She will be with us again soon, Dr. Green reassured him. Katie's eyes twitched. She then seemed to return to slumber. They twitched again and fluttered open. Reece reminded himself that he should mask his worry and apprehension with a smile. A moment later he was staring into the mesmerizing deep blue eyes of the woman he loved. Those eyes that were ordinarily filled with compassion, joy, and a hint of mischief were now bloodshot and clouded with confusion. She attempted to move, only to be told no by a body that knew it needed to rest and recover. "It's okay, Katie. You're going to be okay. I'm here," Reece said, though his tone betrayed that his words were as much to convince him as they were for her. He watched her attempt to swallow, only to shut her eyes in pain. Reece held her hand tighter. She opened her eyes again and this time attempted to move her arms to her face to remove the oxygen mask. They made it only a few inches off the bed before their movement was arrested by the wires and tubes that still tethered her to the machines. Nurse Wright moved forward to assist and removed the mask. The doctor stepped to the opposite side of the bed and briefly patted Katie's arm in reassurance. "Ms. Baranek, I'm Dr. Green. You are in the Billings Clinic in Billings, Montana, and you are going to be just fine. Relax and take some breaths."
"It hurts to breathe,"
Katie whispered. "You were intubated on a respirator. The breathing tube just came out. It will be painful for a while, but should return to normal within a few hours. Don't worry, you are in good hands." Katie slowly turned her head to look at Reece, the confusion of moments ago turning back to love.
"What happened?"
Reece opened his mouth and then looked to the doctor. "Truth is usually best, I've found," Dr. Green said. "I am so sorry, Katie." She coughed and Reece could see the pain streak across her face. She kept her eyes closed, assessing what memories remained of the morning's events. "You were shot," Reece said. Katie continued to process.
Did they miss you or something?
She asked with a weak smile, slowly reopening her eyes.
What? Too soon?
She had not lost her sense of humor.
Ms. Baranek, I'll explain in more detail later, but you have a broken rib that punctured a lung,
Dr. Green said.
We repaired a torn artery, torn diaphragm, and ruptured spleen. Is that all?
Katie asked. The doctor smiled.
That attitude is going to be a vital asset as you recover. Stay positive. The human body is extremely resilient, Ms. Baranek,
Dr. Green continued.
You will heal. That's the important thing to remember. I'll be back shortly. If you need anything, hit the call button. Nurse Wright is standing by and can assist with anything you need.
Katie managed a slight nod as Dr. Green and Nurse Wright exited the room. She then tilted her head toward Reece.
Will they ever stop coming?
She asked. Reece opened his mouth to speak, but then stopped.
Truth is usually best.
Reece squeezed her hand tighter, knowing he could not bring himself to answer. Chapter 24. Katie continued to improve and was moved to step down the following afternoon. Liz got all three of them rooms at the nearby Hilton, but Reece refused to leave the clinic until the doctor and Katie made him promise to take a shower, which he eventually did, much to the relief of the hospital staff. By the third day after conspiring with Dr. Green, Katie made Reece agree to get some sleep, which he did only reluctantly and at her insistence. Either Liz or Rafe was always on guard in the waiting area while the other kept an eye on Reece. They each had pistols and passed off a small Eberly stock backpack to whoever was on watch. Inside the inconspicuous cobalt blue bag was the Bravo Company AR that Rafe had taken from Reece's cabin. Reece slept for 10 hours when they finally got him to his room, and though he was upset at Rafe and Liz for not waking him up, he knew he needed it. Liz hit the local Cabela's for additional clothing and supplies since none of them had packed for an extended stay in Billings. The hotel became their barracks and the clinic waiting room became their outpost.
We need to talk, eh?
Rafe said as Reece entered the hotel lobby on the fourth day.
Let's walk,
Reece responded.
Liz on watch?
She is.
The two frogmen exited the hotel for the short walk to the Billings clinic.
My parents are getting ready for Katie at the ranch. Security is in place. Dad is a top-notch physical therapist coming out to set up a rehab facility in one of the garages. They have coordinated with a private doctor and nurse who will make daily house calls so Katie will not have to travel into town. My mom is going to pamper her to no end.
I figured. Thank you.
Have you talked with Katie about coming back?
She says she's ready to get out of here. She's doing better than I would have thought.
Maybe too good, eh?
What do you mean?
Just keep an eye on her, mate.
I will.
Something else.
What?
Rafe handed Reece his cell phone.
Vic needs you to call him.
About what?
About the men who tried to kill you.
Reece took a seat outside the clinic on a bench while Rafe went inside to take over from Liz. Vic picked up on the first ring.
Vic, it's Reece.
I am so sorry, Reece. How is Katie?
She's going to make it. I have to tell you, my first thought was that it could have been agency.
Vic paused.
With the agency's history and yours, I understand. But as far as I know, it had nothing to do with the CIA.
The collective?
No, and not Max Genrich,
Vic said.
He has gone to ground.
Rafe tells me it might have been Iran.
That's what I thought at first. The hitters were connected to the regime, but they were not the sort that would have been sent after you had this been about revenge for eliminating General al-Sadiq. They would have hit harder.
My thoughts exactly.
We have more indications of Iranian-backed proxies in the country, from online radicalization to illegal border crossings. There are clear signs that terrorist cells in the United States are preparing for attacks in the near term. We think this cell was diverted from their original mission and ordered to kill you. Had they more time to prepare, the outcome may have been different.
Thanks for the vote of confidence.
Reece, I think this hit is connected to the Chinese sub and the data transfer we talked about. Andy Danreb had been putting the pieces together and has a theory he would like to discuss with you.
I'm not going anywhere for a while.
Katie gets discharged in a couple of days.
Reece, this might not be able to wait.
It might have to.
You've been invited to China.
What?
They went through diplomatic channels and made a formal request to the Department of State, who of course contacted us. The President has been briefed on it as well. We think they want Alice.
They know about me and Alice?
It appears so. They tried to kill you through Iranian contacts exactly for the reasons we discussed, and when that didn't work, they changed tactics.
Vic, I'm not going to China.
They invited you at the behest of the Chinese Academy of Engineering. We assess you would actually be meeting with their intelligence services.
I think we have a bad connection. I'm not going anywhere.
There is more, but we will need to meet in person.
I'm not flying to Langley.
We don't want to meet at Langley.
Here it comes. Why?
We'll explain when we see you.
We?
Me and Andy.
Reece removed the phone from his ear and looked out across the clinic parking lot.
Reece?
The SEAL put the phone back to the side of his head. Yeah?
There is the possibility they may try again.
Reece didn't need it spelled out for him. He was the target. And if he was with Katie, with the Hastings family, he was making them targets too.
If you stay with Katie, she will die. Life is pain. You are Granite Reece. Those who love you, Katie, the Hastings family, they will be battered to death against you, protecting you. Life is darkness. They just need to get lucky once,
Vic said, as if reading Reece's mind.
Help us do this. I would not ask if we didn't need you. I'd send somebody else if I could.
They want Alice, Reece said. Where do we meet?
San Francisco.
San Francisco?
It's closer to China.
Fucking great.
I'm flying a courier up to you in Billings from the Salt Lake office. He will have your ID, credit cards, passport, and a file on someone I want you to meet.
Who?
A man named Lawrence Miles.
The tech guy? I didn't realize he was still alive.
He is very much still with us.
Don't tell me. He was agency.
He was.
Why am I meeting with him?
I think he might hold the key to unlocking this puzzle. All the details will be in the package.
Reece took a deep breath, contemplating the implications of leaving Katie and also the potential ramifications of staying by her side and putting her in harm's way.
And Reece.
Yeah?
Watch your back.
Chapter 25. Reece could tell Katie was still hurting, though she did her best to hide it. She was hooked up to fewer machines and monitors now. The incision on her back was giving her the most problems. The medical staff changed out the dressing twice a day, cleaning it as they did so in an effort to prevent infection. Reece and Katie had refrained from talking about the incident, instead choosing to focus on recovery and the future. If Katie blamed him, she didn't show it. How could she not blame him? It was his fault.
Katie? Yes, James? There are a few things I want to tell you. James, I'm going to be okay. I just want to get out of here, go back to the ranch, and build our lives. Plus,
she said conspiratorially,
they tell me I shouldn't drink on these meds, which of course means I'm already thinking of good wine pairings. I thought I was going to lose you. But you didn't.
Reece paused.
What is it?
She asked.
Katie, when I thought you were dying, I saw Lauren and Lucy. They were with us in the cabin, and then I saw them here. They were watching over you. Reece, you don't have to... No, I do. I think they wanted me to know that they love you, too. They love us. I know it sounds crazy. It doesn't sound crazy, James. If you see them again, you tell them I plan on taking good care of you.
Reece swallowed and took a breath.
There's more, he said. There always is. I got a call from Vic at Langley. He and Andy have a theory. What was it? He couldn't tell me on the phone. Typical. He thinks the shooters were Iranian proxies, but sent at the behest of China. It's got something to do with Alice. He needs to meet with me to tell me more.
Katie collected her thoughts.
Reece, I want you to listen to me. Listen carefully. I am not here because of you. This is not your fault. I don't want you to go, but I also recognize that some things are necessary. Believe me, I understand that. Just look at what my father risked to get my mother and brother out of Czechoslovakia. What I want or don't want is immaterial. What I wish and what is are two different things. What I know is that my heart belongs to you, and that the sooner this is behind us, the sooner we can move on. I will be more than fine at the ranch. I'll stay in the main house. I won't be alone. I have a feeling it's going to be the safest place on Earth.
You may be right. This time it was Katie who took Reese's hand.
Reece, go.
Katie, I can't. Not with you like this. He looked into her eyes and saw something new. Something with which he was unfamiliar. He recognized himself.
Reece, go, Katie said again. Go and do what you do best.
Chapter 26. Sausalito, California. Reece crossed the Golden Gate Bridge in his rental car, looking up at the orange vermilion towers of the iconic steel suspension bridge. He remembered crossing it with his parents on foot as part of the 50-year anniversary celebration in 1987. At 10 a.m., the traffic was not yet bumper to bumper as it would be later in the afternoon when Bay Area commuters began their journeys home from the city to the relative calm and exclusivity of Marin County. I'd like to come back here and ride across this bridge on a Harley, he thought. Reece looked to his right at the maritime traffic below. Alcatraz Island, once an Army garrison, military prison, infamous maximum security federal penitentiary, and now a national park and tourist destination, stood guard at the entrance to the bay, while the larger Angel Island loomed just to the north. Now a state park, Angel Island had a rich history. From the Miwoks to Spanish explorers to an immigration processing station to a Japanese and German POW internment camp during World War II to a Nike missile base during the Cold War. Reece found himself wondering if one day he and Katie would visit Alcatraz and Angel Island with their children, as he had with his parents. Reece smiled at the memory of jumping off the ferry for the Escape from Alcatraz triathlon years ago with his wife, Lauren. Reece had been assigned to the Defense Language Institute in Monterey for a few months and had always been fascinated by the story brought to life by Clint Eastwood in the film Escape from Alcatraz. Ever since he had watched the movie with his dad, he had wanted to attempt the swim. As it turned out, the worst part was the coat of oil on the surface as he swam into Aquatic Park. He came out of the water in solid position only to have Lauren pass him on the bike, a portion of the race for which he had neglected to train. He almost caught her on the run. I miss you. Reece took the first Marin County exit and wound his way through the hills above the bay toward his destination. Minutes later, he parked his rental vehicle in a triple carport on the east side of Alexander Avenue just past the turnoff to East Road that led down to Fort Baker and Horseshoe Bay at the base of the Golden Gate Bridge. The carport had a multi-million-dollar view of its own. Open to the elements, he pulled to a stop next to an uncovered Mercedes sedan that looked like it had just rolled out of the dealership. Next to that was some sort of classic car covered in old canvas tarps. Interesting place to keep a car like that, Reece thought. But then again, Marin was full of colorful characters. Reece exited the vehicle, feeling the early spring sun warm his face. He looked back at the steep green hill across the street, knowing that by late afternoon it would likely be covered in a bank of fog. "Can I help you?" asked a large man in a dark, ill-fitting suit from a small guard shack at the top of a steep set of stairs protected by a tall iron gate. "Yes," Reece said, closing the door to his car and hitting the lock button on the key fob. "My name is James Donovan. I have a 10:30 a.m. appointment with Dr. Lawrence Miles." The guard looked down at a clipboard, made a notation, and then handed the clipboard through an open window to Reece. "Sign here, please." Reece signed his alias and handed the clipboard back. "May I see your driver's license? I need to scan it for the log," the guard said. "No problem," Reece replied. He removed his agency-supplied James Donovan driver's license from his wallet and passed it to the guard, who inserted it into a card reader and then handed it back. "You can take the funicular or the stairs down. Going that way, the stairs are not so bad, but The walk up will give you your workout for the week. Such a nice day, I think I'll walk, Reece said. The guard hit a button and Reece heard the gate buzz. Through there, Mr. Donovan. All the way to the bottom. House is on the right. I'll let Dr. Miles know you've arrived. Thank you, Reece said, pushing open the gate and closing it behind him. The almost vertical stairs had clearly been installed before building codes. One slip and you would find yourself in for quite a ride. They and their attached railings had been weathered into a light gray with patches of green lichen that reflected the cycles of rain, wind, fog, and sun associated with the San Francisco Bay Area. Reece reached the bottom of the stairs, the aroma of salt, seaweed, and wet sand after a rain strong in the late morning breeze. He turned right and stepped onto a deck the same color as the weather-beaten stairs. The greenhouse was supported by stilts rising from the bay and built into the side of the cliff. A rocky beach ran the length of the coast beneath him. Sailboats bobbed in a slight swell at a dock that appeared more modern than the home to which it was attached. Reece knocked on the door and heard an immediate reply. "Come in, Mr. Donovan." Reece opened the door and entered an open space with windows overlooking a deck and the water beyond. It was not massive by any means, but the view was breathtaking. Lawrence Miles sat at the far side of the room before an easel, paintbrush in hand. He finished a stroke and set it down, rising to meet his guest. He seemed incredibly spry for someone about to hit 90. He was dressed in khaki slacks and a blue wool sweater with classic Sperry topsider boat shoes and no socks. He was clean-shaven, and it appeared as if his silver hair had only recently begun to thin. His handshake was firm, and he had an energy and light in his sapphire blue eyes, usually reserved for someone at least 20 years younger. He looked like exactly what he was, a man of the sea. "What do you think?" he asked, motioning to the painting on the easel. It captured two boats racing in the waters between Sausalito and Angel Island. "You may have missed your calling," Reece said with a smile. "I appreciate the sentiment." "You clearly have an eye for art," Miles said, laughing at his joke. "I'm not any good, but I do enjoy it. At this age, it's the little things that give one the most pleasure. I find it stimulates the mind and is not nearly as boring as those dreadful crosswords. I paint for at least an hour a day, then I walk those stairs." "That's impressive. I was tempted to take the lift." "I gave up tennis early to save the knees. Sailing, fresh air, daily walks, Mr. Donovan. When I was younger and just starting out, I was passed some advice. Don't let the old man in. That's the key." "I'll remember that." "So far, it's worked. If the mind starts to slip, I plan to sail out under the gate and never return. Can I offer you a drink? Coffee, tea, water, a beer?" Beer sounds great, but I'll hold off. What are you having?" "Some fresh squeezed orange juice. My wife says it's full of sugar and terrible for me." "What does your doctor say?" "I don't know. He passed away 30 years ago." Reece laughed, but couldn't tell for sure if he was joking. The old man moved into the kitchen and filled 2 glasses with orange juice from the refrigerator. He handed one to Reece and led him to a sitting area with an expansive view of the bay. "What's under the tarp up there?" Reece asked, settling into a comfortable easy chair. "A 1930 blower Bentley. Do you know it?" "I'm more of a Land Cruiser guy." "It's the 4.5-liter coupe. Amherst Villiers supercharger. She'll do 100 on a good day. People think I'm crazy for keeping her up there. Though when you're a billionaire, they don't call you crazy. They call you eccentric. It's one of the benefits." "This is a beautiful home," Reece said, looking around to admire what would now be termed retro. "Thank you. We have a place in Florida where we spend some of the winter. All our friends seem to move out there over the past few years, so we decided to give it a try. My wife enjoys it, but I can't stand the heat. She's there now and will join me here in a few days. This is a hard place to leave." "I can see why," Reece said. "It was the last house built on the water in Sausalito. The land becomes the Golden Gate National Recreation Area after this.
Not sure you could get away with building something like it today. I bought it from a woman who purchased it from Ernest K. Gann.
The author?
The very one. Though he was much more than that. A sailor and aviator of some renown.
Flew the hump over the Himalayas during the war, if I recall, Reece said.
That he did. And he's responsible for Fate is the Hunter, one of the greatest aviation-focused works ever written.
I read The High and the Mighty and Fiddler's Green in high school, Reece offered.
A reader. I knew I liked you. Signed first editions are on that shelf right over there,
Miles said, pointing to a bookshelf against the wall behind them. Impressive collection, Reece commented.
Some belonged to Gann himself. Sold them with the house, and the previous owner continued the tradition. He built this one and the one right there,
Miles said, pointing through a window across the dock to another house. Other than the color, it looked almost identical to the one in which they now sat.
He painted this one green and that one red,
Miles continued.
Do you know why?
Reece took a moment to think. Port and starboard?
Ah, a sailor too, are you?
Not a very good one, I'm afraid.
No matter. As long as you enjoy being on the water. Nothing like it. Wind in your face, tides, currents, navigation, self-reliance. Freedom. That was his catch down there,
Miles said, nodding at the larger of two boats moored at the dock.
Took me a while to track her down. Built for him in Denmark in the late 50s. It has had a few owners over the years. Been around the world twice with one of them.
It's beautiful, Reece said. Is the other a bear boat? Miles's eyes lit up and he sat up a little straighter.
You're familiar with it?
It was my introduction to sailing, Reece said. My dad had one when I was a kid. Sailed her right out there.
You grew up here?
We moved around a lot. My dad worked for the agency.
I see.
As I said, my skills are marginal at best, though I did make a solo transatlantic crossing a few years back. I think of it as survival sailing. Learned a lot on that one.
I would imagine. That's quite the feat. Nunez Boatyard, right here in Sausalito, built the bear boats specifically for the conditions in San Francisco Bay.
Miles continued. What's your connection to them? Reece asked.
You mean, what is an old billionaire doing with a 23-foot wooden sloop built in the 30s for the working man?
Well, yeah. Miles laughed.
She's the Huck Finn. Built in 1938, Bear Boat number 17. The Bears developed a cult-like following over the years. I bought her in the late 60s, before the money. We raced her out of Clipper Yacht Harbor in Richardson Bay almost every Wednesday night, back when I was starting Delphi Corporation in the garage. Those days...
His voice trailed off.
Those days were full of promise. We were truly alive.
His eyes drifted out over the bay he loved.
Sold her in the early 80s when the business really started to take off. Traded up, or so I thought. Sailing became about leveraging technology for additional speed. Yachts in the racing world are more like planes now, wings instead of sails. Anyway, I tracked the old Huck Finn down not long ago. She had fallen into disrepair. I had her restored. Actually helped with a lot of it. They still race them out here every Wednesday. I plan on sailing in a few regattas this summer while I still can.
He paused.
To answer your question, she reminds me of a simpler time. She's my time machine. Out there under sail, she takes me back. One day you might yearn for one more race yourself.
Reece smiled. Perhaps.
But enough of my reminiscing,
Miles said.
The CIA doesn't reach out much these days. You must have a very specific problem to tackle, or possibly eliminate.
The old man was perceptive. How long did you work for the agency? Reece asked.
Didn't they tell you?
They did, but I like to hear it from the source. Less dilution.
Wise. Not long. They recruited me in the late 60s on a contractual basis. I'd come in to handle certain Technical projects for DS&T.
DS&T?
The Directorate of Science and Technology. I thought you worked for the agency.
I do, but that's not really my department, Reece admitted.
Indeed.
What did you do for them? The former SEAL asked.
Technical development and analysis. Don't worry, I wasn't involved in MK Ultra. It was data systems, essentially the same thing I did with Delphi, but with separate and secure networks. Looking back, it was all very basic.
You were really at the forefront of the information age, Reece acknowledged.
It was an exciting time. I was able to work with some incredible people at the dawn of a new era. I'm a bit older than most of the names you may be familiar with. I feel fortunate to have shared the same air with them. Ellison. Now, he was the smartest of the bunch.
Larry Ellison of Oracle? He worked for the CIA?
Much like me, they brought him in for certain projects. That's where we met. I was leading a project called Oracle in the 70s. It was part of Delphi's private-public partnership with the intelligence community. Cold War was in full swing, and we all wanted to do our part to defeat the Red Menace.
He chuckled at a distant memory.
I was in my mid-30s then. Ellison was a decade younger, and though I wouldn't admit it at the time, he was smarter. He was smarter than all of us. Of his contemporaries, men who changed the world, he was the wisest. He never forgot where he came from. Fierce competitor. That rare human in which genius, passion, energy, magnetism, work ethic, drive, and a photographic memory all come together in someone who recognizes opportunity. Someone never dissuaded by hearing that it can't be done. We were competitors for a while. Now we are friends. He built Oracle into something I couldn't possibly imagine. He ended up buying us about 20 years ago. $3.5 billion. That was a lot of money in 2004.
Reece couldn't help but laugh. Yeah, $1 billion here, $1 billion there, and pretty soon it adds up, Reece said.
That's right,
the old man said with a smile.
On the day of the acquisition, Larry told me to take my boat out by myself and sail under the Golden Gate Bridge at sunset. He wouldn't tell me why, just that he wanted to celebrate. I thought he wanted to race our boats, so I figured I would indulge. Instead, a jet comes screaming under the bridge out of the setting sun.
What?
It was an Italian military jet of some sort. He's owned a few unique aircraft over the years. He came roaring in right over the top of my masts. That was well before everyone had cameras in their mobile devices, before everyone lost their sense of humor.
Not many people can say they've flown under the bridge. Any repercussions?
Not yet.
He paused.
You are agency, right?
Sort of, Reece said.
As long as you are not FBI, those guys can't take a joke.
My lips are sealed.
We raced boats together out there until I got a little old for it. The boats got fast and I got slow.
He laughed again.
Good memories. We both came from the south side of Chicago. Maybe that's why we connected. Came from nothing. He became one of the wealthiest men in the world. I didn't do so poorly either.
Remarkable, Reece said.
Now, the agency told me you are here to ask about Andrew Hart.
Miles said. That's right. I'm working on something in which he may be involved, and the agency thought you could provide some background that might be useful.
What do you know about him?
I've read his file. I am aware that he grew up in Marin. He went to the best private schools in the Bay Area before being sent to St. George's in Rhode Island, then Stanford, then California Institute of Technology. Parents in finance and law. They died in a private plane crash while he was at boarding school. He was left quite the inheritance, which he used to self-finance Alba Industries. But before his trust fund kicked in at 30, he worked for you.
He did.
Why did you hire him?
He was just out of CIT. He had assisted on research projects in the emerging field of artificial intelligence. My company, Delphi, had recently made a large investment in the field. Networks that allowed for the movement of data from one CPU to another, but we had a problem.
What was that?
When you are moving that much data at those speeds, you can't air-cool the computers. The data centers need their own power plants and require liquid cooling. We needed to solve for how to transfer heat away from the computer. Diamonds are the best conductors of heat known to man. Copper is a distant second. Hart was on the team that worked to develop a proprietary copper and diamond-spec'd data transfer and storage solution. Remember, this was, and still is, to a large extent, the Wild West era of AI. And just like the Wild West, it's dangerous territory.
I can barely remember my Netflix password.
AI and quantum computing is a cooling problem which very quickly becomes a quantum mechanics problem.
Miles continued.
When I sold Delphi to Oracle, we were in the first phase of a multi-phase AI model.
I'm not sure I follow. How does Andrew Hart play into this?
Just prior to the acquisition by Oracle, the CIA invited me to Langley. That request did not raise any alarms. As I said, I'd done contract work for the agency for most of my life. I thought this was another consulting project in which I would do what I could to help. Do my duty, as it were.
Reece nodded. But that wasn't it.
No, it wasn't. They briefed me on China's AI, quantum computing, passive targeting, and hypersonic missile programs. They also briefed me on their data storage capability. Can you guess what technology they were using?
Diamond-infused copper?
You have been paying attention. They were using my company's technology to build their military and intelligence apparatus.
And the agency suspected Hart?
They did. By this point, he had started Elba Industries and grown it into a truly multinational company with worldwide data storage contracts. It was extremely profitable. He didn't need the money since he had his trust, so he poured everything back into the business. He had contracts with India, the UAE, Brazil, most of Europe, and, you guessed it, China. He was also intertwined with our own government, not just with data storage solution contracts for the military and some of our intelligence services, but with satellites and AI. Though not a Virgin Galactic or SpaceX, Elba's satellite and rocket division is on the rise.
And the agency believed it was all based on what he learned from Delphi?
Not just what he learned, Mr. Donovan, but what he stole.
Wasn't there a way to conduct an electronic forensic investigation, find out if he was really passing information to China?
Back in those days, we were still in our infancy. The NSA, Google, Apple, they were not yet collecting every keystroke and text message on the planet. And now Hart is tied in with politicians and lobbying firms. He's protected. He has security clearances. Still, even with all that access, money, and power, he is not yet an Ellison. Not a Jobs, a Zuckerberg, or a Musk. He hasn't changed the world. He's tried to emulate and then compete with the tech giants both personally and professionally. He's something of a sailor himself. Elba even sponsored a team, but they were thoroughly trounced by Team Oracle on the circuit. Then he switched from sailing to flying. He invested in a seaplane company, put a floating dock on the back of his yacht to show it off. Ended up crashing one in the bay. His instructor didn't make it. It was big news around here. He's still got something to prove, and if he shared my company's research with China back then, there is no telling what he will do to achieve his immortality.
I believe Nietzsche had something to say on the subject.
He did. He said, one has to pay dearly for immortality.
Yes, quite, Reece said, deep in thought.
There was something else.
Oh?
The why.
I've been wondering about that myself. Why betray your country? Why not just build, innovate, and compete here in the U.S.? Reece asked.
I did some additional digging after my meeting with the CIA. Back then, my company had a robust physical and cybersecurity apparatus staffed by former FBI and NSA types. Industrial espionage and corporate spying were serious threats, so I hired accordingly. I asked a former FBI investigator to put together a brief on Hart for me.
Reece leaned forward.
I also had my investigator look into Hart's parents. His mother, the lawyer, came up clean, or as clean as one can be as an attorney. The father? That's a different story. His firm dissolved shortly after his death, but my investigator uncovered what can best be described as financial irregularities.
What kind?
The kind that are really only possible if one is doing work for the CIA.
Money laundering?
This is all a very long time ago, Mr. Donovan, but yes. It is possible these financial irregularities were linked to money laundering activities.
I see.
But even more interesting is that there was a third passenger killed on the plane aside from the pilots alongside Hart's parents. A man named Nestor de Villiers.
And?
Nestor de Villiers died at age 2. He drowned in a swimming pool. That's how agency contractors got legitimate birth certificates back then. They would get the birth certificate for a deceased child born around their year. That unlocked the ability to acquire a driver's license and passport, open bank accounts. Harder to do today, but back then that's how it was done. That way their names couldn't be tied directly to a CIA-created alias program. My investigator traced him to a company called Universal Export, which, a little further digging revealed, was a front company for the CIA.
This de Villiers was agency?
A CIA contractor who had extensive experience in Panama,
Miles said.
As you know, Noriega was a CIA asset from the 1950s up until he fell from grace.
So it's possible Hart's father was involved in laundering money at the behest of the CIA for Noriega?
It's possible. And if Hart hired competent private investigators, which I am sure he did, they would have found the same thing. What I'm saying is that if Hart believed that the United States government was responsible for the deaths of his parents, that's a strong motivator for betrayal. In the end, for someone like Hart, it's not about what is true. What's important is what he believes to be true.
Reece leaned back in his chair and studied the old man before him. There was a military data transfer, Reece said, from Hawaii to the NSA's Utah data center.
That only happens in the event of a natural or man-made threat to the island,
Miles replied. That's right. In this case it was man-made, a rogue Chinese submarine.
What happened to the sub?
It was destroyed.
No evidence,
Miles said. Correct.
Was the data successfully transferred?
It was.
I am guessing that it contained sensitive information about our military and intelligence positions in the Pacific.
That would be a good guess, Reece said.
Information that China would need if they were considering a military move against Taiwan?
Yes.
And that information was vulnerable for a split second in transit.
It was.
Then, though we should be wary of assumptions, in the gray world you inhabit, one must consider the possibility that China now has that information.
That we must, Reece said.
Mr. Donovan, you know where Elba comes from, don't you?
The island where they first imprisoned Napoleon?
Exiled more than imprisoned, but for all practical purposes, yes. A reader, a sailor, and a student of history, are we?
I dabble.
To that end, I don't know what insights I can offer you that the CIA cannot. I will tell you that Hart invited me to his office in Mountain View about 5 years ago. I am curious by nature, so I met with him. I think more than anything else he wanted to show me what he had become, what he had amassed. The campus was impressive. He built it in the shadows of the other great tech companies. His office was unusually dark. It had black walls, black marble with light streaks of white. I remember that even the rugs were dark. A huge portrait of Napoleon hung on the wall, a replica of the oil equestrian portrait titled Napoleon Crossing the Alps by Jacques-Louis David.
How did you know it was a replica?
The original hangs in Charlottenburg Palace in Berlin.
Interesting, Reece commented.
There were 2 other people in the room with us. Hart did not introduce them. One was quite clearly a security man. A tattoo was visible on the side of his neck, some sort of design. I think they call it tribal. The other man was older. I looked him up later. He was a retired general, listed as a strategic advisor, Ian Novak. I remember they all wore the same watch, Breitling Emergencies. As a sailor, you notice things like that,
he said, tapping the white gold Rolex Yachtmaster on his wrist and pointing to the stainless submariner worn by his guest.
I only spoke to Hart. I got the sense it was the students summoning the former teacher to prove who was now the master. I got out of there as soon as I could, but I remained curious.
Curious about what?
About what Elba Industries was really doing.
Developing AI?
There was something more to it. Regardless, Hart is not interested in building.
What is he interested in?
Destruction. One does not need to be a clinical psychologist to be a student of human behavior. That becomes a trait you develop over a lifetime of interactions and betrayals. When I walked into Hart's office, I took note of the books on the bookshelves, just as you took note of mine when you entered my home. As you are well aware, the books on one's shelves tell you quite a bit about them. Hart had a full collection of books, written by Jean Rostand in the original French. Are you familiar with his work?
Please remind me, Reece replied.
He was a French biologist and philosopher. The collection took up most of the bookcase. He is most well known today for something he wrote in 1938, titled Pensées d'un biologiste.
Thoughts from a biologist, Reece translated aloud.
That's correct. In it, he wrote, "Kill one man, and you are a murderer. Kill millions of men, and you are a conqueror. Kill them all,
and you are a god," Reece said, finishing the quote.
That won't be in your CIA file.
It wasn't.
The mind is the greatest deceiver, Mr. Donovan. Who is it trying to deceive?
The man in the mirror, Reece stated.
Very perceptive.
I spent some time alone in the dark last year, had a lot of time to think.
Hart is a man with no empathy, and men without empathy have no compassion. When they believe their power makes them a god, they also have no mercy. Be careful, Mr. Donovan. You are dealing with a sociopath.
Thank you for your time, sir. It's been extremely helpful. The 2 men stood and shook hands. Then Lawrence Miles escorted his guest to the door.
I recommend the stairs, he said. And remember, don't let the old man in.
I'll remember, Reece said.
At this age, it's hard to know if you will ever again have the opportunity to assist your country, run your last flight of stairs, or when you might take your final voyage,
Miles said, nodding at the 2 vessels lashed to the dock below. Best wishes in the upcoming regattas, sir, Reece said. Fair winds and following seas.
One more thing, Mr. Donovan. In that portrait of Napoleon, he's on horseback, looking majestic, cape flowing in the wind atop the Alps. Napoleon commissioned it to commemorate his invasion of northern Italy. It has become one of the most prominent images produced of the French emperor, preserving his grandeur for posterity.
He paused.
In truth, he crossed the Alps on a mule. Watch for sleights of hand.
I will.
Godspeed, sailor,
Miles said before closing the front door. As Reece walked to the base of the steps, he turned to look back through one of the windows surrounded by green wood siding, and caught a glimpse of the technology pioneer gazing out over the waters of his beloved bay. Godspeed. Chapter 27. Reece did not drive directly to the safe house following his meeting with Lawrence Miles. He needed to think. Instead of taking the on-ramp from Alexander Avenue onto the 101 and driving south across the Golden Gate Bridge, he continued past the freeway entrance and veered right onto Conselman Road and into the Marin Headlands. The road snaked upward into the hills of the peninsula that overlooked the bridge and the city beyond. The wind had picked up, the breezes of the Pacific hitting the bluffs and mixing with the cooler air above to form a fog that would soon creep down from the hills and envelop the bay. A red-tailed hawk hunted in the lift providing thermals coming off the Pacific, careful not to venture out over the water, searching the terrain below for prey. Reece pulled into a scenic overlook and exited his vehicle. He stepped onto the red chert that formed this area of the headlands and hiked the short dirt trail down to Battery Spencer. The artillery had long since been removed, and what remained was the military version of a ghost town. Reece walked through the graffiti-marked remnants of what was once a formidable coastal gun battery. The concrete foundations for 12-inch guns that once defended San Francisco Bay, now empty. He was not alone. The former installation was a well-known tourist destination, and one of the more popular locations for taking photos of the iconic bridge and city by the bay. He stood atop the ridge 500 feet above the currents of the strait, but instead of looking south to the bridge and city, as did those snapping selfies for social media or taking family portraits in an attempt to capture the perfect Christmas card photo, Reece looked west. He had always been drawn to the water, to the horizon. Unlike the explorers of old, he knew what lay ahead. He would not be sailing into the unknown. He would be moving quite intentionally toward the sound of the guns, away from the woman he loved and the family who had offered him refuge. How does this end? Perhaps the only way it should. Warriors, explorers, and traders from time immemorial had launched across oceans to defeat enemies, claim new lands, or find their fortunes, never to return. Katie is in an ICU clinging to life because of you. Because of your chosen path. Your existence puts her at risk, just as your existence will put your future children in the crosshairs. Lauren and Lucy were your responsibility. Their last moments were true horror because of you. No, yes. The sea is calling. Finish this. Reece shook the thoughts from his head and turned from the ledge. His decision was made. Chapter 28. San Francisco, California. San Francisco was a city of hills. Reece eased his rental car to the far right on the steep incline and turned between precariously parallel parked vehicles that seemed in danger of rolling away at any moment. He drove across the sidewalk into a narrow driveway and slowly came to a halt in front of a wrought iron gate. He waited only a moment before it lurched to the left, allowing him to pull forward in front of the garage. The Central Intelligence Agency maintained a network of properties across the globe to use as staging areas, safe houses, and interrogation centers. Though an internationally focused intelligence service, the CIA operated in the grayest of areas in the collection and analysis of foreign intelligence in support of covert action. Domestic operations fell into the charcoal gray space. Reece locked the car and took the steps up to a raised front porch of the classic Victorian-style home. It was a light beige that looked almost pink in the fading sun, sandwiched between two almost identical-looking Victorians painted hues of yellow and blue on either side. Each sported the lacy spindlework, protruding bay windows, and pitched gable roofs that were a hallmark of classic San Francisco architecture dating back to before the 1906 earthquake. Reece heard a buzz before he had a chance to knock and pushed open the door. Instead of walking into a maze of asymmetrical hallways common to builds from the late 1800s, this home had been internally renovated, as had many of the Victorians in Pacific Heights. Gone were the dark labyrinths of interconnected rooms, each with its own style and personality. They had been replaced with an open floor plan of light zebrawood floors and atrium white walls, tastefully decorated with just the right amount of old-world charm to warm the modern aesthetic. It looked like it had been staged to sell. Reece suspected the recent renovation was less about modernizing the interior and more about adding hidden amenities exclusive to the secret world. The most highly skilled thieves on Earth could scour the home for days, and she would never give up her secrets. "If you left anything in your car, it's stolen by now," a voice boomed from the kitchen, the windy city inflection resonating throughout the large room. "Crime in this place is worse than Chicago, and that young man is saying something." "Andy," Reece called back. Andy Danreb was the agency's foremost Russia analyst. He had retired in the wake of Reece's imprisonment, but had been drawn back to help investigate a shadowy group of elites who had surreptitiously manipulated the course of world history following World War II to include the assassination of 2 United States presidents. He was now a senior strategic advisor to the director of the CIA's Special Activities Center, a position Vic had created just for him. "I couldn't find any old Dusseldorf for you, but I did manage to pick up 2 six-packs of Lagunitas IPA, Danreb said, coming out from behind the counter and handing Reece an ice-cold bottle of the Southern California brewed beer before enveloping him in a bear hug that threatened to crack a rib. "When in Rome," Reece said. "Cheers," Danreb said, holding up his IPA. "Still no vodka, I see," Reece observed. "As you know, I tapered off when I left the agency. Now that I'm back, I'm considering reacquainting myself with it. But, truth be told, as of late, my focus has been China." "That would mean you would need to start drinking baijiu," Reece said. "Let's stick with beers." "Well, as long as you don't have to walk me through disarming a nuclear device this time," Reece said, reminding Danreb of their last mission, which found Reece on a boat off the coast of Israel with a nuclear device ticking down toward detonation. "It wasn't really a disarm, it was more of a low-order disruption, though sadly it looks like all we did was postpone the inevitable," Danreb replied in reference to the recent events in Israel. "At least it's not nuclear yet," Reece said. "What do you have on you that's electronic?" Danreb asked. "Just the phone Vic gave me." "Good, power it down and drop it in here," Danreb said, handing Reece a small, black, go-dark Faraday bag designed to block all electronic signals. Danreb stood an inch taller than Reece's 6 feet. He wore a dark blue double extra-large T-shirt emblazoned with the Saugatuck Rowing Club logo, the club on the banks of the Saugatuck River in Westport, Connecticut, where his granddaughters rowed competitively. And he was not overweight, but rather thick in the way of someone born to immense natural strength. He continued to cut his hair and shave like he was still an active-duty Marine, the Corps being the service through which he had been trained in explosive ordnance disposal before joining the ranks of the country's premier intelligence agency to do his part to defeat the Soviet Union during the final decade of the Cold War. Danreb did not suffer fools gladly, which eventually led to his banishment to the basement of CIA headquarters. It was there he had met and befriended Reece's father, who ventured into the agency's archives in search of answers. Reece dropped his phone into the pouch and handed it back to Danreb, who placed it in a box near the refrigerator. "You hungry?" Danreb asked. "I picked up a couple pies from Pizzeria Delfina just down the street. The salsicha isn't bad. Their fennel sausage is top-notch. It's got tomato, bell pepper, onions, and mozzarella and a side of mayo." Reece made a face of disgust. "Just kidding, no mayo." "I'd love a slice," Reece said, following Danreb into the kitchen. He stopped to admire the view through the glass of the French doors north, toward the Presidio and the bay. "I forget how beautiful this city is," Reece said. "Yeah, well, surprised it's still standing. The politicians have been fucking it up for almost half a century," Danreb replied as he slid a slice of pizza into the microwave. "All the producers are leaving. Well, not all. This state is lucky to have Silicon Valley. There are still those who refuse to leave, atoning for the mortal sin of high achievement. They should feel even more guilty that they are funding a machine that is sacrificing their progeny's future for their own moral vanity. How people smart enough to build multi-billion-dollar tech companies are stupid enough not to see they are funding their own destruction is beyond me.
Our talks are always so uplifting, Reece replied as the microwave beeped and Danreb pushed the warm slice across the counter.
Sorry, Reece. Hard not to notice here. Once great cities like San Fran, L.A., Chicago, New York are being run by political grifters, looters, takers, criminals, and parasites, destroying their cities from taxpayer-funded offices while they line their own pockets.
You sound like Ayn Rand, Reece observed.
Compliment accepted. The Fountainhead and Atlas Shrugged were my Christmas gifts to all my grandkids this year.
I'm sure they were ecstatic, Reece deadpanned, taking a bite of his pizza slice.
They are old enough for it now,
Danreb said.
Did they read them? Not yet. But if they finish them by year's end, they get Xboxes.
Sounds like the epitome of objectivism and rational selfishness to me, Reece said with a knowing smile. I read them both as a senior in college and then again with Lauren right after we got married. She started with The Fountainhead while I was rereading Atlas Shrugged, then we switched.
How long did that take?
Andy asked, acknowledging the length of both books.
About 5 years,
Reece replied. Just kidding. Less than a year. What's great is that they double as doorstops and blunt impact weapons. I actually have a theory.
Let's hear it.
Which book did you read first? Reece asked.
The Fountainhead. It was written first.
And which one resonated with you the most?
The Fountainhead,
Danreb replied.
And my theory retains its validity,
Reece stated.
What's your theory?
That of those two books, the one you read first will be the one that most resonates. For me, it was Atlas Shrugged.
How did you end up finding Ayn Rand?
Danreb asked. A college professor who happened to be a Vietnam veteran. He assigned Anthem. After that, I dove into her other work.
Remarkable person,
Danreb said.
More and more people today try to tear her down and speak of her like she was the devil incarnate.
I mean, she stood for something, Reece said.
She was fearless. I found her in my Russian studies at University of Chicago,
Danreb explained. She saw her family's business nationalized by the Bolsheviks under Lenin, I believe, Reece said.
That's right,
Danreb confirmed.
The October Revolution. Eventually, she made her way to the United States. Everyone should read her. We've gotten too comfortable here. Our enemies see it.
China? Danreb nodded.
I, too, have a theory,
Danreb said. I figured you did.
Let's go downstairs. Vic's reviewing some documents that might shed some light,
Danreb said, grabbing another beer from the fridge. Reece finished his last bite of pizza, wiped his fingers on his pants, and followed Danreb to a small elevator that was ostensibly installed as part of the remodel to account for an older buyer to assist them in reaching the second floor. Danreb slid the door shut behind them and engaged a secondary safety gate. He then pulled the panel away from the wall and pressed a hidden button behind it. The elevator lurched downward. Neat trick, Reece said. Danreb raised an eyebrow.
You know how they are,
Danreb said.
Probably could have built a hidden stairway for less than a quarter of what this thing cost.
Need to spend those contingency funds somewhere, Reece said.
Exactly,
Danreb replied. The elevator came to a stop and Danreb disengaged the safety gate, which he folded out of the way. He then punched in another code behind the panel, which opened the doors.
After you,
he said. Reece exited the elevator to a small, dark room. It was empty save for another door.
Skiff,
Danreb said, passing Reece and typing in another code. Just like the agency itself, CIA properties also contained secrets. Most were stocked with an assortment of weapons, communications devices, medical supplies, disguises, and clothing, and, in this case, a skiff, a sensitive compartmented information facility, an area specifically designed to counter electronic eavesdropping. This one was located beneath the streets of San Francisco, essentially a box within a box. The skiff was a secure room with soundproofing and radio frequency shielding built into the walls, floors, and ceilings. As Reece entered, Vic Rodriguez rose from a chair at the end of a short rectangular table and extended his hand.
Good to see you, Reece. How's Katie doing?
Reece was aware that Vic already knew the answer, but he appreciated the gesture nonetheless. Doing better. She's back at the ranch. The Hastingses have her under 24/7 security and are setting up a rehab facility in one of their garages for her to use as she recovers.
Good to hear.
Join us? Danreb asked, holding out the IPA for Vic.
Thank you,
Vic replied, taking the beer offered from Andy's outstretched hand.
What did you learn from Dr. Miles?
Vic asked, motioning the men to their chairs. Not much more than what we already knew, Reece said, taking a seat in the cramped but secure space. Other than the fact that Andrew Hart seems like a gigantic asshole.
We knew that.
I did learn something interesting about Hart's parents.
That the agency had them killed?
I see you already knew that part, Reece said. So they did?
That's uncertain. It was well before my time.
And I was focused on the Soviet Union in those days, Danreb said.
That was a different time at the agency,
Vic continued.
Most of the files from that era didn't survive. Ones that did were shredded or burned when everything was transferred over to a digital medium in the 90s.
An opportunity to purge, Reece said. It's one of the things the agency does fairly well, Danreb added. Let's say it's true, Reece said. The psychological profile you gave me, which seems to square with Miles's personal assessment, is accurate. Hart blames the country for his parents' deaths, that he's an unbalanced egomaniac, possibly a sociopath with some sort of inferiority complex who believes that America is in a terminal rate of decline and that China is the rising power. He is also convinced that he's smarter than the other tech giants, but just hasn't been given his due.
Or hasn't seized it,
Vic said. That's right, or hasn't seized it, Reece repeated. You know, Miles did say something about immortality that stuck with me.
What was that?
Vic asked. He quoted Nietzsche. One has to pay dearly for immortality. There is a second part to that thought, Danreb added. It continues, one has to die several times while one is still alive. Why don't I just pay him a visit? Reece suggested. If he had anything to do with the attack that wounded Katie, he won't be a problem for much longer.
For one, we think he may be the key to a broader plan, and secondly, he's in Indonesia.
What's he doing there?
He owns an island just off Buru called Coralina. It's between Australia and the Philippines.
Is he one of these Epstein types? If so, I'll sleep even better when I remove him from the gene pool.
Not that we can tell. In fact, this report suggests that he may be asexual and that he replaced those drives with a quest for power,
Vic said, sliding another file across the table. This gets better and better, Reece said. Why can't we have DSS or some task force pick him up and bring him in for questioning?
For one, he's protected by an army of lobbyists and politicians. He would know of any move before we got to him, and two, he has not broken the law, as we can't prove that he stole the data in transit. It's all still just a theory.
That may be an issue here in the U.S., Reece said, not overseas.
Reece, there is not a presidential finding,
Vic said, finding being the officially approved way to say assassination. I don't need one.
There might also be other forces at play, ones we don't yet understand, connected to people or organizations that may still want you dead. And remember, all this is based on a theory.
Which is why we are in San Francisco and not at Langley?
It's one of the reasons.
Well, let's hear it, Reece said, looking from Vic to Danreb.
Andy,
Vic said, nodding at the analyst.
I'll jump in as necessary.
Before you get going, Reece said, give me the one sentence that frames where we are headed. Danreb leaned forward in his chair, resting his thick forearms on the table. China is going to war. Chapter 29. Before I get to that, Danreb said, what do you know about autonomous decision-making? Pretend I know as much as I did about finance before the doctorate-level dissertation you gave me last year. So, not much. That would be a fair characterization, Reece said. Am I going to need another beer for this? It's possible. Let me start with the basics. Warfare isn't about who has the most missiles anymore. That went out of fashion at the end of the Cold War. It goes back to the most foundational elements: information. What's new is the speed with which one can access that information and make decisions based on it. This is much easier than finance. Don't worry, it will get more complex. Wonderful, Reece said, taking another sip of his beer. As I said, it is not about data. It's about the ability to access it, analyze it, and apply it. The Department of Defense has over 3,000 disclosed data centers. The undisclosed centers put that number over 6,000. The intelligence community spends almost $2 billion on their maintenance alone, and that's just in the disclosed budget. DARPA money probably quadruples that. I'm starting to dislike this, Reece said. The Pentagon collects about 22 terabytes of information every day. For reference, Meta, the company that owns Facebook and Instagram, amasses 4 petabytes of information daily and stores it in a structure they call the Hive. That is approximately 4,000 terabytes. That's a lot of bytes, Reece said. Bytes, Dan Reb corrected. That's what I said, bytes. Google collects 328 million terabytes each day, Dan Reb continued. Amazon collects the most at 184 zettabytes. That all means nothing to me, Reece admitted. The sequence goes giga, tera, peta, exa, zetta, and yotta, Dan Reb explained. Yoda? Yotta. Each one represents a 1,000-fold increase over the level before. This still all falls under a lot of information to me, Reece said. Consider that next to human DNA, a yottabyte would represent the DNA of approximately 7,000 humans. That is why we are currently moving to synthetic DNA storage. Synthetic DNA? A synthetic DNA construct. DNA created by computer-aided design programs. AI? Close, but let's come back to that. We have established that we are overrun with data and that storing it is an issue. I understand that part, Reece said. I have the same issue with books, guns, and land cruisers. They take up a lot of space. Once you have solved that problem, the next one is being able to access it, Dan Reb continued. I should have stayed in the mountains. The military secure data storage requirements are robust, to say the least. We simply do not have the server farms to support what will eventually be an autonomous command and control infrastructure. There are close to 1,000 computer languages with almost 10,000 general-purpose and domain-specific coding languages, which complicates the search and storage problem. Still Greek to me, Reece said. Getting to that data in a timely fashion is another problem. You need the keys and the access data addresses, and for defense and intelligence purposes, that data is stored behind AES-256 military-grade encryption, which has not been hacked yet, that we know of. Could Alice do it? It's possible that she already has without our knowledge, but that's a separate issue. Next-generation quantum computers in the hands of our adversaries may very well change all that. The Osprey IBM chip with 433 qubits have the capability. Data at rest, think data in a server that it essentially just stored, has additional firewall systems that prevent user access and would detect if there was a bulk attack to decipher the encryption keys. The data needs to be backed up and accessible. So with a backup, you have doubled your problem, Reece said. Exactly. If you had the data all in one place, even though still encrypted but stored in an accessible location, you could take your time to decrypt it without anyone knowing. With a modern quantum computer behind a firewall, after a few trillion tries, maybe you get in. But you need the data. That's right. But more importantly, you need time. Then you use those hours, days, months, years to direct a cyber attack without anyone knowing. What you are saying, Reece began, is that our data is fairly safe because we know if there is an attempt to gain access to whatever system it's on, we can then counterattack or flip a switch or something. Correct. The Chinese know this. Hart knows this. Hart also has clearances and data storage contracts. Only if he goes in through one of his own systems, then we still know about it. That's right, Reece. If China or Hart or anyone else wants a chance at decrypting our data, they need to steal it without us knowing and then put in the time to decrypt it. Do the Chinese have that capability? Not yet. We both have hypersonic weapons, they have us in passive targeting, but their AI and quantum computing capability is not yet a match for ours, even with Alice offline. I sense a but coming. But Elba Industries might have their own Alice? Reece asked. It's a possibility, which means that Hart would have what the Chinese need in order to decrypt our data. Which brings us to our rogue Chinese subcommander, Commander Liu Zhen, Danreb said. An average career with nothing that stands out. The normal letters of commendation, awards, staff positions, and operational tours common for someone of his rank. He was not a poor performer, nor was he exceptional. There isn't anything to suggest he was some sort of maverick. His unfortunate background played right into the manufactured Chinese narrative that he was off the reservation, intent on launching a nuclear missile attack at the United States to force a retaliatory strike, killing all those he holds responsible for the deaths of his family members. You don't buy it, do you? Reece asked. We only have so much information on the Chinese submarine fleet. Much like ours, the Chinese guard those secrets closely, going so far as to build and launch their new subs from subterranean caverns they have excavated along their coast. But what we do know from an agency asset is that 6 of the Changzheng's ballistic nuclear missiles were replaced with non-nuclear missiles prior to sailing. Now, why would they do that? Reece thought a moment. So that they could order him to strike Hawaii with non-nuclear warheads, telling us that he was launching nukes to get our attention. And if he succeeds, we were only hit with non-nuclear weapons and by international standards and norms could only respond proportionately, Danreb said. No nukes, Reece said in understanding. And to sell it further, China backs up their story by ensuring there are no naval assets positioning for an attack on either Taiwan or the United States. But the proximity of the threat triggered a data transfer because if it is not transferred, then it's destroyed and gone forever. And it's not already backed up because so much is collected daily that we have trouble storing it without backing it up, which would double the amount of data. Exactly. All Pacific Fleet operational data is stored in Hawaii and backed up on-site at Fort Shafter, the Hawaii Cryptologic Center, NSA, CSS, Central Security Service, in Oahu. It, in turn, feeds information to the NSA in Fort Meade, Maryland, as required. An attack on Hawaii, or a potential threat, either natural or man-made, triggers an automated backup via satellite. Still encrypted, though, right? Reece asked. Still encrypted, Danreb confirmed. If the timing and channel were a known signal, then a splinter could be placed into a satellite going to a clandestine back end, Elba Industries, where they now have all the time they need to post-back-end quantum break the encryption, Danreb said, giving them the Pacific Fleet's entire classified data set. Yes, giving China the ability to shut down Guam and render the entire Pacific Fleet ineffective. Without a functional Pacific Fleet, a takeover of the South China Sea would, for all practical purposes, be unopposed. Where does the autonomous decision-making factor in? Danreb looked at Vic, turning over the brief. Have you heard of Project Overmatch? Vic asked. Sounds ominous, Reece replied. It's a joint military project currently in its early stages. Highly classified, though a few details have been leaked to the press, enough that China is certainly aware of it. What is it? They call it a Joint All-Domain Command and Control Effort. It's a machine learning-level quantum computer system designed specifically to monitor the communications and operations of the multi-branch military, starting with the Navy, Air Force, and Space Force. Army and Marines are a bit behind the curve, but their next-generation maneuver, fires, and support assets will be tied in as well. Overmatch combines real-time intelligence with geolocating satellites and the monitoring of service activities worldwide with all known and emerging threats. The Pentagon's catchphrase for it is, from sensor to shooter. It analyzes and considers all options, but instead of making a recommendation to combatant commanders, it makes a decision. It removes humans from the process? Reece asked. That seems insane. Not as insane as you might think. Conceptualize it like this. With China's hypersonic missile capability, we don't have time to even enact defensive protocols before they hit us. With Overmatch, those decisions are made before our admirals and generals are even out of bed. Overmatch is able to coordinate a response across multiple modalities: air, land, sea, and space. Right now, it is providing information and recommended courses of action, but even that is too slow. Human decision-making puts us at risk, or so the concept goes. The next phase is giving Overmatch authorization to engage, both defensively and offensively. All the new Columbia-class ballistic missile subs, SSN-X attack subs, the new Northrop Grumman B-21 Raider, the SR-72, space-based weapons systems, UAVs, underwater drones, next-generation surface assets like the DDG-X guided missile destroyer. All these next-gen platforms are purpose-built for incorporation into Overmatch, all linked and all autonomously controlled.
They want Alice to become Overmatch, Reece stated, putting the pieces together.
Above my pay grade, but that would be my best guess. In the meantime, they are trying to replicate her. Overmatch is the country's #1 defense priority.
Maybe we shouldn't be in such a rush to turn over the keys, Reece said.
Perhaps not.
So what is Hart? Some ardent Davos globalist?
That part is even more complex because it involves human nature, but we believe him to be the opposite,
Vic said. I don't follow.
What do you know about the Fourth Industrial Revolution?
Vic asked. I have a hard time remembering the first 3.
Hart is at the cutting edge of it. They call it 4IR. Think of it as an integration of the physical world like you see here, the digital world like phones, smartwatches, tablets, computers, and the Internet of Things, with the biological world.
Biological?
Flesh, bones, organs,
Vic said. I think they forgot the soul, Reece observed.
These people are less and less interested in the spirit, my friend. Seems like they are trying to replace it.
They want to play God, Reece stated.
Whether they realize it or not,
Vic said. And Alice is a part of it?
Not yet, Reece. Alice is the AI, quantum machine learning side. She just does it faster than anyone imagined. If she comes back to us, the next phase in her development would be the incorporation of genetic engineering, advanced robotics, biotechnologies, and emerging nanotechnologies.
You're saying she's a weapon of the Fourth Industrial Revolution?
In essence, yes.
And when you say genetics, robotics, and bio and nanotechnologies, you mean the next step is turning her into a person?
They call it humanoid robotics, and it's coming whether we like it or not.
I feel like this comes back to the could-should dilemma. Haven't these guys read Frankenstein or Jurassic Park?
In the scientific community, they have an adage,
Danreb interjected. What's that?
What is not strictly prohibited is, in principle, possible,
he said.
Didn't the scientists who lit off the first atomic bomb in New Mexico think that they might destroy the world?
Reece asked.
They did,
Danreb confirmed. And they did it anyway.
True.
I'm thinking we need more adult supervision, Reece said.
Well, until we get it, we have to work with these new systems, manage them, and adapt to changing environments,
Vic added.
AI and autonomous control of our military is the next step in defense evolution. It's just a matter of time, and it might be here sooner than any of us think. Whoever gets there first will have more than just an advantage. It's quite possible they will control the world.
Absolute power, Reece whispered.
If it's not us, it's going to be China or quite possibly a person or company,
Vic said. Hart and Elba Industries.
That's right.
And we need Alice on board? Reece asked, though he already knew the answer.
We do.
Which is why I'm here, isn't it?
That, and when we get down to it, things might get bloody.
Mary Shelley and Michael Crichton warned us, Reece said, referring to 2 authors who explored ethics, power, and nature through the lens of scientific achievement and ambition.
Warned us?
About Alice. Not specifically, but about science and scientific accomplishments deceiving us into thinking we have control.
Control over what?
Nature. Nature is neutral, and in this case, they want to harness the energy of the spirit. Turning over autonomous control of the future to a sentient AI quantum computer just might be the end of us.
Man and nature have always been in conflict, Reece.
The more we try to control it, the more it warns us to back off.
There are few, if any, boundaries in this latest revolution, Vic said.
No moral ones, anyway.
Very few,
Vic acknowledged. The further we distance ourselves from nature, the closer we seem to get to our eventual destruction, all in the name of progress, Reece said, shaking his head.
It's an interesting quandary.
Not for me.
You may be right, Reece. But in the short term, a copy of all the data pertaining to military and intelligence operations in the Pacific region might be in the hands of the enemy, and if not, it may be soon.
Anything else I need to know?
Andy has another piece to this, which is the main reason we are here, and not at Langley.
Which is?
China is going to take Taiwan before Overmatch becomes fully operational, Danreb said. And if they get the decrypted data, they might even push further into the Pacific. Once Overmatch comes online with our next-generation platforms, that option will be off the table, but there is one variable.
The President,
Reece said.
Like you read my mind,
Danreb said. Yes, that's the wild card. I asked myself how I would account for that variable. Can you guess?
You wouldn't make that move unless you knew the American president's response beforehand,
Reece surmised. Unless I had assurances that the United States would sit it out, and I'd only know for sure if I controlled the President of the United States.
Not Olson,
Reece guessed. No, not Olson, Vic said, sliding Reece another file. Reece flipped it open.
Christine Harding?
She's the clear front-runner, Vic said. Polls have been wrong before, but all indications are that she will be the next commander-in-chief.
And she's in China's pocket?
You will see in that file that Hart and Elba Industries make donations across the political spectrum. At that level, that's what you do. You buy as much influence as you can, both personally and professionally.
The husband's done well, Reece commented.
Oh, yes. Not much different than a lot of congressional spouses.
He beat the stock market by at least 50% since she was first elected.
Bob Harding must really be good at picking winners.
The sarcasm was evident in Reece's voice.
The average in Congress is beating the market by 10%, though some beat it by over 100, Danreb said. Those gains can be tied directly to bills their spouses voted on. That's not abnormal. What is abnormal is the connection between Hart and the Hardings.
Reece flipped through the file. You built a pattern of life on a sitting congresswoman and presidential candidate? I thought the CIA couldn't surveil people on U.S. soil.
We can't, Vic said. Most of this is open source.
Most?
As director of the Special Activities Center, the Political Action Group also falls under my purview. That means I have a thorough working knowledge of campaigns, financing, bribery, extortion, and anything else that might allow us to conduct covert political action.
Overseas?
Yes. And in this case, I consider a foreign adversary attempting to put a Chinese asset in the White House as falling under, at least partially, CIA purview.
What about the FBI? Reece asked.
I think they are too busy surveilling school board meetings.
I read that somewhere, Reece said. So you applied that political action group magnifying glass to the Hardings?
I did. And now that Representative Harding has Secret Service protection, we have detailed logs of meetings. All classified, of course.
But you have a source in the Secret Service.
In this business, you need sources everywhere.
And how does this play into what happened to Katie?
Reece, we think you were invited to China because they know about your connection to Alice. They know you were locked in solitary confinement, and they want to use all that to bring you, and therefore Alice, into the fold. Just like the USG wants Alice, so does China. They either want her on their side, or want her out of the way.
Won't they just kill me over there?
Not if they think you can give them what they want. Hear them out, tell them you are considering it.
Reece leaned back in his chair, the fact sinking in that through Alice he had the potential to change the global dynamic or let it run its course. You know, my dad told me something once that I never forgot, Reece said. I thought it was an abstract lesson when I was a kid. Now that I've learned more about him and what he was doing at the agency, learned more about the collective, I don't think he was talking in abstracts.
What was it?
Vic asked. He said, one man with a rifle can change the world.
Chapter 30.
In the spirit of know thy enemy, let's talk about Hart, Reece said.
What do you know about what's been termed the Great Reset? Danreb asked.
I feel like we are living it, Reece responded.
Hart recognizes that it's coming. He sees a bleak future for everyone but the new oligarchy.
Isn't he a part of that oligarchy?
Reece asked. He is, but he views the American system as crumbling. This has led to a detachment from any connection or loyalty to a country that has changed so radically as to be unrecognizable.
I bet the agency Sykes had a good time with that one. Let me take a blue-collar swing. Abandonment first by parents and then by country, then blame, then separation, followed by a need to replace that abandonment with a new parent, a new country that won't leave him because it's a known entity?
Almost to the word, Danreb said. He's not going to fall in line with the Davos crowd.
He might be onto something, Reece said.
Regardless of what one calls it, we see rapid changes already. Algorithms designed by those at the top of the big tech hierarchy sending curated news, tailored to the individual in order to manipulate. Censored content, the canceling of what government in collusion with social media companies considers dangerous by sending them to the equivalent of a digital prison. Tracking internet searches to build profiles on users. An existence where every move one makes is monitored and recorded, connecting all of it to a digital credit score.
That's why I got rid of my cell phone and computer.
Look at Neuralink. They recently implanted a computer interface into a human brain. Eventually, people will be connected directly to the cloud, which makes control of thoughts and actions a reality.
And for that reason, I'm out, Reece said.
It's no longer science fiction, Reece.
The end of free will.
Ironic that the country founded on the bedrock principles of freedom and liberty provided the fertile soil for the seeds of our own destruction, Danreb said.
They are forgetting one thing, Reece said.
What's that?
Compliance of the citizenry.
They are already doing it, Reece. Just look at COVID mandates. Some would say those were tests to see how quickly they could make a once free people fall in line. Hart is getting ahead of it.
He's taking a big step.
They don't even hide it anymore. Klaus Schwab lectures and writes openly about it.
Didn't he found the World Economic Forum?
He did. Credited with promoting stakeholder capitalism.
I think they spelled it wrong, Reece said.
What?
Communism.
Well, that's essentially it.
Easy to preach that from Davos.
Hart sees it coming. ESG.
What's that again?
Environmental, social, and governance. It's a way to crush your business competition veiled in the cloak of social justice. COVID lockdowns gave them the power and authority they needed to make gains they had only dreamed of years prior. Danreb continued. Lockdowns that forced small businesses to close their doors while the giants flourished. Big tech posting record gains throughout the pandemic. To Hart, all this points to the destruction of what was once America.
He might not be wrong,
Reece said. Regardless, he's crossed the line and is now taking steps to target the homeland. That's where we come in. If there is going to be a corporate state government oligarchy, Hart wants to be at the top with his technology in China.
Who else is in play?
Reece asked.
That's Brigadier General Ian Novak,
Vic said, tossing Reece another file.
Former Deputy Chief of the Central Security Service at the NSA.
So a computer guy.
They prefer the term cyber.
Computer guy, Reece said again.
He was also Director of Intelligence at U.S. Cyber Command.
Never heard of it.
He met Hart while he was a major doing a professional development tour at the Hoover Institution, down the road here at Stanford. He helped develop a hacking class that was apparently quite popular.
I can think of a few things I'd rather do.
Novak was in the running for director of the NSA, but he ended up falling on his sword after a scandal. They changed the name of a program that Congress had publicly canceled.
They changed the name and kept doing it?
That's it.
What were they doing?
Collecting on U.S. citizens without a warrant.
Like we are doing with Representative Harding?
It's a fine line.
But instead of writing a book or sitting on a few boards, he goes all in with his old friend Andrew Hart, Reece said, continuing to read through the file.
And at that point, he goes off the radar. He becomes Hart's right-hand man. His official title is Strategic Advisor,
Vic said. Looks to be in good shape for a computer guy, Reece observed, looking at the most recent photos of the general. Why do all these retired generals keep the same haircut when they leave the service?
This is Tim Perkins,
Vic said, producing another file and sliding it to Reece.
Head of security with a tattoo on his neck. Former military? No, but we did a deep dive. He tried to enlist in every branch